Our story began on the second day of the new year, when a common household breakdown occurred. The boiler in our hero's apartment stopped working. After examining the broken appliance, he realized that he had not chosen the best place to live, as it seemed that everything in it was on the verge of breaking down. At that moment, loud footsteps were heard in the hallway, followed by a shout. Someone was complaining that young people did not know how to save on heating. The old man was walking down the hallway, waving a broom angrily, and saying that all they needed to do to keep warm was put on socks and tape up the windows. Hearing the man's shouts, the young man realized that they were aggressively hinting to him that one day the boiler would break down, which is what happened. And if he reported the breakdown now, he would be blamed. Of course, he would have been forced to pay for the repairs, and then his rent would have been increased because he allegedly did not take good care of the house. The young man's life had been difficult since early childhood, so a cold shower did not seem like a terrible disaster. The cold in the room bothered him much more. Perhaps the old man had managed to brainwash him after all, because the hero almost immediately went to the store and bought plastic sheeting to cover the windows. It seems that this was called the butterfly effect, when the flutter of an insect's wing at one end of the planet could cause a hurricane at the other. And now the young man's life would change because of a broken boiler. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the young man arrived at the store, and a friendly saleswoman told him that the film could be found to the right of the large pillar marked with the letter F. Looking at the crowded shelves of the supermarket, it became clear that you could find absolutely everything your heart desired here. In the tool department, there was a man with his son. The boy asked his father to buy him a wrench, but his request was dismissively waved away. But the boy continued to have fun and waved the tool he liked so much. According to the owner of the orphanage, the father gave our hero the name Li Huayan, but the boy had never seen either of his parents. His life was not filled with achievements or joy. He was abandoned by his parents as a child, and the orphanage only provided him with food and shelter. He was never protected and knew no affection or love. Despite all the disadvantages of living in an orphanage, this place gave him a firm conviction that he needed to become stronger, because only strength was valued in this world. Soon, Li Huayan developed the mindset that money was the main source of strength, so he worked even while attending high school. Unfortunately, this led to poor academic performance, and without a proper education, he could only hope for part-time jobs. The only thing all these different jobs taught him was that his time was worth next to nothing. So from an early age, the boy knew very well that the world was a cruel place that tested your strength every day. Stopping at the knife stand, Li Huayan admired the gleam of the metal in its smooth surface, which could make fine cuts. Picking up one of them, he smiled. It fit comfortably in his hand and looked incredibly stylish. The saleswoman found this behavior very strange, because the guy was literally standing in the middle of the store with a machete in his hands and smiling. The man who came with his son also decided it was better not to approach him. Looking at the smooth blade, where he could see his reflection, our hero thought that this object brought back some memories. When he realized that his hard work was not worth even 10,000 won, and that orphans were not allowed to serve in the army, he decided to become a mercenary and participate in wars around the world. Li Huayan was a member of the First Squad, an international mercenary unit consisting of orphans and people rejected by society. In other words, those who had nothing to lose. People like him were given a place to sleep, clothes, and the promise of money for the rest of their days. It was a good opportunity for which they could not help but be grateful. So these outcasts joined forces to rid the seas of pirates and behead terrorists on land. But now he was just a regular guy again, who, like everyone else, went to stores and bought what he liked. As she scanned the machete at the checkout, the saleswoman asked if the guy wanted to pick something more practical, something suitable for cutting down trees or camping, but he shook his head. The guy had been thinking about buying a new machete for a long time because his was very dull, and this one seemed suitable. In addition, he asked for 10 meters of plastic wrap to be cut for him. The order was a little strange, but the woman didn't ask any questions and just went to cut the required length of film. Her office knife made a nasty sound as it cut through the plastic, and the sound seemed absurdly loud. Huayan's nerves were frayed. The knife was so dull that it was simply impossible to cut anything evenly with it. Then he decided he wouldn't put up with it for another second, and ordered the saleswoman to step away from the ill-fated roll of film. Since he had already paid for the machete, he had every right to use it, so he decided not to hesitate for a second and do what would make his life easier. The force with which he swung the weapon scared the poor woman half to death, who was already feeling inexplicably anxious around this strange guy. But he didn't do anything terrible. He just cut the film, and he did it much faster than the woman, and more neatly, to be honest. The guy's attention was drawn to some sounds, and he thought there was some kind of event nearby because people were noisily asking someone for a photo. So he decided to go closer to find out what was going on, and what he saw there surprised him greatly. His eyes widened so much that it seemed as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. And no wonder, because right in the middle of the store was a goblin, a real mythical creature, who was waving a knife with a malicious smile. At first, people thought he wasn't real. But when the monster didn't stop and continued to point the sharp knife at the crowd, fear began to grip the people. Everyone began to panic after the first murder was committed, when a very young boy had his throat mercilessly slit and was left to bleed to death. But as strange as it may sound, that wasn't the scariest part, because after the murder, the goblin jumped on the dead body and began to devour its flesh. Hwa-yun was simply shocked. He couldn't understand what was happening because it all resembled the plot of some video game. Only one thing was clear. He had bought the machete for a reason. Meanwhile, the goblin, paying no attention to anyone, continued to eat the one he had killed. When he saw another guy standing nearby, his bloodied face curved into a smile, and it became clear that he had already chosen his next victim. Recoiling, Hwa-yun realized that he had now become the monster's target. He didn't know what to do because he had never encountered anything like this before, even though he had been in many wars and seen death. Without hesitation, the creature leaped toward him and squealed joyfully, anticipating a hearty meal. For a moment, our hero was confused. Everything seemed so unreal that it was difficult to come up with a plan of action. But then his instincts took over his common sense, and his hands swung the machete to defend himself from the enemy, and he succeeded very successfully. Looking at the exterior of the shopping center, it was impossible to imagine the chaos that was happening inside. The halls were filled with complete destruction and death. The floors were dirty, and the bodies of the victims lay in almost every corner. The survivors continued to fight the fantastic creatures that had appeared in their world for reasons unknown. With every passing second, it became more difficult to fight. Their hands trembled from exhaustion, and their brains refused to accept the new reality. The unbearable smell of blood was everywhere, reminding them that death was literally breathing down their necks, and that they had to think carefully about every move they made. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud cry for help, and our hero immediately turned his head, trying to find the source of the sound. But all he saw were damaged bodies that were unlikely to be able to say anything anymore. The goblins gathered in small groups to make attacking and killing easier and faster, and their plan worked very successfully. One such group was approaching a surviving woman who was hugging her crying daughter. They were trembling with fear and calling for help. Without a moment's hesitation, our hero swung his sword. It was an impulse he could not control. It was this impulse, which was at the level of instinct, that saved the lives of the mother and child, who now watched as the terrible monster was cut to pieces. Looking fearfully at the young man holding the bloody sword in his hands, the mother asked what was going on. She asked where these monsters came from, seemingly still believing that they were some kind of scary decorations or a game. Turning around, Hwa-yun didn't even know what to say, because he himself didn't fully understand what was happening around him. He just did what he thought was right. The only thing he understood during the battle was that the blade of his machete was completely unsuitable for such purposes, so he needed to find something more suitable. But he didn't have any time, because a whole crowd of goblins was already running straight at him, shouting and growling, which suggested that they wanted him dead. Gritting his teeth in tension, the guy tried to understand why the creatures were still there. Could it be that a passage to their world had opened somewhere? Sounds behind him caught his attention. Turning his head, he realized that there were more survivors than he had thought, so there was hope for rescue. 3 young men grabbed the first objects they could find and fought off the creatures. They were afraid, but they did well. It was even a little surprising how such a warrior spirit could awaken in some people in such a short time. But unfortunately, not everyone was born brave. There were those who cowered in fear in the corners, begging to be saved. Our hero approached one of these guys and told him that fear would not help in this situation, but a weapon might come in handy. According to him, begging would lead nowhere. So if you wanted to survive, you had to get up and do something. So he handed him a chainsaw and told him to start acting right now. Yes, not everyone was born a warrior, but you could become one if you had the strength within you. So now our hero's team had one more member. The first goblin attacked the boy with glasses. At first he was confused and completely forgot what he had to do. Fear gripped his whole body and prevented him from thinking clearly. But then his instincts took over, and his hands reached for battle, so the monster had no chance against the weapon. Looking at his chainsaw and stained t-shirt, the boy could barely utter 2 words, so strong was the shock. But Hua-yun supported him, saying that he had done a great job. The situation with this young man proved that even if a person is physically and morally weak, his survival instinct is a real driving force. Soon another boy ran up to them, screaming in fear and asking them to follow him quickly. They did so and found something astonishing in one of the halls. It was a portal, and it seemed that the creatures were coming out of it. It was absolutely clear that they needed to get rid of this thing as soon as possible, but no one knew how to do it. Meanwhile, the goblins were arriving at an incredible speed, as if they understood that the door to another dimension could close sooner or later. The creatures grinned maliciously, as if hinting that they would use every opportunity to kill as many people as possible. Unfortunately, they succeeded, because there was not a single room left in the shopping center where there were no injured or dead. Looking at a couple of goblins finishing off their prey, our hero came to an obvious conclusion. The situation was getting worse by the second. The number of goblins emerging from the rift was increasing, so people were gradually losing their strength and resources, which made them easy prey. At this rate, they would not have the slightest chance of getting rid of the monsters. And besides, they still had no explanation of where they were coming from or how to close the rift. This spatial rift would have taken even brilliant scientists by surprise, as there had never been any similar precedents. Hua-yun understood that the battle would not be easy, so he had to mobilize all his resources just to get out of there alive. After a while, he determined that every new dozen goblins appeared in waves that occurred at 10-minute intervals. There were now about 26 monsters running around the trading halls, and in 10 minutes there would be even more. Although the guy more or less understood the situation, he couldn't figure out how to solve it, which was the main problem. In addition, not all items in the store could be used as weapons, as some were only effective in close combat with monsters. The advantage was not on their side, because most people were already dead, and the survivors were completely exhausted. Hua-yun gritted his teeth and thought that if he had a firearm, everything would be different. As soon as he thought this, the sound of gunfire rang out, as if his thoughts had materialized. Now the air smelled of gunpowder and burnt flesh, and people began to scatter, not wanting to become accidental victims of the shelling. The men in uniform said they were a counterterrorism response team from the capital's defense forces. They claimed that the survivors were now safe and asked people to help the wounded who were nearby and moving toward them. The group of soldiers began to enter the building, acting according to the strategy they used to neutralize terrorists. Armed to the teeth, they opened fire on the goblins, hoping that this would help deal with the creatures once and for all. At first, they successfully managed to hold back the monsters. As soon as they approached people, they were met with a barrage of fire. At one point, our heroes felt relieved, thinking that professionals who knew their stuff would take care of their protection. Then the boy, who was trembling with fear, relaxed a little and finally thanked Hua-yun for not abandoning him in his time of need. He introduced himself as Kim Boan, and it was clear that he was sincerely grateful for the help he had received in his time of need. However, our hero was less friendly than his new comrade in arms, so he only coldly said that he was very tired. He didn't want to make new friends, especially at a time when he could lose them in battle, so he told Boan to just go on his way. The thing is, Hua-yun didn't want anything to do with weaklings, because after participating in battles around the world as a mercenary, he realized that the weak always lost. So he didn't want to carry dead weight with him, especially when the situation was still unresolved. Now that there were soldiers with weapons around, he needed someone like Bo Yang even less, because more capable warriors could cover his back. After all, this timid young man's concentration was almost zero, so he was of minimal use. But the damage he could cause was significant. Although even among experienced military personnel, there were those who were too nervous. Their unstable breathing could be noticed with the naked eye, and their unsteady posture immediately gave away a certain kind of unprofessionalism. Of course, all this interfered with efficiency, so such warriors did not make a single hit on the goblins. Gritting his teeth in anger, our hero realized that even professionals should not be relied upon 100%, because they too could let you down. Unable to bear it, Hua-yun approached one of the inexperienced soldiers and demanded that he give him his weapon, because only then could it serve the cause. He said that he was a member of Squad Number 1, so he had the right to use firearms. The soldier had doubts, but he did not dare to express them. Annoyed by such hesitant behavior, Hua-yun hit the soldier and took his weapon so he could finally start using it for its intended purpose. The soldier's commander then pounced on him, asking how he could have given his weapon to a stranger, which was the main indicator that he was useless. Pointing his weapon at the offender, the commander ordered his immediate arrest. Ignoring the conflict, our hero began to destroy his enemies with his new weapon, now doing so even more effectively. When the soldiers saw how accurately the young man was shooting, they were astonished, as they had not expected to see anything like this. One of them recalled that this young man was a member of one of the most ruthless mercenary companies in the world, the Number 1 Squad, and the skill with which he dealt with his enemies proved that he was not lying. It was clear that war and chaos were his elements. Now no one wanted to take his weapon away. The soldiers decided that they needed to work together with the young man, so while Hua-yun covered them, they led the survivors to safety. Hua-yun's marksmanship was simply excellent, because as soon as the goblins came within an inch of them, they were doomed to a quick death. Everything around them resembled the set of a horror movie. But despite this, the rescue of people continued without stopping. Soon everyone noticed a strange blue system window announcing that the game was restarting. Hua-yun couldn't believe his eyes because everything seemed so surreal that for a moment he really thought he was inside a computer game. Closing his eyes, he tiredly scratched his head, hoping that the strange vision would go away, but it did not. Ever since he entered the hardware store, unimaginable things had been happening to him. But it was this system notification that was causing him a headache. He had no idea what the message meant. Hua-yun had no idea what this game was, and the fact that it said restart confused him. He had never seen any disgusting monsters or anything like this spatial rift before. And it wasn't just him. No one in that store could have imagined that they would witness and become unwitting participants in such a scene. It was pointless to try to figure it out now. After all, everything that had happened here so far was beyond common sense. He was interrupted from these thoughts by a loud growl. It was clear that the creature making it was very close by. A monster emerged from the shadows, its size clearly exceeding that of all the goblins he had encountered up to that point. Climbing out of the crevice, the orc roared so loudly that the walls of the shopping center began to shake. The sight inspired animalistic fear. Even experienced warriors who had seen a lot in their lives were frightened and began to fire randomly at the target, hoping to neutralize it. But they didn't do very well. It seemed that the bullets did no harm, only causing a certain kind of discomfort. Hua-yun also started shooting at the new monster, but soon realized that the bullets had no effect on it either. The men began to advance, continuing to fire, which caused the orc to retreat a little, but it still showed no signs of injury. Seeing all this, one of the guys decided it was time to take action, so he jumped into action. He swung his axe, determined to damage the enemy's body at all costs. This brave soul turned out to be Bo-an, who just a couple of minutes ago had been trembling in the corner, and now was performing such daring maneuvers, which incidentally led to results. When the enormous creature crashed to the floor, the young man shared the information that the lower part of the orc's body was its weak point. Hua-yun listened to him with his mouth open, while the others wondered who this kid was. Bowen said that such monsters needed to be thrown off balance, and only then would they be neutralized. Our hero couldn't understand when such a transformation had taken place in the boy, because less than an hour ago, he had cowered in a corner and trembled before a small goblin. Now, everything had changed. Bowen had not only defeated the orc, but seemed to know everything there was to know about him, which had helped him. It was clear that the way he carelessly rushed at the orc was not clumsy at all. His movements showed confidence. The Special Forces squad looked confusedly at the young man, who had effortlessly beheaded the huge monster that had them trembling with fear. But there was no time for lengthy analysis, because another wave of orcs was already approaching them from the rift. Bowen was the first to notice this. He immediately turned his head toward the enemies and began to mentally formulate a plan of action. Our hero had never felt so confused in his life, and he didn't like this feeling of losing control of the situation. At that moment, the little boy fearlessly ran forward, holding a brand new wrench in his hands, not even stopped by the cries of his father, who had fallen to his knees behind him. Just a couple of hours ago, he was an ordinary child begging his father to buy him a wrench, and now he was forced to fight an orc. It is worth noting that he did this with such zeal, as if killing huge green monsters was not the first time for him. This strangeness was not only noticed in this boy, some people seemed to know exactly how to fight these creatures. The store employee also behaved like a warrior. She seemed like a refined woman, but now she was swinging a heavy chain at the orc and doing it very confidently. It seemed absurd because just a couple of hours ago, she couldn't even cut the bubble wrap properly. And now she was destroying orcs left and right without the slightest emotion. Such contrasts were so striking that no logical explanation for all this came to mind. Kim Boan was the same. Earlier, he had been praying on his knees, begging for salvation, and now he was confidently swinging an axe as if he had been born with this skill. It was difficult to explain how a little boy who used to throw tantrums at his father could now rush so desperately into battle. Not to mention the fragile and feminine saleswoman who spoke in a warm and kind tone, but now killed mercilessly. He was not the only one who was completely baffled by the situation. It was clear that the Special Forces commander, like the rest of the group, was completely confused and now afraid to shoot for fear of harming people. The victims perked up when they saw that the monsters were being fought back. But their heroes were not the military, but those they saw every day on the streets of the city. Huayan couldn't understand the difference between the people who had suddenly changed and become real heroes and everyone else who still needed to be saved. He was incredibly curious about what exactly had caused such strange changes. So he decided to take a closer look at the blue screen of the system. Suddenly, a warning appeared stating that there was no training in this game, but players could ask 3 questions. When our hero served in the squad, he had a nickname that was given to him when he joined the most ruthless campaign in the world of mercenaries. He was nicknamed Fearless because he kept going no matter what unknown dangers awaited him. Huayan was given this nickname by his foreign comrades because he always kept his cool regardless of the situation, which is why he was able to survive on the chaotic battlefields. A new announcement informed everyone that all the people who had been selected as players could ask questions. Now our hero was completely convinced that attempts to understand the situation were useless, and he was no longer amused. He had no doubt about the authenticity of the messages, as he had already witnessed unreal circumstances, so his first question was about what was going on in general. The system replied that it was the end of the world, designed to test people, combining reality and video games, which people like so much. The mechanical voice coming from the screen sounded like a woman's voice, which was incredibly annoying. He also received a notification that a status window would be available from that moment on. The guy immediately wondered what a status window was and what kind of information it would reveal. It turned out that there he could find out about a person's level, skills, and achievements. With each passing minute, the situation became more interesting and absurd, because now reality was mixed with a video game and existed in reality. The system reported that the status window was proof that Huayan had become a player, and he also learned that gates had opened all over the world, connecting to dungeons inhabited by monsters. As soon as the system message mentioned video games, the guy understood what was going on, so he decided to ask a more important question. He was interested in why some people had changed. The system replied that it didn't know either. Perhaps those people were natural-born players, but that didn't mean much to Huayan. The conversation with the blue screen ended as soon as it turned red and an error message appeared. Our hero was confused because he didn't know what had happened and how he could get everything back to normal. The next message appeared, saying that Li Huayan was the only player who had not regressed, and that he would be given a special skill to maintain balance. The young man had no idea what it meant that he was the only one who had not regressed, and he had no clue whether it was good or bad. He was familiar with the word regression, which meant a return to the past. It was impossible to forget this concept, because our hero had shouted 1,000 times on the battlefield that he wanted to return. Now everything was gradually beginning to make sense, because it was after the words "restart the game" that ordinary people began to deal with the orcs so easily. It seemed that all the absurd words of the system turned out to be pure truth, and this discovery could not help but be confusing. It remained to figure out what the system messages were saying about everyone regressing except Huayan. Once these realizations had settled in his mind a little, the guy decided he needed to ask one more question. The system window immediately launched a search for a special skill. Suddenly, an elderly woman jumped up to our hero and started saying that he should go to the others and help them fight the goblins because he was good at it. Turning around, the young man said that the woman couldn't even squeak when the monster approached her, so she should sit quietly. Then he asked if the woman had regressed, but she just blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding what he was talking about. Thanks to this, the young man learned one more thing. In addition to the strange monsters, there were system messages that only he could see. It turned out that only those who had been chosen as players had regressed. As if to prove that they were from the future, the players destroyed the orcs by attacking their weak spots. Hua-yun was the only one who did not know the future. At that moment, Bo-an approached him and said that he had become a player only thanks to our hero. Wanting to meet him, he had been traveling from dungeon to dungeon throughout Korea. Hua-yun listened to the story that if he hadn't given the cowardly guy a chainsaw, he wouldn't have been able to awaken as a player and would have remained a loser for the rest of his life. So the only reason Bo-an was able to succeed as a player was because Hua-yun became his role model. Our hero was very surprised that this guy knew him better than he thought. Bowing, the former coward said that everyone in Korea knew Hua-yun because he had entered the final dungeon. As our hero delved deeper into the situation, he encountered more and more new terms that he had never heard before. Soon, more changed people approached him and said that it was a great honor for them to meet the hero they had fought against at the very beginning. He understood that these were players who had fought the orcs. Only now they had regressed, and he had not. The people asked him countless questions about the last dungeon, but he couldn't answer because he didn't know anything. So he stared at the blue screen and waited for the search for a special skill to be completed. It turned out to be the butterfly effect, which meant that he would receive bonus points for all actions that would change the future. The young man's eyes widened because with each new piece of news, it became more and more difficult for him to comprehend the new reality. He knew exactly what the butterfly effect meant, the flutter of whose wings could cause a tornado on the other side of the world. He was intrigued by the idea that some of his actions could change the future on a global scale. It seemed like a huge responsibility, so fear began to spread through his body in small shivers. Meanwhile, somewhere behind them, a deafening sound caught the attention of all the players, causing them to turn around. The roar grew louder and louder, and then people noticed huge orcs jumping out of the crack one after another and moving straight towards them. All the players simultaneously ran towards them, holding their weapons in their hands while our hero remained in place and watched the events in shock. Taking out his rifle, he began shooting at the fast-moving targets, noticing that more and more orcs were appearing as time went on. After a person became a player, in addition to the status window, they could see the monster's level and name above their heads. On the one hand, this was useful, but on the other hand, it did not help at all in defeating the enemy. This time, extremely terrifying monsters emerged from the rift, their eyes literally burning with a thirst for murder. Bullets left only minor burns on them, and even firearms couldn't penetrate the orc's tough skin. The reason the weapons worked was because they were wielded by regressors. These players knew exactly where the monster's weak spots were, so they aimed at their joints, which were relatively weaker than other parts of their bodies. Hua-yun didn't even try to aim at their joints, as the caliber was too small for such huge bodies. But even if the bullets had pierced the joints, the damage would not have been enough to kill the monster or even knock it to the ground. Regression was an amazing thing, the full glory of which our hero never got to experience because it passed him by. All he could do was improvise and come up with a plan of action as quickly as he could. At one point, one of the trading halls became completely empty. There were no orcs or players to be seen, only weapons that belonged to humans lying on the ground. Picking up an axe from the floor, the guy decided that this weapon would be more effective against his opponents. As soon as he did so, he immediately received a message that his special skill had been activated and that he had changed the future. A bunch of questions immediately popped into his head about how exactly he had influenced future events. Gathering various household items that could serve as weapons, our hero tried to understand at least something from the system message. But the most understandable thing was that he had received one bonus point. At that moment, an orc appeared behind him, approaching at incredible speed, and a distress signal immediately appeared in Hua-yun's head. Without thinking twice, the guy turned around and threw the axe, aiming straight at his opponent's weak spot. He managed to damage the joint below the knee, which should have immobilized the orc. The plan worked perfectly because a few seconds later, the huge creature fell face down on the ground. Before it could recover, Hua-yun ran up, grabbed the axe, and began to finish off the monster, which was screaming in pain. At some point, our hero realized that he enjoyed completing these tasks. It all seemed like a dangerous quest that raised his adrenaline level. The only downside was that the orc's blood was incredibly foul-smelling, so much so that he wanted to lose his sense of smell. Smiling, Hua-yun asked Boan if he had ever used an axe before, to which the young man replied that he had mainly used a chainsaw. Now, a lot of things in the young man's head fell into place, and it became clear that if he did something different from what had happened in the past, it would be like changing the future. Boan also said that in the past, our hero could kill 3 orcs single-handedly, which made Hua-yun ask how that was possible. After thinking for a moment, the once cowardly boy said that certain items had helped him, then pointed to them. On the shelves there was a solvent, a chemical that could dilute hardened paint, and it was also highly flammable. These thoughts seemed very interesting to our hero, because a very creative murder plan instantly formed in his head. Approaching the shelves, he thought that he could use the solvent to burn the orcs to death. It seemed that this was the idea that had come to him last time. Taking out one of the cans, the young man wondered whether he should repeat the events of the past or come up with another use for it. He received another message saying that his actions had changed the future, thanks to the butterfly effect. After discussing his plan with the tired players, they agreed that everyone would do as Hua-yun said. They decided that after incapacitating the orcs by destroying their tendons or knee joints, our hero would douse the fallen monsters with solvent. After that, it would be a simple matter of taking a lighter out of his pocket and setting fire to the creatures, which would burn perfectly after his manipulations. When the guys agreed on everything, the young man began to receive messages that the butterfly effect had been activated and he had changed the future. So he could only guess whether he was moving in the right direction or had chosen the wrong path. He noticed that he was awarded bonus points when he acted differently than in the past, which led him to believe that he was doing everything right. But it was unclear why he was being awarded points. He was awarded the Brave Newbie achievement, which was given to players who completed the hunt without using bonus points. But what interested the guy most was that as a reward for this, he received the armor skill, which strengthened the player's body and protected him. Before he could comprehend what had happened, magical energy began to swirl around him, enveloping his entire body. A strange greenish haze seemed to penetrate his skin, filling him with an unknown energy that gave him a feeling of inner strength. Hua-yun examined his body and couldn't understand what was happening, as all these events were hidden from the eyes of outsiders, who looked at him as if he were crazy. But those who had regressed understood everything and envied our hero, because they also wanted to get armor, and they wondered how he had managed to acquire this new skill. Looking at his envious peers, the young man asked if the fact that he had acquired a new skill was really such a problem, because their faces were burning with anger. The girl said that of course it was a problem, because he had surpassed all the players in Korea with his skill. The guy, clenching his jaw in anger, said he couldn't believe he had just missed his chance to master this incredible skill. From these phrases, Hua-yun concluded that the new ability wasn't just cool, he had gotten it last time and perfected it to the max. Now he understood that the future changed only when he did something new, but the butterfly effect did not activate when he acquired previous skills. With these discoveries, it became a little easier for him to understand the new reality. So now it was easier to act. Boan closely watched his actions. Sometimes it was unclear whether he was doing it because he admired the one who had once helped him, or whether he had his own reasons. Meanwhile, Hua-yun approached the rift closely. No one understood why he was doing this, but the guy stood and stared at the shining portal. It turned out that he was looking at a system window that said that right in front of him was the entrance to the dungeon of goblins and orcs. After examining the characteristics of this dungeon, our hero thought that the so-called game was definitely created with the aim of destroying the human race. Each dungeon had a certain number of monsters, and after a certain amount of time, they would start to come out and destroy everything around them. He had already figured out that each wave consisted of 10 goblins, which appeared at 10-minute intervals, coming out of the gates that were connected to Earth. There was only one way to destroy these gates. They had to kill all the monsters as quickly as possible. The guy understood that the number of monsters in the dungeon and the number of players who could enter it were indicated in the information, and the difficulty affected the rarity of the skills and items that could drop. This dungeon was not rare, but despite this, our hero had reasons to enter it. He wanted to experiment, test himself as a player, and test his armor skill, and since he was at a disadvantage in terms of information, the young man needed strength. In the end, he realized that he wanted to gain real power, and for that, he needed to work hard. In addition to strengthening the body, the armor also gave 15 bonus points. He got them thanks to the butterfly effect. Hua-yun decided that it would be right to invest everything in his strength because it would be beneficial in the future. Approaching the portal, our hero thought about how he had defeated a huge number of goblins and knew the weakness of orcs, so he needed to be prepared for unknown dangers. Looking at the guy, Boan thought that maybe he had gotten something in this dungeon in his past life. Everyone was curious to see how it would end, so they followed Hua-Yun and found themselves in the dungeon of orcs and goblins. The feeling was strange. It seemed to the young man that he was in the same world, but everything inside him screamed that he was wrong. Looking around, the guys didn't notice that danger was literally waiting for them around every corner. Their vigilance was not weakened, but even so, they did not notice the goblins who jumped on them from ambush. The attack was so quick and unexpected that Hua-Yun didn't have time to defend himself. So the nasty monster sank its teeth into his arm, trying to tear the soft tissue. But after a couple of seconds, the goblin realized that it couldn't bite off a single piece. The human arm was so hard that it seemed to be made of metal. Hua-Yun stared intently at the monster, waiting to see how it would react to him activating his armor. After that, he began to act, his hand reaching out to the little goblin, wanting to throw the parasite off his body. But then another thought came to his mind, which made him squeeze his opponent's skull with such force that he groaned in pain. Yes, the young man really did have enough strength to literally crush his enemy's skull. After that, a status window appeared, showing a characteristic that made it clear that the hero's level had increased. Less than 5 minutes had passed since he became a player, and his strength had already reached 16 points. As he stood there covered in his opponent's blood, examining his stats, the girl looked at him apprehensively. Her voice trembled as she said that it was simply impossible. The guy standing nearby also couldn't believe that Hua-Yun had crushed the goblin's skull with one hand. The only one who approached our hero was Boan, who sincerely asked how he had performed such a feat. Boan added that the armor skill was unique in its own way, probably because of it that the hero was considered the strongest among Korean players in his past life. It seemed true, but Hua-Yun couldn't understand what this guy was getting at, and why he was picking on him in the first place. When our hero had walked a decent distance away, Boan quietly whispered that he would take away the very skill that had made him famous. No one expected the calm Boan to be capable of attacking, and not just any attack, but a cowardly one from behind. The chainsaw couldn't pierce Hua-Yun's body as he came to his senses in time and activated his armor. It's amazing what people are willing to do to achieve their goals. Despite the fact that his opponent's body was like stone, Boan stubbornly tried to pierce it. Laughing, our hero said that even if he hadn't regressed, attacking him was a very bad decision. Now it was his turn to attack, but there was no mercy to be expected. He touched the chainsaw with his bare hand, sparks flew everywhere, but his body was unharmed, so Hua-Yun began to push it away from himself. It was surprising that his body was capable of such colossal feats that could not be explained. When he finally managed to wrest the tool from Boan, the latter cried out in fear, because until the last moment he did not believe it was possible. After that, our hero's hand reached the neck of the insolent man, who had decided he could attack him like a vile rat. It turned out that this young man had managed to reach the 3rd level. He gasped and asked how an enemy who was a level below him could cause him such harm. But instead of an answer, he heard the words that at the end of greed lies destruction. This truth was revealed to the guy on the battlefield, and the scar reminded him of it. Now, Hua-Yun understood that since these players had regressed to the store at the same time he had awakened, they did not think they could master the skills he had in his past life. But now it was absolutely clear to them that this was impossible, so they were wary of the one they considered a hero and wanted him to stay away from them, even though they had recently been eager to run up to him. Turning all his attention to Boan, our hero tightened his grip around his neck, his eyes burning with rage, because he had once literally pulled this man out of the clutches of worthlessness. Now he regretted it, so he did what he thought was right and freed the world from a man who put his own goals above everything else. He even felt a little sad to see the lifeless body fall to the floor, because Boan was a good warrior who could have been useful in the future. But life had taught him that if he spared his enemies, he would receive no gratitude, and battles had taught him to be cruel when necessary. If you let someone who intended to kill you live, there would be even more bullets flying your way. Kindness was not valued. Only strength and determination could save your life in battle. Turning to the remaining 2 players, our hero said that now that the game had begun, the law no longer applied. He was well aware that he should never let emotions get in the way when dealing with an enemy who had threatened his life at least once, so he advised the guys to disappear in order to survive. This game was extremely cruel, An inventory window appeared over the corpse of a player so that others could take the fallen player's items. The worst part was that people's hearts had become so hardened by all this cruelty that they found it incredibly convenient. In Boan's inventory, he found the Goblin Champion's necklace, which added dexterity and strength stats, and our hero immediately took it. He immediately received a message saying that he had changed the future. So in the past, this guy had not acted foolishly and had not been killed by him. Thanks to the necklace, the guy got a few bonus points, which was equivalent to a level 2 upgrade. Sitting next to Boan's dead body, one of the players asked why Hua Yun had put a tasteless necklace around his neck. There was no need to answer this stupid question, because a huge orc was running towards them with a deafening roar. His teeth closed around the chainsaw, so our hero didn't even have to come up with some sophisticated attack. All he did was simply raise his weapon to inflict fatal injuries. After finishing off the creature, the young man realized that after putting on the necklace, he didn't feel any changes, so he couldn't really assess the effects of the item. After a while, the long-awaited message arrived that all the monsters in the dungeon had been killed, and the space itself would be destroyed in 3 minutes. As mentioned earlier, the only way to destroy the gate was to enter it and kill all the monsters. When the creatures died, the crack that had been created in space would disappear without a trace. Even the regressors did not know what happened to those who did not manage to exit the gate before it disappeared, because none of the people who remained in the dungeon after the disappearance returned. It seemed that the dungeons themselves contributed to the killings of players, because there was no way to know whether a person was killed by one of the players or died at the hands of a monster. A young boy was waiting for our hero near the portal, looking fearfully at him and then at the corpse lying nearby. It was the same child who had thrown a tantrum at his father over a wrench. The boy said he wanted to go with our hero. Huayan was categorically against it, because he didn't want to look after this child and be distracted from killing monsters. So he ordered him to stop even thinking about it. Meanwhile, his stats popped up again, and he was stoked to see that his strength and agility had gone up a few notches. Through the translucent system window, he could see a disappointed boy who had no intention of leaving. With the boost from the Goblin Champion's necklace, our hero's strength reached 28, which was higher than that of a level 9 player. Huayan became annoyed by the boy's presence, so he yelled at him, telling him to stop asking to be taken with them. Despite the tears rolling down his cheeks, the boy reminded him that they had traveled back 10 years into the past, which meant he would already be 20 years old. But even after such a long time, his life remained the same, so he wanted to become a real hero, at least in this life. He then added that he would like to become Huayan's right-hand man, and these words made our hero smile and think. This young man's name was Kim Mansu, and the only thing that interested Huayan was that he had regressed and knew the future for the next 10 years. When the boy regressed, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to change his life for the better, and decided that life as the best friend of a Korean hero was promising. This decision seemed wise to our hero, so he took Minsu with him, but he was vigilant, because he understood that at some point the boy might get tired of being a mere assistant. First of all, Huayan said that he needed to find out how the boy could be useful to him. He asked Minsu to provide him with information about 10 people who would interact with him in the future. He wanted to know their names, faces, and levels. Warning him that if the boy did anything stupid, he would die, our hero let him go so that he could carry out the task. The boys exchanged phone numbers so that Minsu could call as soon as he finished the job. This made the boy so happy that he ran off with a smile to do what he had been told. Smiling at the child, Huayan thought that he had found a very interesting companion. 3 days had passed since the regression of players around the world. At first, they tried to hide the fact that they had returned to the past. There were many reasons for this. First, they didn't want to be considered crazy because all this news was too incredible for ordinary people. In addition, the regressors wanted to live a life that was different from their previous ones, so they did not want to share information with others. Each of them thought that regression was their chance to change their lives, like the main character in a book who was given a second chance. However, the fact that all the players had regressed made it very difficult to become the main character, because all the media was flooded with stories about the so-called game. Everywhere, even on online platforms, there were stories about how people in the military had fallen into the trap of the game. There were news reports that the stock market was in chaos, and people were warned to beware of scammers posing as regressors who predicted the future. Meanwhile, our hero sat in his apartment and thought about what to do next. With all the knowledge he had acquired and what he still lacked, The TV news anchor said that because of the cataclysm, the world was filled with regressed players. To deal with this, he invited the director of the Asia-Pacific branch of the Players Association. He was asked to explain the phenomenon of people beginning to awaken as players, and the guest said that now there were those who would protect them from monsters and make the world safer. According to him, they could live normal lives under the protection of players who had become stronger, so there was nothing to worry about except for scammers who demanded money for information. But still, Hwa-Yona, like the host of the program, was interested in what happened inside the last dungeon and how the players regressed. The gentleman said that the players' regression began 3 hours after the 21 players entered the dungeon. The host believed that the final dungeon could be the end of the game, but they would figure out what exactly happened there after the break. It all seemed so strange that Hwa-Yun wondered if he would be able to become the strongest player in Korea this time around. Listening to their story, the guy finally understood why the players at the hardware store called him by that childish nickname, Hero. The fact that he had put film on the windows had triggered a notification about a change in the future. Apparently, in the past, he had not thought to prepare the windows for winter. He was given extra points for almost everything he did, even for drinking water and sitting on the couch. It seemed that in his past life, he had not been able to get home. So he was very curious about how he managed to become the strongest player in Korea and enter the final dungeon. It wasn't just curiosity, but anticipation. Even as a child, he understood that the weak always surrender to the strong, and this led to the realization that he needed to become as strong as possible. At that time, he chose money as his source of strength, and later sold his life to countless wars. But even in a world where the concept of a better person did not exist, he was able to become one. And now this opportunity had arisen. His attention was drawn to the shouts coming from the TV. It seemed to be a live broadcast from the event. The reporter pointed excitedly at 3 statues, saying that they were the incarnations of players Lee Hwa-Yong, Park Moo-sun, and Choi Chul-sun. Our hero's jaw nearly dropped in surprise. He never could have imagined that a statue would be erected in his honor, and now its unveiling was even being shown on television. He looked at his stone doppelganger and couldn't believe that this was really happening. These statues were made just 3 days after the regression of all the players. Apparently, our hero really was incredible in his past life. When he was a mercenary, albeit the most expensive one, he was considered expendable. But now a cult was literally being built around his personality. The reporter believed that those whose statues were behind him must have known what had happened inside the last dungeon, but he was wrong. According to the journalist, all 3 heroes were now in hiding, and some speculated that they might have disappeared without a trace. Or maybe they just didn't want to draw attention to themselves, because now that they were back in the present, only they knew the location of unique and legendary items and skills. The news anchor said he had heard that the World Players Association had issued a new decree. His guest confirmed these words, saying that players who entered the final dungeon in their past lives would be forgiven for all their crimes. This news alarmed the host, who even asked again if the man was sure that this decree was necessary. The man explained that players from different countries still had to follow the laws of their respective states, but now another provision had been added to the law. Our hero never found out the reason, because he was so tired of this empty chatter that he simply turned off the TV. He learned 2 interesting things from the news. First, that many people were hunting him, and second, that he could legally beat people up. Hiding his face with a black mask and hood, our hero went into the city to scout out the situation. He had never been to Gwanghwamun Square before, so going there meant changing the future. And to confirm this, system notifications popped up with every step he took. The guy liked watching his stats grow rapidly. Thanks to his increased agility, he ran through the streets of the city like a graceful wild animal. Most of the rules did not apply to the young man, because he was gaining points at a speed completely different from the other players. He jumped across the rooftop so nimbly, as if he had been practicing parkour his whole life. Even though he had never had to move like that before, now he could easily jump to the top of a multi-story building and then jump down without much effort. Hwa-Yun felt like a character in some superhero movie because his powers were very similar to those of the main characters. The realization of his own power made his eyes sparkle brightly, and he was curious to see how it would all end. Lost in the crowd, the young man carefully examined 3 statues, one of which was his embodiment. Looking at his stone self was something very surreal and incredible. The guy also noticed that he had the nickname Shadow of Death. He simply couldn't believe that this was possible. Just a couple of days ago, he was an ordinary guy, and now his statue stood in the middle of a huge square with people taking pictures next to it. If the entrance to the last dungeon was so significant, one could conclude that sooner or later Hua Yun would be recognized, and he did not want to attract unnecessary attention. Right now, he was only interested in information about the past, because the regressed players would want answers from him, thinking that he had them, not knowing that he didn't remember the past. They also didn't know about the emergence of a new power that didn't exist in their past lives. In any case, Hua Yun became the target of players blinded by greed. He had already encountered one such player, but it couldn't be said that he had particularly enjoyed the encounter. Noticing that some of the players in the square were armed, our hero thought that this was most likely a way to attract attention, since they had now gained fame and hero status. But he understood that if he took off his mask, this place would turn into a bloodbath, because everyone would want answers. Hua Yan was not interested in these players, but in those whose statues were worshipped. After all, ordinary people were unlikely to know any useful facts about him, but those who fought alongside him could tell him something interesting. At the bottom of one of the warriors' statues was a pompous inscription stating that they had come here to save humanity. On the pedestal of the second statue were words saying that they would enter the dungeon to end this game once and for all. But under his statue there were no beautiful words, only the nickname Shadow of Death, as if that said it all. He liked that his name was so frightening. It seemed grand and very significant. But suddenly something unexpected happened. Someone dared to attack his stone copy and knock off its head. It was a strange man with eyes glowing red and an ominous smile spreading across his face. The man stopped right in front of our hero, as if he knew exactly who was standing in front of him. Freezing in place, he summoned the blue screen and hid his weapon in his inventory. Hua Yun watched his every move closely, trying to predict what he would do next. But it was extremely difficult to understand this man. It is worth noting that our hero's eyes were the same color as those who were staring directly at him. The two men stood opposite the destroyed statue and did not move, as if each of them was waiting for his opponent to make a move. The mysterious stranger jumped up and ran quickly, his movements and speed reminiscent of how Hua Yun moved when he realized what he was capable of. Now that Hua Yong's agility was over 50 points, controlling his speed was not so easy. But he still decided to catch up with the Vandal, because the destruction of his statue could not go unpunished. The boys ran away from the main square and now found themselves in courtyards where it was a little more difficult to move around. Nevertheless, Hua Yun managed to catch the fugitive, grabbing him by the neck and pulling him toward him. When he finally stopped and ceased resisting, our hero asked him if they had known each other in a past life. The guy began to breathe faster, which indicated that Hua Yun had hit the mark, and his eyes lit up slyly when he asked why the man had started running so fast. The stranger summoned a blue screen and wanted to take a weapon out of his inventory, but our hero was no fool and quickly stopped this attempt. After that, his hand quickly dove into the inventory and pulled out the stranger's weapon, thinking it might come in handy. Now that the guy was armed, he more boldly asked the fugitive who he worked for. It was clear that this man belonged to some kind of guild, because it was simply impossible to obtain rare weapons as a lone wolf. Hua Yun asked the guy if he had seen the interview with the director of the World Players Association, and when he nodded, he followed up with a question about whether he remembered what had been said there. Squeezing his fingers around the poor guy's neck even tighter, the young man said he would give him 10 seconds to answer his questions. The first thing he wanted to know was who the guy was and where he was from. The frightened boy said his name was Kim Chang and that he was from the General Guild. After several blows, he surrendered, and it became known that Li Hua Yun had called the operation a joint guild effort, which consisted of taking possession of all the skills and items that our hero possessed. Then Hua Yun asked what they were going to do first, and the boy replied in a trembling voice that in 3 days they were going to meet at the gate to the werewolf's dungeon. According to the boy, it was there that Hua Yun had acquired the rare skill of stealth in the past. The captured villain did not understand why the boy was asking something he already knew, because he did not know where the guild had gotten this information. In addition, our hero was interested in how they were going to steal all his skills, and he learned that 100 players in full combat readiness would be waiting for him in the dungeon. Fighting so many regressed players alone would clearly not be easy. This was no secret or mystery. The day was not over when Kim Mansu showed up. The boy claimed that the captured villain was lying, but Hua Yun insisted on hearing him out before making a decision. Mansu also believed that the nobodies from the common guild were aiming to take away Hua Yun's method. Smiling, the boy realized that one of these two was definitely lying to him. All that remained was to find out who it was by listening to both of them and comparing their information. Kim Chang began to insist that everything would happen tomorrow, because that was when the werewolf's dungeon would open. So he pounced on Mansu, accusing him of being the liar among them. These shouts and empty chatter, which gradually turned into swearing, greatly annoyed our hero. He decided to put an end to this circus with a wave of his hand. Lifting both guys off the ground, our hero said that they both had to prove their case to him, and he would listen to both of them and then make his decision. The younger one was the first to act, taking his phone out of his pocket and handing it to Hua Yun to show him the information he had gathered. There was a message in which thoughts were expressed about whether Hua Yun would appear at the dungeon on January 7th. That is, tomorrow. The boy said that the werewolf dungeon had appeared in the early days of the game, and it was difficult for beginners to kill such monsters because their attack speed was many times faster than that of goblins. In addition, they gathered in packs, so no one could defeat them. That is why this dungeon was well known among players. These monsters left no stone unturned in the nearest cities. It became known that at the beginning of the game, the dungeons and gates attracted a lot of attention due to the absurd unreality of what was happening, but later the novelty gave way to routine. As new entrances appeared, the police cordoned off the area so that ordinary people would not get in the way, and life returned to normal when the players woke up and got used to the game. But the gates to the werewolf dungeon were on a different level. Monsters ran out of them and mercilessly destroyed the nearest towns when the game was just beginning, and no one was ready for such a thing. People waited for some brave soul to come forward and conquer this dungeon. According to the boy, it was Hua Yun who had done so in the past. Our hero looked at Kim Chang Bei and asked if the boy was telling the truth. The boy was confused and clearly didn't know what to say. Then Hua Yun decided to ask him one last question. He wanted to know who had ordered the boy to destroy his statue. In order not to reveal who was involved, the boy took a desperate step, reaching into his inventory and pulling out something that no one expected to see. With one swing of the sharp object, Chang Bei took his own life. Our hero stepped away from him and muttered in surprise that he clearly hadn't killed him in his past life. Approaching Mansu, the guy coldly said that he needed to learn more about this dungeon. The boy asked why he needed information that he already knew better than all of them. Looking seriously at the child, our hero said that he was the only one who had not regressed, and that was the end of the interrogation. These words confused the boy, because he couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Clearing his throat, Mansu said that the dungeon was level 5, so he was interested in what level Hua Yun was at, because if he was lower, it would be impossible to enter. This news did not please our hero at all, because he could not even imagine reaching the 5th level. He did not strive to reach a higher level, because it meant little to him. His skills were already quite good, and his achievements enhanced their effect. After calculating his points according to the standard scheme, it became clear that his abilities were within the range of an 80th level player. But Mansu thought differently. In his opinion, it would be extremely difficult to kill werewolves at his current level of ability, and besides, other players would not just stand by and watch. So there was no doubt that level could be a serious problem and obstacle. This meant that he needed to figure out how to raise his level in a short period of time. Mansu reported that at the moment, only the gates of the orcs and goblins were open. This information interested our hero, but the boy believed that ordinary orcs and goblins were of no interest to a player like him. Hua Yan said the most unexpected thing that could be imagined. He believed that one should not miss the opportunity to meet such cute monsters. Moreover, he had armor that strengthened and fortified the player's body, and its durability was proportional to the strength characteristic. The guy became curious whether anyone in his past life had ever pierced his armor, because it seemed simply impossible. His companion did not have such information, because they rarely went together in his past life. He only revealed that the status of Shadow of Death was given precisely because of the armor. As soon as they passed through the passage, the orcs and goblins immediately perked up, sensing that their prey was coming to them. By increasing his strength stat, Hua Yun not only increased his physical strength, but also the durability of the armor itself, so now he was not afraid to fight. Activating his power, he pounced on the small green monsters that wanted to feast on him and his companion. All his actions resulted in notifications that he had managed to change the future. Our hero understood that he possessed such strength and agility that his enemies did not stand a chance against him. Recently, he read on the internet about an item called a skill stone, which if swallowed would grant a new ability. Mansu was surprised to hear this, because even those who were not players knew about these stones. So now the boy was sure that the boss had not regressed like the rest of them. However, for someone who had not regressed, Hua-yun was too strong, so one might think that he was lying. The boy was so lost in thought that only the boss's shout demanding an answer brought him out of it. It turned out that the skill stone was literally a stone that contained a certain skill, and it could be found near the monster's heart. The color of the artifact's glow indicated the class of the skill inside. White was common, purple was rare, yellow was unique, and red was legendary. There were rumors that the skill of stealth could be found in the dungeon of the werewolves, and its stone should glow purple. But our hero was more interested in what the skill class meant. The classes showed the boy how many copies of each skill existed. Rare and lower-level skills had more copies, while unique and legendary skills were extremely rare. For example, there were several stones with stealth in the world, so even if he managed to get one, someone else in the world would already possess the same ability. It was not difficult to guess that there was only one stone of the legendary and unique class, and Mansu confirmed this guess. Now the young man wanted to know how things stood with unique and legendary skills, what powers they gave, and what made them so valuable. But the boy was at a loss and couldn't say anything, and it became clear that he knew nothing about them. While Mansu tried to come up with some kind of explanation, our hero looked at the characteristics of his unique butterfly effect skill. Realizing that he wouldn't get any useful information from the boy, Hua-yun said that he could forget about his question. So they moved on because they still had to solve the problem of how to reach the 5th level in record time. When this problem was finally solved, Mansu asked what their plan was going forward. The hero said that he would do most of the work himself and that the boy should go to the crowd and find out what they were going to do. If it was something interesting, he should report back immediately. Mansu took his job seriously, so his eyes lit up and he decided he would do everything he could to be useful. Looking at this kid, Hua-yun couldn't help but notice that he radiated loyalty and devotion. Looking at how many people were gathering in the square, it became clear that this was where the gate to the werewolves' dungeon would appear, so John Bei wasn't really lying to him. Hua-yun decided that the first thing he would do was enter the gate as soon as it appeared. He had to hurry, because only 5 people could enter the dungeon. If his plan failed, people would kill the werewolves and get the stone, leaving him with nothing. Looking at his watch, he realized that there were only 7 minutes left before the chaos began. Listening carefully, he could hear fragments of conversations about how Hua-yong had gained stealth in this very dungeon. A blond man shouted that today was the day when the guild would finally get ahead, using Hua-yong, believing that they would leave a greater mark on history than he would. The people who heard this monologue were simply delighted. They also believed that they could achieve something greater in the new reality. Seeing that they were starting to look for him, our hero smiled and thought that he had made sure they wouldn't succeed, so he calmly waited for the gate to appear. The people waiting began a countdown. There were 10 seconds left before the long-awaited dungeon would appear. And then what everyone had been waiting for so long happened. The gate appeared with an explosion that nearly knocked the people nearby back with the shockwave. Instead of being frightened, the people began to applaud and say that it was time to make history and that the werewolves were weak compared to them, the regressors. When they heard someone running quickly behind them, intending to skip the line, they turned their heads in surprise to look at this insolent daredevil. Finally, it became clear that it was Hua-yun standing before them, and everyone prepared for battle, while some decided that they needed to contact headquarters immediately. Our hero understood that these people thought they were on the same level as him, because 5 days had passed since the regression of all the players. But his strength defied logic, so they were wrong. Noticing how agile and strong the guy was, the other players were confused because they did not expect to see such power in a newcomer. They chased him with all their might, but couldn't stop him from getting through the passage, so all their efforts were in vain. At some point, the passage was blocked, after which a notification appeared stating that the player limit had been reached and further entry was impossible. Mansu was amazed at how well his boss had planned each of his actions and ultimately achieved what he wanted. Finding themselves alone with Li Hua-yun, the players slowly began to realize that it wasn't him who was locked in with them, but they with him, and fear gradually took over. Our hero decided that the fact that he was dealing with people who had regressed was quite convenient, because he wouldn't have to explain who he was. Coming to their senses, the guys began to take action and prepare for an attack, because they understood that their ability to get what they wanted depended on it. They all began to open their inventory to materialize weapons from it. Taking out long whips, the players ran towards Hwayeon. It was unclear whether they wanted to beat him up or simply neutralize him by tying him up with ropes. But even the whip of the goblin leader, which was supposed to bind his body, was powerless against Hwayeon's armor. But while the guys didn't realize this yet and thought they had the upper hand, everything was not at all as they thought. Seeing one of the groups start to take out something that looked like nets, our hero understood everything. These cowards knew in advance that they were no match for him, so they decided to tie him up, knowing that their blows would have no effect. Smiling, Hwayeon could not help but agree that the plan was quite good. They had tried very hard to defeat him. It was even a little sad that they didn't succeed. It was comical that those who wanted to capture our hero ended up being captured themselves, trapped in the nets they had prepared for him. While the guy was dealing with his envious detractors, the werewolves began to approach them. The monsters approached in a whole pack, walking slowly, but their eyes burned with such malice that it sent shivers down your spine. Looking at the saliva dripping from their mouths, he decided that such behavior was normal for such creatures. Looking back, Hwayeon asked if his captives wanted to be an easy snack for the werewolves, and they began to beg him pitifully for mercy. When they said they were just following orders, our hero's eyes narrowed, and he asked who the person was who made them do it. However, his interrogation was interrupted as the werewolves approached, snapping their teeth furiously. At some point, their cautious steps turned into a fast run, after which they rushed straight at the people. This was to be expected, but our hero was still a little confused and did not immediately understand how quickly he needed to act and make decisions. The captives realized that Hwayeon was trapped. The werewolves had caught him, and now they were doomed to watch him being torn to pieces. It was clear that after the creatures dealt with the guy, they would be next. The guys couldn't bear to watch as the monsters greedily pounced on their prey and glared at them with their red glowing eyes. At some point, the animals began to behave strangely, their tails twitching nervously and their bodies shaking. Suddenly, some unknown force scattered the werewolves so that they flew up, bleeding and whimpered pitifully. Hwayeon had finally decided to show his strength. These wolves could not have imagined that their prey would have armor that would prevent them from biting through his body, while they were completely vulnerable to him. Those who were closely watching this battle were astonished, unable to comprehend how this was possible and why the young man had survived. Once our hero remembered some very important information that now came in handy. The wolves' muzzles were elongated, like those of dogs. In fact, wolves and dogs were similar in many ways. If you grab a dog by the muzzle and close its jaws, it will think you are stronger. He learned this a few years ago on a mission to track down smugglers, where he was bitten by a guard dog. The young man did the right thing, grabbing the dog with one hand and looking it straight in the eyes. The animal made no further attempts to attack. Now the thought occurred to him, why not try this technique with wolves, since they are essentially just bigger and more aggressive dogs? Hwayeon decided to try to put more strength into his grip and inflict as much damage as possible in this way. The method really worked, so Hwayeon successfully defeated the monsters by literally crushing their heads. The captured players couldn't believe their eyes because what the guy was doing was simply impossible. This was because, unlike goblins and orcs, werewolves had very strong bones that were incredibly difficult to break. The regressed players understood this, which is why they believed that Hwayeon's strength was simply beyond the pale. After a while, most of the werewolves were dead, and the prisoners asked why the guy didn't kill them all, to which he replied that he didn't need the gates to disappear yet. After all, he was only going to leave this dungeon when he found a werewolf with the skill stone he was interested in. Our hero remembered that players from his guild were waiting for him outside, so if the gate disappeared, they would realize that he had killed all the werewolves and taken the stone, and then they would try to find him. So an interesting but rather cruel idea came to his mind, which he intended to put into practice. There seemed to be more and more growling werewolves, but the guy wondered if it was worth killing them at all, because they could be used for his own purposes. Therefore, even when the monster's paws approached his face, he did not fight back, but only looked closely at the animal. At one point, the werewolf's sharp eyes caught strange vibrations, and it seemed as if the guy's body was simply dissolving into space, as if it were just a mirage. The confused wolf began to shake his head, trying to understand what was happening, but the answer came in the form of a powerful blow that knocked the life out of him. Blood flowed like a river, but the guy didn't care, because he was just doing what he had to do. Having finished with his opponents, he slowly approached his captives, meaningfully saying that they were next. After the game began, rifts opened up across the land from which monsters poured out, wreaking havoc on civilization. Everyone understood that this was the end of humanity. Therefore, in order to cope with the destructive force, a game system was introduced. To stop the apocalypse, it was necessary to kill all the monsters in all the dungeons. This led to the fact that there were almost no religious people left, only a small group of fanatics who wanted to stop this game. At this time, a new faith emerged in the form of guilds, whose members were considered defenders and true saviors of humanity. It was expected that at some point, the guilds would start fighting over the dungeons, because the items dropped by monsters could be used as a source of energy and to make weapons. In addition, skill stones from dungeons could be sold to players for crazy money. In other words, owning a dungeon brought huge profits. In addition to the material benefits, closing these gates, capable of causing colossal destruction, brought a lot of public approval. So the guilds were both a business and a religion, which is why Huayan wanted to know who was the leader among his prisoners. The threat in Huayan's voice was clear enough that he didn't have to persuade the prisoners to be honest for long. When the hero heard the name Choi Chul-sun, his eyes widened in surprise. That's because he knew that name. He had seen it on a statue that stood near his stone copy. It was hard to believe that such an influential person had told some pawns to come for stealth. This needed to be thought through carefully because it was unclear why such a powerful figure had decided to go to war against Huayun. But that could be thought about a little later. Now he had to focus on the task at hand, so our hero set about tying up his captives more tightly. When they began to realize what he was doing, they were overcome with such horror that they screamed loudly. Smiling at his frightened enemies, Huayan said that he had not come here to play games or joke around with them. Moreover, the guys had already exhausted their value to him. They had named their leader and were now useless. Huayan wondered why their boss had crossed his path, since he was the one who had gone with him to the last dungeon. At first, the guy thought that his comrade couldn't have done that to him, but then he realized that the man might not be who he seemed to be. Human nature was not the most pleasant, so it was understandable why one warrior would try to steal another's skills to become stronger. But now was not the time or place to think about such things, because danger lurked around every corner. After several werewolves died, new ones began to appear, and with each passing minute, there were more and more of them. The number of monsters in the dungeon was always the same. There had to be 25 of them, so new ones appeared at regular intervals to make up for the missing ones. So when this happened, the guy grabbed the net with the captives and mentally asked his fake comrade for forgiveness for killing his people. Despite their pleas for mercy, our hero threw the guys right into the path of the running werewolves. After that, he walked into the portal with a smile, feeling that he had done everything he had planned. When the first of the guys fell, the others were so scared that they literally froze in place and didn't know what to do next. In the end, these 4 will die, and the gates will open again, allowing new players to enter, because there must always be 5 in the dungeon. The guys who were still alive understood this, so they decided to attack Huayan to get some kind of revenge for this setup. But our hero effortlessly trapped them in his net again, preventing them from fighting back, and then he wondered which of the werewolves had the stone he needed. The frightened guys told him to pay attention to the one with white eyebrows. Looking at the captives, Huayan realized that he was lucky that these guys were so cooperative and that he would not waste his time. Perhaps they were frightened by the sight of the animals lying in pools of their own blood, so they decided to take a peaceful approach. Soon, the werewolf with white eyebrows was found, and as soon as the guy approached him, the animal trembled with fear. And for good reason, because they clearly didn't just want to be friends with him. Huayan treated him extremely cruelly. The captives watched as our hero literally tore the animal to pieces and couldn't even squeak, fear taking away their desire to speak. The process was very disgusting, but Huayan understood that he had to do it in order to find the skill stone. Remembering Mansu, who always wanted to help, the young man thought about what he would have to do to the boy and the professional butcher in order to push the dirty work onto him. After a while, he found himself holding a purple mineral that made the player's body transparent. The captives sighed, because they were very upset that the stone had been taken away, as they had been making plans to sell it and earn a lot of money. Huayan also had thoughts about selling the mineral, because it was very expensive. But despite this, he still decided to swallow it. From the very beginning of the game, the greatest power was not money, but one's own strength, which had to be obtained at the right moment. Only then was there a chance to become the strongest, and that was our hero's goal. He spent his entire life in an orphanage, feeling like he was on a battlefield, because it seemed that there was no safe place anywhere. Then he got involved in numerous wars as a mercenary, and he realized that there were places where there was not even a glimmer of hope. So now he wanted to have power that was many times greater than money. And in today's world, that was possible. He wanted to live in a world where he was the strongest and could rewrite history. So after swallowing the stone, the guy changed the future. A system notification appeared stating that the stealth skill had been blocked and could only be used at level 10. This news greatly upset the young man because he had planned to use it right away, and now he had to focus his attention on raising his level. He was only at level 6, so he had to figure out how to jump 4 more levels in a short period of time. Hua Yun was extremely annoyed because no matter how strong he was, the useless level indicator prevented him from fully enjoying his power. Realizing that he needed to raise his level again, the guy decided to pour all his strength into it. After all, he needed to be stealthy when leaving the dungeon because 100 not-so-friendly guys were waiting for him there, wanting to get their hands on this skill. Even with incredible strength, defeating 100 players would be almost impossible, so he had to act more cunningly, which meant that killing all the monsters was not worth it. After all, if he left even one werewolf alive, the dungeon would not collapse, and he would be able to slip out of it unnoticed. It was difficult not to kill the monsters, because Hua Yun's power was so mighty that he could break all their bones, so he had to be careful. His agility of 50 points helped him speed up the process, but he still had to restrain himself. While the guy was busy clearing the dungeon, he kept getting notifications that he had leveled up and earned extra points. When he had earned enough points to level up, the young man decided to try the stealth skill, and it turned out to be different from what Hua Yun had thought. The guy didn't understand how he could use it if it was so weak, but the prisoners told him that as the skill level increased, his clothes would also become transparent. Now Hua Yun finally noticed that there was indeed a number next to the name, indicating the level. According to the prisoners, the guy's clothes would only become transparent when his stealth level reached 2. In order not to wait for the level to increase, our hero could think of nothing better than to simply get rid of his clothes so that they would not have to be made transparent. This plan was not bad because a moment later the captives gasped when they realized that the guy in front of them had literally dissolved into space. The young man didn't care what happened to these guys because it was absolutely clear that if they could, they would gladly take his life in exchange for the skill. So when they started asking for help, he didn't even turn around at the sound of their voices because he understood that these guys would not help him, but would take advantage of his weakness. The entrance to the dungeon still glowed brightly and sparkled right in the middle of the square. If the gates opened again, it meant that someone had died inside, which meant that the next player could enter. While the question of which of the guys would go inside was being decided, our hero was able to quietly leave the dungeon because his body was hidden by a new skill. He was able to walk past the crowd completely unnoticed because no one paid any attention to his translucent silhouette, which resembled a shadow. Among the people, he noticed Mansu, who looked as if he was too worried about what was happening inside the dungeon. When he touched him with his translucent palm, the boy cried out in surprise, and our hero said that he needed to level up. But soon the boy calmed down because he recognized the voice and realized that his boss had gained stealth and used it at the right moment. Turning the boy's head, Hua Yun pointed to a yellow taxi, already having a plan in mind. He demanded that Mansu go to the car, and he was determined to do whatever his boss said. Soon the news was filled with reports that Hua Yun had finally appeared and intended to regain all the skills he had in his past life. Next, the media reported that 8 members of the General Guild had been killed by werewolves. In addition, they reported on Hua Yun's shocking hunting method, which crushed the werewolves' skulls. All this news did not cause any particular emotion in our hero. He was only sorry that, contrary to his wishes, attention was still focused on him. But Mansu was much easier to surprise. At one point, the astonished boy held his phone up to his boss's face and asked him to take a look. It was a video in which the hosts were discussing why Hua Yun had decided to appear in the dungeon. They also discussed some star qualities, the meaning of which was unknown to the boy, so he asked what they meant. The man from the program believed that Hua Yun was liked by people because, despite being the strongest player, he continued to do what he wanted. These words prompted the female host to ask if everyone was following Hua Yun only because of his star qualities. Our hero listened with a smile to the opinion that this was precisely why he was interesting to the general public. When the chairman of the Players Skills and Technology Association wanted to speak, he was kindly given the floor. The gentleman's name was Park Jung-sik, and although everyone was waiting for him to analyze Hwa-yeon's future actions, he wanted to talk about something else. Of course, this surprised everyone sitting next to him, but they didn't mind listening to this expert. The gray-haired man said that, in fact, as soon as Hwa-yeon appeared at the werewolf's dungeon today, the game was already over. These words surprised not only the hosts, but also made our hero open his eyes wide in surprise and begin to listen to every word. They pounced on Jong-sik, demanding an explanation, and the woman nervously asked him to avoid making statements that could intimidate people. Our hero knew that this man was very influential, so anything he said about the players or monsters would be documented, which is why everyone was so shocked. Hwa-yeon continued to listen to the report, and Jong-sik reported that they had examined the bodies of the werewolves in collaboration with the General Guild, and all of them had the same wounds in the area of the skull, which had been crushed. He added that the werewolves' bones were incredibly strong. According to statistics, their skulls could only be crushed by a level 40 player. So even if Hwa-yeon had passed the Blue Monkey Dungeon, which was currently the highest level, he would not have had enough strength to inflict such injuries. Taking out one of the werewolf skulls, Jong-sik said that he had been studying monsters for over a decade, but even he found it difficult to explain these wounds. Everyone instantly recoiled from the table, stunned that such an honored guest had actually brought a werewolf's corpse into the studio. Imperturbably sticking his finger into the wound of the dead beast, the man concluded that Hwa-yeon only needed to poke the werewolf with his finger to cause such damage, which he had never seen before. The other participants in the broadcast considered his words absurd and demanded that he take responsibility for such insane statements and resign from his post. Hwa-yeon realized that those who tried to challenge Jong-sik were people who had power and selfish goals, held high positions in organizations, and were respected by the players. It was obvious that if the rumors that our hero had killed the werewolves by snapping his fingers at their foreheads were confirmed, the fighting spirit, hopes, and dreams of the other players would be completely destroyed. But despite the general pressure, Jong-sik confidently declared that the game was over, because Hwa-yeon would be the one to enter the final dungeon and finish the game in this life as well. In order to smooth things over somehow, one of the show's hosts jumped up and began to speak, telling the dear viewers not to despair because they still had a chance to make history. Looking at these futile attempts to calm the audience, our hero wondered how people with such weak intellects could become hosts. Hwa-yeon realized that he was from the present and he was from the past. They were completely different people. The only thing they had in common was that they were both considered strong. Now the guy needed to focus on his level, because he realized that no matter how high his stats were, they were meaningless with a low level. He almost missed the opportunity to enter the werewolf's dungeon, unable to activate stealth when he received it, all because of his low level. If he slackened his guard, the players would immediately pounce on him like wolves to get a chance to take what belonged to Hwa-yeon. The dungeons also had a level threshold, so now the guy was in for a boring and monotonous hunt, and he chose werewolves as his target. But he didn't go to the dungeon where he would gain stealth, because there was more than one place in the world with this type of monster. When he first crushed a werewolf's skull with his bare hands, it felt good, but over time it became boring, so he had to look for new ways to kill. The Blue Monkey Dungeon was also impossible to pass through for now, because Hwa-yeon's level was too low. But Mansu consoled the boss by saying that there were no level 14 players at the moment. As expected, it was physically very difficult to level up too quickly, even if he hunted day and night without rest. But it was comforting that no one could enter the Blue Monkey Dungeon. Then an idea came to the boy's mind, and he asked his companion if he could hunt blue monkeys without entering the dungeon. The boy didn't understand what he meant, so the guy said that since there were no level 14 players now, in theory the blue monkeys could come out of the gate. After thinking for a moment, Mansu said that the monkey dungeon had indeed appeared too early, and that the monsters could have caused considerable damage before. However, the young man warned his boss that the monkeys were unpleasant opponents who were not only fast but also very intelligent. These words did not greatly frighten our hero, because now his reserve of extra points was equivalent to 108 levels, which was simply unimaginable. All the regressed players knew where the entrance to the monkey dungeon would appear, but now the place was empty because no one had been able to reach the required level. The boy warned that these opponents were extremely dangerous and could use ranged attacks, as well as learn from humans and imitate their fighting style. Hearing a loud noise, Mansu assumed that it was the monsters who had decided to play with other people's cars after leaving the gate. Hwa-yun knew that it was not worth underestimating opponents, especially those who could irritate with their incredible speed. So he decided to apply additional points to agility to have a better chance of winning and hunting successfully. It was a really smart decision, and soon our hero would realize how much. Mansu was frightened because an inexplicable wind had risen, literally knocking him off his feet. Hwa-yun was no longer nearby, so the boy became even more frightened, realizing that he could get into trouble and no one would help him. Since he was only at the 3rd level, a single touch from the blue monkey could turn him into a corpse. Meanwhile, our hero was already having fun with his new opponents, striking with such force and speed that the system notifications about extra points couldn't keep up. Despite the monkey's incredible speed, he caught and destroyed them without much effort, as if they were slow domestic animals. The guy decided he didn't want to waste time destroying them one by one, so he took on several monkeys at once. His eyes glowed fiercely as he attacked the enemies that attacked him every second, despite how he treated their kin. At one point, the monsters tried to climb back into the gate, but they couldn't because there was a limit on the number of monkeys in the dungeon. Even though Hwa-yun was a monster, he saw fear and horror in their eyes, as well as confusion as to why this was happening and what had gone wrong. Mansu knew that these beasts were very intelligent, which is why they were trying to escape. But he didn't understand why the monsters that had destroyed humanity were now running away. Opening his status window, our hero noticed that some of his stats had increased. This couldn't help but make him happy, because he was close to leveling up and his goal wasn't that far away. When his companion realized that Hwa-yun had reached level 17, he was simply stunned, because only 6 days had passed since the start of the game. Our hero realized that he needed to invest additional points in endurance, because he was completely exhausted. And after level 15, he would need to kill even more monsters. So he did as he had planned, and now his strength burned with new power. Sensing this, the monkeys began to run even faster, but they still couldn't get into the rift because the entrance was blocked. To save themselves, they tried to throw various objects at the guy, but he activated his armor and they simply bounced off him, as if his body were covered in metal. The monsters were so frightened that they literally screamed in fear and shunned Hwa-yun, hiding from him as if from fire. Of course, none of this helped them, because the young man found them and killed them, doing it all with a terrifying smile on his face. When all the monsters were finished off, Mansu said that this massacre would surprise reporters much more than the werewolves that were killed with a snap of the fingers. Thanks to the boy, our hero remembered that they were in the underground parking lot of a residential building, which meant that there were almost no blind spots or cameras here. Looking at the entrance to the dungeon, the boy said that it needed to be destroyed, but Hwa-yun thought otherwise, because monsters would appear, which meant that this place could be used to level up. However, the monkey monsters were level 14, and he was level 18, so it wasn't worth killing them, but there were no dungeons higher than this one yet. Mansu explained that higher level passages only appeared when all the lower ones had been completely destroyed. Smiling, the young man asked if it would be more difficult for other players in the future if he cleared as many dungeons as possible himself. The boy said that in theory that's how it should be, adding that a new dungeon should appear in a couple of hours. In his previous life, the gates of the 14th level were closed after 29 days. This knowledge surprised Hwa-yun, and he was interested in where his companion had learned all this. The boy just thoughtfully said that our hero was unaware of something important. After that, the boy took out his phone and showed him the game community, where it turned out that a huge amount of useful information was shared. Mansu said that players posted information there about the dungeons they had cleared, and the fastest clearing time was updated according to when a dungeon of the same level was cleared. According to him, the Blue Monkey dungeon was not the only level 14 dungeon. There were also green orcs, which meant that when one dungeon was cleared, another one appeared at a higher level. This assumption turned out to be correct. After digging through his phone, Mansu found out that a 15th level dungeon had already been opened in the city of Gwangju. Our hero asked when the first dungeon of this level had been cleared last time, and was told that it had happened 41 days after the start. Suddenly, the boy lit up with excitement and enthusiastically suggested creating an account and uploading their time, since they were the first to clear the 14th level dungeon. Since this site was recognized by the Global Players Association, it could be considered an official ranking table. So Hwa-yun agreed and said that they would use the nickname Fearless. A satisfied Mansu immediately began registering his boss's account, clearly pleased that his suggestion had been accepted. He immediately posted that the Blue Monkey dungeon had been cleared and indicated the time of the action. This message was like a time bomb, and after a while, angry messages started pouring in, saying that high-level monsters would soon start appearing. The stream of indignant messages did not stop, which could not help but make our hero and his partner smile. After the game began, buildings called gate shelters were erected, and people whose homes were near the portals came there. Now this place was filled with people who were frightened because new, more powerful monsters had begun to appear, which were more difficult to get rid of. At one point, people began to shout joyfully, saying that the Blue Monkey Gate was gone and they could pack their things to return home. But some did not believe what they heard, because too little time had passed, and in their opinion, it was impossible to get rid of the monsters so quickly. Those who raised their voices were threatened, told that such jokes could get them punched in the face, or worse. But then they saw something that made them shut up and believe what had been said. A large screen showed a guy quickly dealing with the monkeys. It was hard to believe that this was really happening, but there were no other explanations. Then someone saw a new registered account in the community that confirmed the words that the dungeon had been destroyed. Walking down the street, Mansu said that in his previous life, the 15th level dungeon had been cleared 41 days after the start of the game, and that it had happened in Japan. Now they were going to fight a giant bear, and the boy believed that monsters below level 20 should not pose a problem for them, since they do not use abilities. While they were walking all 300 kilometers, our hero received notifications that he was able to change the future, for which he received extra points. So every step felt like a separate decision made by the main character. Then Mansu finally decided to ask how this thing of changing the future worked, as it seemed very strange to him. After a brief explanation, the boy realized that literally every step could change the future. So now he urged his boss to do as many different things as possible to earn extra points. Suddenly, a car came out of the gate, speeding so fast that the boys didn't even have time to jump out of the way. They got out of the way at the very last moment, which caused the driver to react violently. He started shouting and saying that this road was exclusively for cars. But Huayun was in no hurry to do so. He smiled and stood still, which made the driver ask if he was okay. When the guys finally moved away, the man behind the wheel cursed for a long time, asking what would have happened if they had been killed. At one point, Mansu turned to his boss to ask what had just happened, but he was nowhere to be found. Huayun ran alongside the car, which puzzled the driver, and said he could outrun him. Our hero threatened the man, saying that if he wanted to survive in this world, he should think first and speak later, not the other way around. Such pressure greatly surprised the driver, and he even forgot what he wanted to say for a moment, so confused was he. This was because the man knew perfectly well that only 9 days had passed since the start of the game, and no one could have reached such a speed in such a short period of time. Huayun clearly understood that new, more complex dungeons were opening up because of him, which was different from what had happened in his previous life, and gave him the opportunity to widen the gap between himself and the others. He knew he wanted to reach the 20th level dungeon as soon as possible, because that was where the weapon he had used before was located. This meant he had to kill a monster that matched that level. It was no easy task, but our hero was determined to succeed. His target, a huge bear, seemed to go berserk when it realized that it was in mortal danger, so the guy had no choice but to defend himself. At some point, Huayun stopped and only then realized that he was quite tired. The bear was incredibly strong, and it was difficult to resist it. And since he was not alone and all the bears were very strong, the young man began to wonder if he could handle such a heavy load. Now was not the time to think about it, especially when the monster struck with its paw so hard that the ground shook, and Huayun barely managed to jump aside. Despite the difficulty and fear, our hero decided to take action. So he jumped on the bear and began to move up its body. When he reached its head, he began to strangle the monster, which resisted, wheezed, and tried in every way to break free, but it did not succeed. Finally, one enemy was defeated, but in the next second, another one moved towards him. The fact that the bears were attacking one at a time was not very good, because it would take Huayun a lot of time and effort to kill them all. He understood that he needed to come up with an effective plan that would help him solve this difficult task with minimal damage. Meanwhile, in the game chat, there was a lot of talk about how no one would be able to enter the last dungeon and that it was time to start looking for side jobs again. Some did not understand why it was fair that those who had been successful in their past lives were now taking all the credit. But there were also those who believed that the player fearless was the best and had no equal. Reading the chat, Mansu's face suddenly took on a surprised expression. It turned out that someone had just cleared the 16th level dungeon. It was the work of some poisonous Choi, as Choi Chul-sung called himself. Smiling, our hero thought that this race should be interesting, since his opponent had already reached the 16th level. Mansu believed that this guy had cleared the dungeon so quickly that it seemed as if he had been waiting for someone to deal with the 15th level rift. But our hero wasn't upset by this news at all. On the contrary, he was even glad that someone interesting had finally appeared. Choi Chul-sung was a player who had been called the King of Poisons in his past life. He was the head of the General Guild, and right now, this guy was living up to his reputation. It was time to take action, so Hua-yun asked what weapon Chul-sung had in his past life. Mansu didn't know for sure, but he remembered that it was a black dagger. The boy also reminded them that on the 20th level, they would have to face a terrifying beast, the Golden Leopard. Hua-yun reminded them that his abilities allowed him to be confident. News began to appear in the chat that the dungeons of the 17th and then the 18th levels had been cleared. This meant that the 20th level dungeon would appear very soon. According to Mansu, it was to be found in Yoldan Park, located in Bundan, Gyeonggi Province. The boy was worried about encountering other players, but his boss was calm because no one else could enter there except him. Opening the status window, he saw that his stats were very high and his level had reached 21. To level up a little more, he decided to invest additional points in strength. When it also rose to unprecedented heights, our hero realized that he could now fight with his bare hands. Mansu didn't know whether to be afraid or admire this. Alerts began to come in that his strength stats exceeded 1,000, for which he received a skill that allowed him to instantly petrify his opponent's body. This skill was not just useful, it was a real find that could be used against enemies and make him feel safe, even when they were very close. To test this ability, he decided to freeze Mansu's body in place. It worked on the first try, and the boy froze in horror, his eyes wide open. With a trembling voice, he asked if he had been petrified, and our hero simply nodded in response. When the boy realized that this meant Hua-yun's power had reached 1,000, he was so surprised that he could hardly speak. But when this ability finally returned to him, Mansu shouted with delight that even Emperor Yonseon had possessed such a skill. Realizing that Hua-yun had no idea who he was talking about, the boy handed him his phone, which contained a long list of records from past lives. It turned out that Yonseon was a man with the ID Chinese king, nicknamed the Emperor because he was a legendary player who united participants from China. In his past life, he cleared more dungeons than Hua-yun and rose to the top of the rankings. But now there was no point in thinking about the past. Our hero focused on getting into the dungeons he had been to before and getting all the weapons. Hua-yun ordered Mansu to go to the location of the 20th level dungeon and report to him about everyone who arrived there. The boy was happy to help his boss, so he promised to contact him if he noticed anything strange while he was dealing with the 19th level dungeon. In this part of the rift, our hero was about to encounter a creature called the Red-Eyed Mole. He needed to close the passage so that the gates of the 20th level golden leopards would appear. He could have just waited, but there was one problem. Everything indicated that no player capable of clearing a dungeon of this level had yet appeared in this world. Approaching the rift, the guy realized that the local population was being evacuated for safety reasons, and a soldier approached him to check his documents. Unfortunately, Hua-yun had to say that he did not have his documents with him. The armed soldier wanted to express his indignation, but he was distracted by a sharp noise coming from somewhere behind him. A second later, a huge beast jumped out of the passageway, and it was the very same red-eyed mole that Hua-yun was about to encounter. The soldiers immediately opened fire on the monsters, hoping that this would help neutralize them in some way and prevent them from penetrating deeper into the city. The young man was immediately asked to leave the danger zone, but he calmly replied that guns were useless against red-eyed moles. With a trembling voice, one of the soldiers asked if they were really facing a player, and our hero nodded affirmatively. Their conversation was interrupted when one of the creatures came so close that it was literally breathing down their necks. Swinging its paw, it was about to attack a soldier. It was then that the young man decided it was time to try out his new petrification skill. His eyes glowed red as he used it on the mole. The monster flickered, and its single eye widened in surprise. The animal quickly realized that it no longer had control over its body. While the soldiers were fighting off other moles, our hero decided to neutralize the one that was frozen in place by his power. This turned out to be very easy, as the creature was literally defenseless because it couldn't move. So it was no trouble for him to crush the monster's throat right in his hands. After that, Hua Yun calmly walked to the portal because no one else tried to stop him. First, everyone was busy, and second, it was clear that this guy could handle it. The young man quickly realized that compared to the other monsters, which were quite aggressive and stupid by nature, these were cunning and crafty, so they buried themselves in the ground for the time being. He had to figure out how to get them out of their hiding place, and in order not to waste unnecessary resources, the young man decided to see what tools he had in his inventory. There he found blue monkey fur, which emitted extremely harmful fumes when burned and could be fatal. He could set it on fire and smoke out the moles. The guy noticed that there should have been 15 moles, but there were many more than that, which could cause him unwanted trouble. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a monster appeared, moving so quickly and deftly that our hero barely had time to react. If it weren't for his armor, which made his body literally invulnerable, this creature could have bitten off his arm. When the mole's teeth hit the hard surface of his body, it squealed loudly, apparently damaging its jaw. Soon, the young man was able to deal with one of the moles. The beginning had been laid, so now it was not scary to face the rest of the species. To lure out the rest, Hua Yun set fire to the blue monkey's fur and threw it into one of the burrows so that the smoke would travel straight through the underground tunnels dug by the moles. When black smoke could be seen coming from almost every burrow, our hero began to mentally count down the time until his enemies appeared. But they did not appear because the poisonous fumes killed them right in their burrows, preventing them from escaping to the surface. Just like that, all the monsters in the dungeon were defeated quickly and easily, and the gates would be destroyed in 3 minutes. As soon as Hua Yan left the dungeon, his phone rang. It was Mansu, who reported that circumstances had arisen that would make the boss very uncomfortable. The boy's voice indicated that he was clearly confused. It turned out that a whole bunch of reporters had arrived at the site of the new portal and needed to be dealt with. But our hero was surprised by something else. No one from the guild had arrived, even though they knew about the stealth skill and should have been interested in it too. Meanwhile, the soldiers who were dealing with the moles that had escaped into the real world realized that the person in front of them was the very player they called Fearless. Huayan solved the problem with the 19th level portal in just half an hour, after which he went to Yildan Park. As he approached, it became clear that the reporters were still there. Calling Mansu, he asked why he hadn't gotten rid of them yet, and the boy said confusedly that no one was listening to him. Turning off his phone, the boy realized that no one could solve the problem better than he could, so he headed straight for the journalists. The people with tape recorders immediately perked up, realizing that they were standing in front of the legendary Hua Yan and that they could now learn some very valuable information. So they immediately pounced on him with questions about what he thought of all the complaints that other players were making. One of the journalists suggested that he was deliberately trying to undermine the morale of the other players and asked if her guesses were correct. A very young reporter asked Hua Yong felt guilty that high-level monsters were appearing much faster than in the past and that he was responsible for this. Some poked microphones right in his face, others asked to take a photo, and the young man realized that he was in the midst of real chaos. He was annoyed by the noise and commotion. Having been a mercenary and lived among exploding shells and gunfire, he had come to appreciate silence too much. So now he wanted to scare the reporters away as quickly as possible, so he said that people were to blame for being so weak. The surprised journalist asked if the guy really believed that it was all because people didn't try hard enough to survive. To add fuel to the fire, Hua Yong said that weakness was not a sin, but those who complained about their fate deserved a place in hell. The stunned reporters decided to change the subject, saying that the Canadian representative considered Hua Yong to be an overrated player who would eventually become weaker than the others. Before answering this question, the young man asked which channel had more viewers, as he was only going to talk to popular TV channels. When it became clear which one had the most views, the young man pointedly asked what the Canadian's name was, as if he had no intention of wasting his energy on remembering such trivial details. His name was Bovad, and Hua Yan made a mental note that he needed to be careful with this character. But now he had a good opportunity to humiliate everyone who challenged him. So, raising his middle finger, he said loudly that this gesture was intended specifically for Bovad. After this show, our hero finally entered the dungeon of the Golden Leopards, where only 2 players were allowed to hunt 7 representatives of the feline species. The difficulty level was B+, which meant that victory would not come easily, but it also indicated that rare and valuable items could be found in the dungeon. So the difficulty level did not scare the young man at all, because he knew that all his efforts would pay off. As soon as the first leopard appeared in his field of vision, he attacked the animal without hesitation, causing it to roar loudly. This action angered the monster so much that its eyes literally burned with hatred, and its roar made everything around it tremble. The young man knew that in this state, the beasts were extremely dangerous, but there were also advantages, because in their rage, they lost their vigilance, and this could be exploited. There was another nuance. Upon hearing the golden leopard's roar, the player temporarily lost the ability to use skills. Now the animals were using this tactic, so hunting as before would no longer work. He had to come up with a different strategy. Remaining invisible, our hero realized that he couldn't use his skills here and would have to win through cunning. When the leopards realized that an enemy had entered their territory, they decided it was time to attack with the most brutal methods. Since armor was temporarily unavailable, Huayan knew that even a slight contact with the fangs of these monsters would cause him to bleed profusely. Sensing the enemy's aura, the leopards suddenly stopped, their eyes widening in surprise, as they had not expected to encounter someone so strong. Before they could tactically retreat, Huayan struck, and his blow was so devastating that the creatures were literally disarmed. It was a pity that armor was not available, because with it, our hero could have blocked their attacks with his forearm and then killed them one by one. Now he was doomed to fight them all at once, which was a very bad idea, because even one leopard was a problem, and several at once was a real disaster. But the guy didn't lose his cool. Putting on an arrogant expression, he waved his hand and told the beast not to be shy and to come at him as soon as possible. The growling leopards rushed forward, so enraged by such insolent behavior that they were ready to tear the young man to pieces. This was exactly what Huayan had been waiting for, because finally the leopards approached him so quickly that he was able to grab one of them by the neck and start squeezing hard. In this way, he managed to neutralize several animals at once, and the rest began to retreat to a safer distance, realizing that they were not the strongest here. Everything indicated that the plan, which consisted of making grabs, was very successful and should be continued in the same vein. Despite the obvious danger, there were some desperate animals among them who rushed into battle and were not afraid of death. This only played into the hands of our hero because he did not have to attack first. He only killed those who attacked him. In this way, he managed to kill almost all of the golden leopards, and all this happened in a very short time. After a while, the system announced that all the level 20 golden leopards had been defeated and the reward had been received. The young man was upset that he would have to cut open the bodies of the beasts again to get what he wanted. Among his inventory, he found a new item that was lost among the rest, something that resembled a dagger. Reaching out, he decided to take this item and see what was now in his arsenal, because his curiosity would not let him rest. It turned out to be a dagger of destruction, capable of crushing everything in its path and receiving the effects of its owner's skills. After testing the sharpness of the small blade, our hero realized that the weapon was worthy and could serve him well in the future. The system announced that all the monsters in the dungeon had been defeated and the gates would collapse in 3 minutes. But the guy kept thinking about the strange dagger, about which he knew nothing, neither its characteristics nor its additional damage. However, he was glad that Huayan had finally obtained the weapon he had used in his previous life. At some point, he realized that his ability to turn his body into armor was beginning to return. It seemed that his powers were beginning to synchronize with the blade, which looked very strange, as if the object in his hand was imbued with his own energy. When he tried to activate stealth, he discovered that the dagger had disappeared with him. Now it was clear that the weapon was absorbing the same abilities that he himself possessed. Smiling, Huayan slowly began to make plans for how he would use these amazing abilities. Unlike other weapons, this blade had no characteristics, but it had something more: the effects of the skills he himself possessed. In other words, the stronger the guy became, the more powerful his weapon was. With these thoughts in mind, he left the portal, where smiling reporters were already waiting for him. They began to bombard him with questions again, this time interested in whether Huayan was really the fearless one from the chat. While our hero remained silent, the journalist's focus shifted. Now they wanted to know if the dungeon had really been cleared and if he had taken the weapon he had used in his previous life. These curious people surrounded him and wouldn't let him pass, and our hero's irritation gradually grew. He wanted to be in silence as soon as possible, but then his gaze found Mansu in the crowd, who was looking at him sadly. He asked him to get rid of the journalist, but the boy failed again. But he could be forgiven for that because the boy had neither strength nor authority. But now he was interested in something else. Why weren't there any vultures in the crowd waiting to swoop down and take his power? After all, whenever he came out of the dungeon, players were already waiting for him, eager to get his skills and items. Even reporters had been waiting for him the whole time he was dealing with the leopards, but there were no players in sight, which made him wary. All these disturbing thoughts were so annoying and confusing that Hua-yun began to get angry at himself for attaching importance to such trifles. He was distracted from these thoughts by a man's voice asking a very unexpected question. The man asked when Hua-yun would finally acquire the unique skill called the Eye of God. The blonde reporter waited for an answer with a sly smile on his face, but several seconds passed and none came. This was because our hero was confused, as he had no idea what the man was talking about or what he wanted to hear from him. He himself became curious about what this Eye of God was and what advantages it gave. Now, he was no longer interested in strategy or how he would look from the outside. All the guy wanted to know was more information about this skill. Looking at Mansu, the young man realized that the boy was also puzzled, as if he had never heard of anything like this before. It seemed that he did not know all the secrets that the events of the past could reveal, but what could be expected from a child? Meanwhile, the journalists tried to find out from Hua-yun what skills he currently possessed. They wanted to know everything, his level and characteristics, but the hero remained stoically silent. Then when everyone finally fell silent, he unexpectedly said that he was currently at level 24, and his strength was 1033. These words caused everyone to look at each other in shock, because no one expected to hear about such a high level and simply sky-high strength indicator. In addition, the guy added that he had heard information that any of his actions were now legal. Therefore, he threatened the annoying journalists, saying that if anyone decided to bother him again, necessary measures would be taken. The guy didn't specify what those measures would be, but his bloodthirsty gaze and cruel grin said everything that needed to be said. The next day, the world was once again plunged into chaos, with all the newspapers full of headlines about how daring a character named Hua-yun was. His strength was also discussed. No one could understand how the hero had managed to achieve such heights in such a short period of time. Everyone was also surprised that the 20th level dungeon had been cleared in just 40 minutes, with some experts arguing that the hero needed to be stopped because he was a direct threat. They did not forget to mention that the guy refused to be interviewed and threatened reprisals if the reporters were too intrusive. Meanwhile, our hero was still trying to find out what this Eye of God skill was. Mansu only knew that he had it in his past life, but the question of what exactly could be done with this ability remained open. It was a mystery that had yet to be solved. Soon, the boy reported that he had remembered some details. The Eye of God allowed him to see the characteristics and inventory of another player. If that was really the case, then the ability could help Hua-yun understand what kind of person was standing in front of him, whether he should be afraid of him, or on the contrary, whether he could provoke him. According to the young man, the skill was truly unique, because not only was it one of a kind, but it also became stronger as it improved. The power of unique abilities lay not only in the fact that they were one of a kind, but also in the fact that they could be upgraded. It was similar to the effect of a new dagger. In the same way, unique skills increase their characteristics and gain new abilities. The leveling up of such a skill was sometimes called the Second Awakening, as it unlocked its full potential and range of power. Mansu said that there was so little information about the Eye of God only because it was only possessed by Hua-yun, so it was logical that it was difficult to find out the details. The boy also said that there were rumors that at the second level of the skill, Hua-yun was able to notice the slightest narrowing of an enemy's pupils or detect their heartbeat from a distance. These rumors were confirmed by the fact that our hero always struck precisely at his enemy's weak points, so the Eye of God could be even more terrifying than it had previously seemed. Of course, our hero wanted to know which dungeon this skill was located in, but Mansu couldn't help him, as he didn't have that information. However, the young man had one idea that might help them. Our hero's companion was really smart, because he immediately opened the list of cleared dungeons on his phone, thanks to which it was possible to use the method of exclusion. The chance of finding the right dungeon was high, but not 100%, because they had to go through a huge amount of information. This site stored data on all cleared dungeons, including those that our hero had cleared in his past life. The problem was that there were a lot of these places, and the young man would definitely not be able to clear every rift, and since all the players had regressed, one of them could definitely get the Eye of God. Wanting to support his boss, Mansu reminded him that he was the strongest player in the past, and it was not for nothing that a monument had been erected to him in the middle of the city. In addition, completely different players spread all sorts of rumors about Huayun, not to mention that an entire project called Li Huayun was created with the goal of collecting all the items that belonged to our hero in his past life. Remembering him was extremely unpleasant, as it was yet another reminder that the competition was simply staggering. Mansu believed that the major guilds in South Korea definitely had extensive reports on every player who entered the final dungeon. This led to the idea that the government leadership knew about the regression, but that sounded simply absurd. In the boy's opinion, even the guild leaders did not know that regression would occur. Most likely, they simply wanted to kill the players to prevent them from becoming the strongest again. This made sense, so Huayun smiled, realizing that he had a very quick-witted assistant. The boy added that the big guilds had detailed information about famous players, but our hero didn't understand what the murder had to do with it. But there was definitely a connection, and it became clear when he remembered the attempt to steal his stealth, because those people knew he had armor, so they prepared nets and whips. Now that he possessed stealth, these people would definitely come up with something else to minimize its effect and not interfere with their planned murder. Mansu believed that the guilds would continue their attempts because it could be assumed that they had a complete list of Huayun's actions, right up to his entry into the last dungeon. The papers with information about the boy's past life were now like a treasure map, and it was they that would lead Huayun's enemies to the items he had. The boy's face became very sad when he said that in his past life, he had also been a member of a guild, and unfortunately, it had been involved in similar activities. In this world, skills and items were the most valuable things, so stealing them from others had become normal, but it was unclear how others knew where a player had obtained a certain item. The only option was to keep accurate records to track which skills were used after visiting a particular dungeon. Huayun liked this idea. He didn't mind simplifying his task and keeping track of every move the players made. Their target was the largest guild in Korea, led by Choi Chol-sung, known as the King of Poisons, who was one of those who had entered the last dungeon. These people had already tried to steal stealth, and since they knew where this skill was located, it was likely that they also knew the locations of other skills and items. Now, our hero understood why there was no one at the Golden Leopard's dungeon. It seemed that the guild was preparing for a more important skill, namely the Eye of God. It was clear that the regressors weren't interested in items unless they were legendary, because they could create them from materials found in the dungeon. Huayun believed that there could be two reasons for the absence of not only the guild as a whole, but also other players at these gates. When Mansu looked at him intrigued, the young man asked if it wouldn't be easier to kill him now that he had collected most of the items, so he could take everything at once. That was the only logical reason why no one wanted to take his dagger right now. But he also instilled fear in them, and no one wanted to mess with him alone. Soon, a notification appeared in the chat that the 21st level dungeon had also been cleared, and it was done by Poisonous Chol. Seeing how hard this character was trying to keep up, our hero couldn't help but smile, because they were trying to catch up with him. At first, the ranking of the best players included participants from other countries, such as the US and China, but starting from the 20th level, only Huayun and Chul-sung remained. However, the difference between them was small, so there was no need to worry about the competition yet, although it was something to keep an eye on. Opening the status window, the guy looked with pleasure at his level, which had finally reached 25. In addition, his endurance, strength, and agility were growing with each level, which made him very happy. This time, he decided to invest all his extra points in concentration to improve his performance. There was more good news. When the young man's strength exceeded 1,000, he received the status of King of Strength. Along with it, he also gained the petrification skill, which had previously been possessed by the emperor named Yong Song-wei. Only a player of level 334 could achieve this. Looking at what his boss was doing, Mansu enthusiastically said that concentration was very important, so it was a wise decision to allocate points to it. Our hero agreed with this, because concentration is very important in hand-to-hand combat, and he also learned that with a high concentration value, it would be possible to use the other characteristics more effectively. For example, he would be able to dodge more often and be more elusive to his opponents. It also made it easier to see his opponents' weak spots and find them much more easily. Concentration was also useful when Huayong, for some reason, could not use his skills. After thinking for a moment, Mansu asked if his boss really didn't need mana at all, since his boss didn't pay any attention to it. A little confused, the guy said that there had never been a case where he ran out of it. These words made him really happy because he realized that his boss used all his skills wisely. Mana was defined by the ability to draw and use magic from the surrounding currents, and if calculated correctly, it would last a long time. The guy's next goal was to increase his stealth level, and his young companion asked why they shouldn't break in and clear out the new dungeon. But Huayun believed that there was no need to make a fuss if it could be avoided altogether. Ever since his military days, he knew that torturing enemies was much less effective in terms of obtaining information than espionage and infiltration. Therefore, the young man decided that as soon as his stealth reached the second level, he would find himself at the headquarters of the General Guild. Strolling through the evening streets, Mansu shared his thoughts that Huayun always wore unremarkable clothes. The boy believed that now that his mentor had become stronger, he should dress accordingly. For the first time in all this time, our hero looked at himself and really thought about his style. Mansu continued to stand his ground, saying that the guy should dress in something cool, clothes that would show how strong he was. This idea seemed absurd to the young man, because he believed that it wasn't clothes that made him cool. Lowering his eyes to the floor, the boy said that he knew that perfectly well, but thought it would be nice to emphasize it with his clothes as well. Our hero finally agreed to look at some new clothes and asked the boy to take him to the store. Mansu took him to the place where the players who went to the dungeons bought their clothes. According to him, not only ordinary clothes were sold there, but also unique items that made it easier to stand out from the crowd. Looking around, one could see a variety of potions, arranged by color to the delight of perfectionists. Opposite them stood knight's armor that looked like it had come straight out of the pages of historical novels. While Huayun was looking at the strange items, his companion had already noticed something special. When our hero turned his head, he saw a leopard print jacket and a pile of colorful jewelry in the boy's hands, which was too much for him. So he turned away and pretended to be extremely interested in medieval armor. Finally, a salesman approached them and asked if he could help the boys with anything. The boy's first thought was to ask the gentleman to take the leopard print items from his companion's hands and not let him near the jewelry anymore. But he didn't have time to say a word, because Mansu immediately started chattering about how they were looking for clothes that would look just unrealistically cool. Surprisingly, the store owner immediately understood what his customers wanted, so he led them to the right shelves. A few minutes later, Mansu had a whole box of clothes in his hands and his face expressed sincere joy. Our hero couldn't help but smile when he saw the boy, so he didn't even argue and immediately agreed to pay for everything. When they approached the counter, the salesman smiled strangely, then apologized for his bluntness and said something. He said that he wanted to give all these things away for free, in gratitude for the visit of the famous person whom he immediately recognized. Smiling, the young man thought that there were certain advantages to his popularity after all. It was all so strange that the guy couldn't believe that his reputation was enough to get something for free. A few minutes later, Huayun changed his clothes and looked really impressive. Mansu was simply delighted with his boss's new look. On the way, our hero decided to ask his companion if he knew how to increase his stealth level. Of course, the boy knew all this, and he explained that the most important thing for improving any skill was the level of mastery. This meant that it was very important to use the skill consciously and with an understanding of what you were doing and why. Huayun suggested that in this case, he would simply continue to use it and the skill would improve on its own. But Mansu revealed another detail. It turned out that skills also had a point system. When the level of mastery of a skill increased, the system notified the user. Mansu said that if the level of mastery increased from a certain action, then that action itself was called a mastery point. This led our hero to think that since the others had regressed, it meant they knew in advance what actions increased their skill level. So now the question arose in his mind as to what exactly he should do, since he did not possess such knowledge. There were many gates in the world with the same monsters, and even if someone cleared one entrance to the rift, there were still others. The dungeon of goblins and orcs had already become a kind of testing ground for Huayun. This was because goblins were considered the weakest enemies in the game. So many similar gates were not cleared in order to help beginners. In addition, these monsters were not even capable of scratching our hero, so he preferred to train on them. And now he was standing right in front of an enraged orc, who was twice his size. The young man and his companion were completely calm, knowing that this creature would not harm them, as it was too weak compared to them. Activating his stealth skill, our hero decided that it was worth improving this particular skill. When he disappeared from the stupid monster's field of vision, it didn't even understand what had happened and looked around in confusion. After that, Huayun decided that it was worth practicing his armor as well, since he didn't have many opportunities to use it in action. But there was one problem. The guy discovered that he couldn't use two skills at the same time, which upset him greatly. He assumed that such restrictions were imposed on him so that his power would not be too strong. Then he decided that this time he would focus exclusively on stealth in order to perfect it. So without thinking twice, he circled around behind his opponent and decided to attack, to finish off the goblin once and for all. A blade glinted in his hands. His cloak fluttered in an invisible wind, and the guy looked like a real hero from ancient legends and stories. He easily plunged the dagger into the enemy's weakest spot, which led to the monster's quick demise, so he soon received a notification that his stealth level had been increased. While the orc screamed in pain, the young man couldn't help but smile, because he saw that he had received extra points for changing the future. But the battle was not over. While the dagger was still stuck in the creature's neck, it had to be returned to its owner. Despite this, the young man wondered if it would really be so easy for him to deal with any enemy that stood in his way. Now that the enemy was finished, he could move on to the next dungeon and the next challenge. Mansu assumed that it would only be this easy on the first level, because further on, the difficulty of the dungeons themselves would increase each time. To some extent, the boy was right, but it was still easy enough for our hero to deal with monsters such as orcs and goblins. He increased his stealth level so quickly that the system couldn't keep up with sending him notifications. In the end, he achieved the ability to make all objects that touched his body invisible, and the duration of this power was proportional to his mana stat. It was time to put his plan into action, so Huayuan asked where the headquarters of the General Guild was located, and Mansu said it was in Gangnam, in the Cheongdam district. The district was not poor, so it was immediately clear that the guild owners were extremely wealthy people. Upon arriving there, our hero saw a multi-story building that was built in a modern style and looked impressive. Expensive cars were parked under the building, and it was clear that their owners had a lot of money in their accounts. Hiding all signs of his presence, Huayuan followed two representatives of this guild to get to the entrance of the building. On the way, the two men discussed Huayuan, one saying that they would only suffer from this kid, while the other was sure that they should pretend to be loyal, but suck up to our hero whenever possible. At the entrance, they were greeted by a friendly security guard. The security system worked so well that it left him with almost no work to do. After swiping a special card that indicated their guild membership, the guys were able to proceed. This action was so routine that they didn't notice the catch. The men couldn't even imagine that they had led the enemy into their lair. At one point, the dark-haired guy felt something strange, a slight aura of power that immediately disappeared. The guard immediately asked why the gentleman looked puzzled, but he said that everything was fine and that he just thought something was strange. Huayuan realized that even with his stealth skills, he needed to be more careful not to reveal his presence. He wasn't quite sure where he should go, to the lobby, to the strategic facility, or to the conference room. The answer came unexpectedly when a voice in the hallway announced that the morning meeting would begin at 9:30. So all officials were asked to gather in the conference room. Right on time, the host announced that the meeting was open. Although our hero was not an official, he was still present at the meeting and decided that he should remember as many people as possible because he clearly knew he would see them again. It turned out that the guild leader was not present at the meeting today because he had gone to the 23rd level dungeon. The guild members whispered that he was working too hard and that anyone else in his place would surely be exhausted by now. Some believed that the man was putting in so much effort in order to get the Eye of God as soon as possible. Huayuan was alarmed that there was so much talk about the skill he possessed in his past life, even among ordinary players. At one point, the blonde man thoughtfully asked how the preparations were going. He was given no specific answer, only a hint that Li Huayuan needed to be watched as closely as possible. Some were indignant that they heard this name at almost every meeting, and all because they couldn't even catch him. The vice head of the General Guild, whose name was Choi Han Sung, asked if anyone present knew where Huayuan was now. Our hero almost laughed, imagining the reaction of the guild members if they knew that he was right there among them at the secret meeting. The man slammed his glass down on the table, saying that they had already given up their secrecy and sacrificed the dagger, so they had to do everything they could to prevent the Eye of God from getting it. The man at the microphone said that it was currently impossible to determine where the guy was, but they were sure that he would show up at the appointed place to receive the desired skill. Anger literally overflowed the vice head's body, and he wanted to lash out at the event host, who was too calm. Choi Hun-sung shouted that this kid was much stronger than in his previous life, which made him unpredictable and much more dangerous. He threw a newspaper with a picture of Hua Yun, who was frozen in an incredibly defiant pose, right onto the stage. The man believed that such a display of audacity and strength was intended to scare off the players who had targeted him. Now the irritation had spread to the event host, who slammed a thick stack of papers down on the table. It turned out that these were records of everything Li Huayan had done in his past life, and, as could be understood, these reports contained detailed explanations. Our hero listened attentively to the information about what he had received on April 17th in the dungeon of the Black Ogres of the 34th level. During this raid, he killed 4 players from the same guild who were now asked to raise their hands. One of the victims was Han Mu-sung, a fair-haired boy who had the misfortune of being with Hua Yong in the Black Ogre dungeon. Among the victims were also Li Yu-jin, Park Kwang-ho, and Ko Sang-hyun, all of whom spoke of their murder with absolute indifference on their faces. Looking at these people, it was very difficult for the young man to believe that he had actually killed each of them and remembered nothing. The dark-haired girls said that there must have been a rare skill in the Black Ogre dungeon because the boss had sent their group there, where Li Huayan was already present. Since he was not yet a well-known player at that time, they ignored his presence. A blonde man interrupted her story and added a few details. They didn't just ignore him, they indifferently ordered him to get lost and not interfere with them. They made a fatal mistake, which they still remembered with a shudder, because the guy turned out to be insane, and many of the memories still seemed too scary. The girl claimed that they knew the monsters in that dungeon well, so they could be 100% sure that the Eye of God would appear there. It was thanks to them that the guild had this information in the first place, and they also added a lot of details after the regression. Looking through the documents, Huayan saw that they described the location of the gate and even described the monster's weaknesses. Knowing this information gave him a huge advantage, which made him smile slyly. Folding his arms with interest, the vice head of the guild asked what the guys who had done them such a big favor by providing the information wanted in return. The warrior stood up and said that she had heard rumors that the head was going to go there alone, but only their group and Hua Yun knew about this place, so she asked that they be given a chance. She claimed that this time they would be able to take the enemy's life and return with the desired skill. With a broad smile, Choi Hun-sun said that he really liked the girl's combative attitude and asked if she had a plan. Without hesitation, she replied that her team was going to inject a powerful substance called SA2. Everyone in the room froze in surprise and shock, and one of the players reminded them that the World Association had banned the use of this substance. The warrior believed that if they did not use prohibited techniques, their opponent simply could not be stopped, and this way they had a chance to force the Black Ogres to kill him. All these words did not scare our hero in the slightest. He only thought that he was facing some kind of suicidal people who had decided to die a second time. When Mansu received a message from his boss asking him to find information about the substance SA2, his mouth opened in surprise. As practice showed, human imagination had no limits, because even when monsters tried to destroy the world, people continued to study them in order to find a way to save humanity. The skin and organs of monsters were rare items that could be hard but light, and the fuel made from them was often much more efficient than coal, all of which allowed humanity to develop. However, not all technologies were aimed at the common good, and the best example of this was the very banned substance that was discussed at the meeting. Mansu immediately told his mentor that SA2 was an incredibly dangerous substance that had been banned by the association, but the young man wanted to know what it did. It turned out that it enhanced the monster's abilities. All this new information was extremely interesting, and our hero was already thinking about how to use it for his own benefit. When he asked what the substance was used for, the boy said that it was created for military purposes, and the enhanced monsters were sent to enemy states to destroy them. At that time, there were very cruel and bloody events when ordinary goblins killed ordinary people in the most bloody ways. It was something like doping, but much more powerful, causing players and soldiers to die from monsters that were much weaker than them. Reading all this information, the guy realized that this development was very useful, albeit incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, at the meeting, they discussed that the effect of the injection lasted a full day, which should be enough time even if they administered it to the ogres before Li Huayan arrived. Then the black ogres would be equal in strength to the monsters of the 100th level, so after they dealt with the enemy, they would calmly take his skills and items and then receive the Eye of God. The plan was good and appealed to Choi Han-sun, but the vice head asked everyone involved to keep their mouths shut. After all, their guild would be finished if people found out about the use of a substance banned by the association, but the skill was worth the risk. The dark-haired girl was advised to raise her team's level as they needed to enter the 33rd level dungeon. Meanwhile, our hero received a notification that his stealth skill would soon drop due to a lack of mana. Therefore, he decided to invest additional points in mana so that he would have more time. When the indicator increased significantly, the young man felt much calmer because he did not risk being discovered by enemies. However, the dark-haired girl he had killed in his previous life noticed a strange fluctuation in mana in the room. She seriously asked if anyone had used a skill or applied bonus points to their abilities. Her blonde-haired companion was puzzled. He couldn't understand the point of the question, because why would anyone need skills at a meeting? The others also looked at her as if she were crazy, and only our hero understood that this girl was too sensitive to mana fluctuations, and that could create unnecessary problems for him. All conversation ceased as soon as it was announced that the guild leader had arrived. Everyone immediately perked up and began to rise from their seats to show the man the respect he deserved. The dark-haired girl was told that she had simply sensed the aura of the leader, but the warrior was skeptical, even though she suspected that it was due to changes in the energy flows. When she tried to say that she felt an aura that was even stronger than that of the leader, the guy angrily ordered her to shut up immediately. Since his tone clearly conveyed a threat, the girl decided to stop expressing her opinion and lowered her eyes to the floor. Finally, the most important member of the guild entered the conference room and greeted everyone present. As soon as this man entered the room, it seemed as if even the air became cooler. Choi Chul-sun was a truly powerful player. He looked incredibly similar to Choi Han-sun, so one could assume that they were relatives or even brothers. The first topic of discussion was the banned substance, and everyone wanted to know the opinion of the most important player in their guild. After thinking for a moment, he also said that he considered it almost the only way to kill the annoying guy, whose incredible strength was shouted about at every turn. The man had enough experience to confidently say that it was necessary to think through a plan of action carefully before doing anything. Then he unexpectedly asked everyone present to leave the conference room. Although this request raised many questions, it was obeyed without question, as everyone respected the head's wishes. Realizing that the meeting was over, our hero also followed everyone else to the exit, as it seemed that he would not hear any more useful information. Finally, he quietly whispered to his opponent that they would soon meet in the dungeon of the Black Ogres. But now there was no reason to think about Choi Chul-sun, because it was much more important to start familiarizing himself with the documents that had been presented at the meeting. So the guy followed the meeting leader, who was holding a folder with documents describing his entire past life. This led him straight to the closed doors of the archive, next to which was an electronic panel with an access code. Thanks to his heightened concentration of 700 points, our hero managed to make his steps completely silent. So, in order to notice Huayan, a player with an even higher value of this skill would be required. As arrogant as it may sound, this was practically impossible, so the guy was calm. Looking around, it became clear that only the meeting leader and the hidden Huayan were in the archive. Finally, he decided to relax his stealth, doing so deliberately so that his opponent would feel his presence with every fiber of his being. There was a click, and a small flame appeared from a lighter. The hands holding the document titled Project Huayan began to tremble when the man heard the question of whether the stack was too thick. A second later, these documents were already in the hands of our hero, and the member of the common guild sat tied up and trembling in the corner, staring at the bright flame. Only it wasn't just a flame, it was burning the fur of a blue monkey, which emitted extremely harmful smoke when burned, which could be fatal. Huayan looked through one page after another, all of these records describing events as if it were a movie script. In addition to personal information about the guy, there was also detailed information about those he had killed in his past life. These additions were extremely interesting, because now our hero had the opportunity to learn about the characteristics of his enemies. There was also a list of items and skills along with where they could be obtained, so the documents were an incredibly valuable find. The record stated that Hua-Yun's body had unexpectedly changed after clearing the 245th level dungeon. His dark body was replaced by a blurry figure that destroyed everything in its path. This indicated that the guy had acquired a legendary skill, something no one had ever seen before. So players called this form of his the Shadow, which gave rise to his nickname, Shadow of Death. Now the members of the guild believed that since everything had started over, this mysterious legendary skill must belong to their leader. Hua-Yun photographed every page of the records about his past and future so that he could reread them. He understood that most likely he only had a copy in his hands, and he desperately wanted to see the original document. Not knowing where to find it, the guy started pounding his fists on all the closed shelves in the archive. The burning wool did not go unnoticed, and at some point the smoke reached the sensors and triggered the automatic alarm and fire extinguishing system. Most of the cells in the archive were destroyed and burned, which was exactly what our hero wanted. He wanted to destroy as much of the material stored there as possible. In addition, he managed to destroy the supercomputer that stored all the guild's data, which led to new system messages appearing in front of the young man. Opening the status window, he saw that his strength, agility, and level had increased. After visiting the guild, Hua-Yun earned an incredible number of extra points, which seemed to hint at how much the information he had received would influence the future. This time, he decided to invest all his points in strength because he would need it very soon in the new dungeon. Moreover, he had no idea how strong the monsters would become under the influence of the banned substance that his enemies were going to use. Glancing at his little companion, our hero asked how much information he had managed to find out about SA2. Mansu's expression became very serious when he announced that he had found much more information than he had sent before. According to him, humans were truly terrifying creatures, and he went on to explain that this substance was originally created for skills and items. People thought that the difficulty of the dungeons would automatically increase if the monsters became a level stronger. In this way, they seemed to be trying to outsmart the game system so that it would work in their favor. Hua-Yun understood that the players were trying to increase the rank of items that could be found in the dungeon. Mansu confirmed his guess, but added that the system did not respond to this substance in any way. The hero realized that this substance was of little use, so he sighed and asked how strong the black ogres would become after the injection. Pointing to a small green goblin passing by, the boy suggested finding out in practice. After saying this, he took a strange little bottle out of his jeans pocket and stared at it intently. Swinging with all his might, he threw the object directly at the passing goblin. When the thing hit the monster's body, it immediately pierced its skin, causing a sharp pain that made it stop. Small splashes of blood began to spread across the green skin, and the substance got inside. The drug began to take effect, causing unbearable pain, so the goblin screamed desperately, but there was no salvation for him. The creature seemed to go wild, moving much faster, so that its movements were difficult to track, and its eyes burned with some kind of hellish flame. When it managed to run up to Mansu, the boy froze in horror, realizing that if the creature attacked, he would not be able to defend himself. But no one was going to let it come to that. Our hero immediately intervened and grabbed the monster so that it couldn't even breathe in the boy's direction. Clutching its skull tightly, he said that the goblin had definitely become faster, but it still wasn't strong enough to defeat him, so it was no problem for him to crush the creature's skull with one hand. Upon entering the 27th level dungeon, our hero had to face gold-toothed zombies that looked simply disgusting. They gave off such a strong smell of rotten flesh that it was difficult to concentrate on the task at hand and pull himself together. The task was not easy, especially considering that these creatures fought as fast as blue monkeys, and their iron jaws and teeth possessed enormous destructive power. Despite all the trouble and disgust, I had to pull myself together and touch these zombies, because otherwise there was no way to kill them. But it turned out that breaking their skulls and tearing out their organs was completely pointless. The strong smell complicated the situation several times over, so the guy decided that he needed to be stealthy and try to decapitate them all. His actions were effective, but they only intensified the incredibly strong and poisonous smell, which was almost unbearable. Despite this, Hua-Yun circled around the monsters in his deadly dance to finally deal with them. He killed a whole horde of these creatures, but they didn't even give him any extra points, which saddened the hero. But his strength and agility stats increased, and his level reached 28. Of course, the result was not bad, but the young man still wanted more. In his opinion, he was leveling up too slowly. While he was lost in these thoughts, he completely forgot about his surroundings, not noticing that one of the zombies had survived and was now approaching him from behind. Fortunately, he noticed the approaching enemies at the last moment, which gave him the opportunity to turn around in time, swing his sword, and behead the creature. Now he received messages that all the monsters in the dungeon were dead and the gates would close in 3 minutes. When he saw that he had changed the future again, he calmly headed for the exit, enjoying the sounds of destruction behind him. The system also informed him that his butterfly effect skill level had been increased and that his actions had greatly changed the future. Stopping right in front of the exit, the guy read all the notifications and was a little surprised, so much so that he even slowed down. After carefully reviewing the information, he thought that if he had been given a skill point for clearing the dungeon and destroying the gate, then he was clearly being sent mixed signals, especially considering the message that the mastery level of the butterfly effect skill had been increased. Leaving the dungeon, our hero noticed that Mansu was waiting for him obediently and was clearly worried about how everything would turn out. When the boss returned, the young man was visibly relieved. He literally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately cheered up as soon as he saw the guy safe and sound. Hwa-Yun's expression was very serious when he asked if his companion had any more questions, but he didn't need them because he remembered his past life. Mansu said he had 2 more questions because he had used his first one to find out why they had regressed. Our hero wanted his young friend to ask the system about skill mastery. It sounded like a pointless question, but the boy agreed. Without thinking twice, the boy asked how to get a point of mastery of the butterfly effect, and the system said it needed some time to process the information. The frowning boy turned to his boss and said that now he owed him, since his question had been used up. Hwa-Yun did not object. When the answer was received, the boy's eyes widened so much that it seemed as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. With a trembling voice, the boy said that he had wasted 1 question because the system reported that the skill called butterfly effect could not be found. It all seemed very strange, and in fact, our hero possessed a skill that simply did not exist. All these thoughts gave him a headache, so he asked Mansu not to make any noise and to let him think. But no correct thoughts came to his mind, which annoyed the guy even more, because he usually always knew what to do. Soon, something unexpected happened. The system announced that the special gates of the dungeon had been unlocked. It was a first-level dungeon that only 1 person could enter. Surprised, Mansu froze in place, then pointed at the open portal and asked what it was. His boss had the same question. The system sent another message stating that the young man had earned more than 4,000 points with the butterfly effect, and as a result, a special dungeon had been opened. Our hero decided it would be a good idea to ask the system about this new dungeon, but Mansu didn't want to waste another attempt to ask something. And so it was clear that the creators of this game were not on the side of the people at all, because the guys had just received an answer that the system knew nothing about the butterfly effect. Hwa-Yun disagreed because now they weren't asking about something special, but about something that had literally appeared right in front of them. The next message said that the gates to a special dungeon would soon be closed, so the heroes only had 30 seconds to think. All this uncertainty weighed so heavily on the guy that he decided he had to go in, only to find out what it all meant in practice. Mansu understood that he couldn't help his boss in any way, so the only thing he could do was ask the system what kind of dungeon was right in front of him. After a few seconds of deliberation, a blue screen appeared, stating that the answer was being searched for. Finally, the young man learned that special gates opened if a player gained a significant advantage over the others. The game's creator believed that they were necessary for balance. It was also said that after clearing the dungeon, the player would receive a special skill, so the gates would only open if an invincible character was found. The purpose of this rift was to create an opponent for Hwa-Yun who was capable of defeating him, and any other player could enter it. However, this meant that anyone could take the reward. The quick-witted Mansu quickly realized what was going on. The gates appeared literally to stop his boss. A notification appeared stating that the boy had used up all his questions, but the answers about the special gate would continue. His guesses were confirmed when the system directly stated that Li Hwa-Yun was the reason for the appearance of the real gates. There was also a mention that the boy could also enter the dungeon to surpass his boss. Opening his mouth in surprise, the boy almost started talking to himself, because inside he was so indignant that the system had decided it could joke with him. The next message said that the system couldn't answer the previous question because the info had just been added to the game. After reading this, Mansu demanded that they give him back the one question he had wasted, or provide him with an answer. The blue screen did not display any messages. It seemed that the system itself was confused and did not know how to behave. Deciding to think about it later, the boy pondered that the special gates only opened when someone became too strong, and inside there was a skill that could counter him. And all this was invented in order to maintain the conditional balance of the game. Sighing, Mansu thought that it was all nonsense that made no sense. But then he realized that there was one advantage. His boss was about to get another special skill that no other player in the world possessed. Meanwhile, our hero was moving through a high-level dungeon with a feeling that some kind of danger awaited him that would surprise him. He was comforted by the fact that, at the very least, he would be able to obtain a unique skill that would help him in future battles. All this time, the dungeon was incredibly quiet, so much so that it aroused suspicion. At some point, the guy realized he was not alone here. Looking around, he saw a goblin in front of him, seemingly ordinary and unremarkable. It was strange that such a weak monster was waiting for him in this unique dungeon. But when the creature stretched into a strange, meaningful smile, doubts began to creep into his mind that everything was not as it seemed. Suddenly, the creature spoke, its voice joyful, literally rejoicing as it said that the day had finally come. The meaning of the words had not yet reached our hero's mind, as he was simply amazed that the goblin could talk. But then something happened that made his eyes widen in surprise. It turned out that this was not just a goblin, but the guardian of a special dungeon whose level was as high as 200. The guy didn't even know how to comment on this, because it was the first time he had encountered an enemy whose level significantly exceeded his own. The creature laughed maliciously when it realized that the man had seen its level. It seemed that this creature could not only talk, but also gloat. Baring its razor-sharp teeth, the goblin said that the young man should not be afraid of it. Activating its power, which manifested itself in fiery whirlwinds, the monster said that it would deal with the enemy so quickly that he would not even feel anything. And then he opened fire, the stream of scorching flames so powerful that it seemed impossible to stop. Hua-yun stood and watched his death approaching, but he couldn't figure out how to avoid the sad end. The all-encompassing flames burned everything around them, even the air. The dungeon keeper was 100% sure that no one would survive his attack, so he thought he could relax. He watched with delight as everything around him crackled in his fire. It was clear that even human bones would not withstand such temperatures and would turn to ash. Only after a few minutes did he realize how wrong he was and how overconfident he had been. Hua-yun used his armor, which had reached its limits, and his skill had improved. He was informed of this by several system notifications in a row. As he read them, the fire gradually dissipated, so that soon his entire figure could be seen, unharmed. Smiling, the young man realized that his armor skills were finally starting to improve, and this happened when it couldn't absorb all the damage. Now it could withstand a wave of 30% of the impact, but our hero wanted to improve it even more, because there were no limits to perfection. The young man became curious about how exactly his armor could withstand the shockwave, because he did not understand how it was technically possible. Then he decided that he could think about it later, because he still hadn't dealt with the monster standing right in front of him. Coughing, the goblin reminded him of his presence, his anger manifesting itself in a fiery glow that enveloped his entire body. After carefully observing his opponent, our hero showed no sign of fear, which further enraged the monster, who couldn't understand how the man had managed to survive. This time, the creature decided to use a more powerful technique, so it created a huge fireball that it planned to direct straight at Hua-yun. But even that did not impress the guy. He coldly raised his hand and commanded his power to petrify the enemy. When this happened, the goblin was so frightened that he froze in place and didn't say a word. And then he fell with a crash, as if he were not a creature from another world, but a porcelain figurine that could be easily broken. Crawling on the ground, the creature could not understand why his body refused to obey his impulses. Nothing like this had ever happened to it before, so fear threatened to completely consume its mind. There was neither time nor desire to explain anything to the monster, so our hero grabbed its head with all his strength and began to squeeze. Since the creature could not move, the only sign of resistance it could show was trembling all over its body. And then something inexplicable happened. The creature regained control of its body and threw off Hua-yun's hand, who stumbled back in shock. He had no idea why this had happened, But what worried him most was that his opponent's skull was so strong that he couldn't break it. It was obvious that now he had to come up with some other plan of action that would help him get out of this situation safe and sound. Clearing his throat, the goblin said with a smirk that he had almost died, but he didn't seem too upset about it. At some point, he used his power and cloned himself, so now our hero was dealing with not one enemy, but 4. Laughing, the monsters said that now they were in for some real fun because they had caught a truly strong man. This time, the goblins decided to use a different kind of magic, not fire, to test Ha-Vyun's strength. The creatures created a strange bluish glow. They did it all so synchronously that the guy had no idea how to defend himself against so many enemies attacking at once. Hwa-Yeon felt that his armor was about to break because it was almost impossible to withstand such an onslaught. And when his vigilance dulled, the cunning goblin took advantage of this opportunity and got so close that he could switch to hand-to-hand combat. He was very surprised when he realized that his blow had been parried, not without effort, but Hwa-Yeon had managed to do it. His fist also glowed with a strange bluish light, which greatly increased his strength. Using this skill was quite pleasant, because our hero felt as if his hands were capable of destroying everything in the world. All these actions provoked an accumulation of energy, which caused the earth to tremble and made it seem as if everything around him was about to explode. There were no explosions, and the guy watched the result of his work with admiration and couldn't help but praise himself. It was simply stunning. The cloned monsters began to crawl back in fear, unable to believe that they had been defeated by a human who was lower than them in rank. Not all of the creatures were lucky enough to survive. Some suffered injuries that were incompatible with life. The goblins looked at the young man with a mixture of fear and admiration. They tried to understand what was wrong with this man and why he was so strong. After all, his strength resembled an indestructible force of nature that threatened to destroy everything around him. When he approached them so quickly that they could feel his breath on their skin, the goblins froze in place, not knowing what they could do against him. Activating his power, the young man struck a blow that literally knocked the life out of the remaining creatures. They screamed in helplessness and pain, but they understood that no one would come to their aid, and even if they wanted to, they would not be able to defeat this man. Those who had not yet been touched by the young man's hands understood that they needed to run away and dodge his blows, because their attacks were completely useless. But no one was going to let them escape. Soon the young man dealt with their kin and went after the fugitives to close the dungeon once and for all. He only slowed down a little when he saw the notification that his bonus points amounted to 1,432. It was decided to apply all the extra points to the strength characteristic. So now he was not just strong, but simply indestructible. A man who could deal with the strongest monster with one hand. He exuded such menace and danger that the goblins didn't know where to go. They knew they weren't running fast enough and that it wouldn't help save their lives. All that remained was to accept their sad fate and not resist what fate, or rather Hwa-Yeon, had in store for them. The shockwave was so strong that it knocked the goblins off their feet. They screamed in fear, still trying to run to safety. But only a miracle could save them, as became clear when every stone in the area was stained with green blood. The surviving monster looked around, trying to figure out where the attack was coming from, but for a moment it seemed that the boy had simply disappeared and was lucky to have saved his life. Just as he was about to rejoice, a blade pierced his throat, and death came so quickly that the creature did not even have time to realize what had happened. When the goblin fell to the ground, the young man was flooded with messages saying that his level had been raised. There were so many that it seemed as if the game's creator himself was impressed by the boy's actions. Smiling, Hwa-Yeon realized that this time he had surpassed himself, which couldn't help but make him happy. The only thing that upset him was the dirty blade, which was stained with the foul-smelling blood of monsters. The level increase was a worthy reward for completing the high-level dungeon. Soon, the long-awaited notification arrived that all the monsters in the dungeon had been destroyed, and the gates themselves would collapse in 3 minutes. He was especially pleased to hear that a special skill had been awarded for defeating the dungeon guardian. Our hero was so engrossed in this that he even slowed down and did not rush to leave the dungeon. This skill turned out to be the Eye of the Other Side, which allowed him to see the player's memories, but it could not be used on a person who was a level higher. Hwa-Yeon was impressed because such a skill could be useful to him in learning more about his past through other people. Strong players from the past and present had not lost their power, so it was possible to glean the necessary information from their memories. Players who had items and skills possessed greater power, and with each dungeon cleared, that power grew. So even after losing everything, they were able to immediately pull ahead at the restart, thanks to the information they had gathered in their past lives. The eye of the other side allowed our hero to bridge the gap in knowledge that he had with the other players. The guy understood that this was simply incredible, because now he had the opportunity to restore the justice that had been violated after the regression. As soon as he left the dungeon, Mansu immediately became interested in what special skill he had gained for his victory. But instead of answering, our hero looked closely at the boy and thought, why not try out his new skill on him? After activating the skill, he received a notification that Mansu's memories could be viewed, so he had to choose which memories he wanted to see. Without thinking twice, the hero decided to choose the moment when they were in the supermarket, because that was when it all began. Suddenly, a huge screen appeared in front of him, and the system announced that the player's memories would be shown right now. It resembled a 50-inch TV, and there was even a pause, rewind, and fast-forward function, just like when watching a movie. Soon, an image of a man appeared in front of Hwayeon. His son was begging him to buy him a wrench, but he didn't think it was necessary. There was nothing interesting for Hwayeon at this moment, so he decided to fast forward. A few seconds later, a scene of bloody violence appeared on the screen. A man was lying on the floor of a supermarket, and a goblin was sitting on top of him, finishing him off with a metal rod. It was so horrific that our hero froze in place, realizing that this was the image that had been haunting Mansu since the beginning of the game. His hand clenched involuntarily, but he knew he had to watch some more fragments of memories. Then his image appeared on the screen. He was standing in a torn jacket, stained with blood, but the boy saw in him a man who could change his life. He was sure of this even when Hwayeon aggressively chased him away and wouldn't let him follow him. The only thing that worked was the words that our hero was the only one who could give him hope to become the best in this life. It was foolish to hide that the young man was pleased to hear that he was the only one who could defeat all the monsters and one day rise above everyone else. Looking at the stunned Mansu, our hero quietly said that he now understood exactly how he had felt at that moment. The boy was extremely embarrassed that someone was digging into his head, and blushing, he repeated his question about what the boss's unique skill was. No one answered him, which upset Mansu even more. First, the system ignored his questions, and now his mentor did too. But Hwayeon said he would try to do everything the boy dreamed of, kill all the monsters and rule the world. This was Mansu's most secret dream, one he had never told anyone about, so Hwayeon could only have known about it if he had been digging around in his head. Once again, using his reverse vision, the young man wanted to see the memories of the events that had taken place just 10 seconds ago. The skill worked perfectly, as it accurately showed a picture of Hwayeon himself, who spoke such grandiose words about ruling the world. It was very strange to see himself in another person's memories, because it seemed that Hwayeon was looking at himself through the prism of Mansu's adoration. The boy admired our hero so much that he idealized him greatly. This brought a slight smile to the hero's face, because it was nice to know that he was such an authority figure, an object of adoration to someone. But then he simply couldn't hold back his laughter and told the boy that mentally calling him "my lord" was too much. Mansu was so embarrassed and ashamed that he angrily shouted at him to stop messing with his head. Looking at the message in the player chat, the young man realized that now he had to wait for the opening of the level 29 dungeon. Many people were indignant that the dungeons were being cleared so quickly because they didn't have time to visit them. All this fuss seemed so distant to Hwayeon, and it really was, because sitting in his bright apartment, he understood that such problems would never affect him. Even though people complained about his clearing speed, he still had to upload his results to the chat to get into the overall ranking. After all, it was founded by the government and the association to show records in the game. As soon as Hwayeon entered the top 10 participants, the law would cease to exist for him again, and he would become more influential than their president. His earnings would not be taxed, and the advantages could be listed endlessly, but something else interested him much more than the rest, namely the final dungeon, which should be the finale of the game itself. Our hero was absolutely certain that those who entered it would receive enough wealth and fame to rule the entire world. Hiding a smile, the young man realized that his main goal was to finish the game as quickly as possible and achieve incredible global influence. The boy was distracted from these thoughts of world domination by an excited Mansu, who clearly wanted to tell him something. Nervously showing his phone, the boy started talking about Poisonous Cho, the head of the General Guild. It turned out that a message had appeared in the chat saying that the dungeon of the level 29 poisonous spiders had been cleared by this very player. The young man couldn't believe what was happening. He thought this person was doing unimaginable things. Mansu thought it was impossible unless the guild leader had acquired some new ability that allowed him to clear one dungeon after another. The young man was absolutely certain of one thing. Choi Chul-sung wanted to get ahead of him and get his hands on the Eye of God arsenal. They were supposed to meet in the dungeon of the Black District, and Mansu was very frightened by this prospect because then he would have to fight this man. Noticing his companion's nervousness, the hero asked if he really didn't know what a battle was. Meeting the boy's gaze, the young man said that battle meant that both sides were capable of something. So there was no need to be afraid, but rather to take action. So the boys went to South Korea, where the dungeon of the level 30 Blackhorn boars was located. There they encountered huge monsters whose fangs were so sharp that they could tear anyone apart. The boars hunted in packs, and when they saw an enemy, their eyes immediately lit up with an otherworldly red glow that did not bode well. In addition to their sharp teeth, they had horns that contained poisonous substances. If it even scratched a person's body, the poison would instantly enter the body and begin to slowly kill, causing incredible pain. But our hero knew that this horn was incredibly valuable. One glance was enough to understand that more than one player had given their life for it in the past. The problem was that the guy was running out of mana because the cost of the reverse eye was simply insane. Now Hua Yan deeply regretted spending so much magical energy to dig into his companion's mind. So he decided to pour additional points into increasing his mana stats. Soon he felt his body fill with new energy, allowing him to continue fighting the monsters. Now he decided to try again to get the precious horn, which was deadly dangerous, but no less desirable. Our hero's speed now also reached unprecedented heights. He jumped so fast that it was almost impossible to track his movement. The boars were confused, because just a second before, there was a man in front of their eyes who disappeared in an instant, as if he had dissolved into space. Meanwhile, Hua-yun was relentlessly approaching the monsters to take a more advantageous position and attack from a convenient location. When the monsters detected the fluctuations of mana in space, they rushed straight at our hero, even though they couldn't see him. The guy was even a little surprised when he realized how accurately they had chosen their course. All he could do now was activate his armor and wait. That's exactly what he did. From the outside, it might have seemed like he was courting certain death, but he had a clear plan in his head that was supposed to lead to victory. At one point, the creature rammed into our hero's body, but was unable to pierce it because his armor was activated. To be honest, Hua-yun was shocked that the boar's horns did not break, which proved once again that they were incredibly valuable. This discovery only spurred the guy on, and now he wanted to get his hands on the horns at all costs. The creatures already began to understand that they had gotten themselves into some kind of murky situation, so they decided to make a tactical retreat. But of course, no one was going to let them go. They were trapped and now helplessly watched as the enemy approached them with a blade in his hands. Using the blade of destruction, the young man achieved what he wanted and took the boar's horns. Thanks to this, his armor was upgraded to the second level, and now he could create a shockwave that had both defensive and offensive properties. The beasts watched with tears in their eyes as their priceless horns were cut off, and at one point, the young man even felt sorry for them. But if he felt sorry for every creature he killed, he would never rise to the level of ruling the whole world. So he had to become cold and emotionless, a person who considered killing to be the most boring thing in the world. He was even annoyed that the boars didn't try to attack him again, since they were at level 30 and were quite strong. Now these monsters looked more like frightened little pigs that didn't know what to do. But our hero now had the horn of a blackhorn boar in his hands. It was one of the materials needed to create legendary items. He could get good money for it, since the guy had a good dagger, and this horn was just a resource for him, not a necessity. The young man smiled as he read the message that all the monsters in the dungeon had been killed, and the gates would close in a few minutes. Turning his back on the slain animals, Hua-yun slowly walked toward the portal that would return him to the real world. When he returned to his apartment, he noticed that the leaves were already beginning to fall from the trees. Looking at his phone, he felt uneasy because he didn't fully understand what was happening. He was annoyed by the players who were literally breathing down his neck and clearing the dungeons that opened up after the ones he had closed. Exchanging glances with Mansu, Hwayan asked how many level 32 gates there were. The boy said that there were only 2 in South Korea, which meant that Choi Chul-sung would come to one of them. But another thought occurred to him. The man could go to the gate of the 33rd level and wait until he cleared the previous rift. These words did not seem absurd to the boy, so he suggested going straight to the gate of the 33rd level. Mansu understood that this confrontation had now turned into a real battle of wits. It was clear that one of them would have to clear the dungeon of the 32nd level, but fate would decide who. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted when he saw something on his phone that made him fall silent. Picking up his phone, Hwayan realized what news had caused such a reaction from his companion. It turned out that the poisonous Chal had already cleared the 32nd level gargoyle dungeon. Yes, this guy had acted very quickly. Members of the guild led by Choi Chul-soo had already gathered at the entrance to the next dungeon, and these people were clearly waiting for something. They had the forbidden substance in their hands, but now they wondered if it made sense, given that Hwayan's power exceeded 1,000. The girl didn't understand if someone had really decided that this player's strength could be more than 1,000 units. She thought he was just intimidating fools. While the guys were arguing, the guild leader was getting closer and closer to the passage, looking inside thoughtfully as if planning his next move. One of the players asked if their master was sure that the forbidden substance would work, since their enemy was capable of killing monsters with a snap of his fingers. Smoking a cigarette, Choi Chul-soon listened to the alarming talk that Hwa-yeon's power could indeed be higher than 1,000 units in some way. The man shrugged and said that if the guy really had such power, then their plan was a waste of time, but he preferred to think that it was all a lie. But no matter what, they wouldn't have to fight the guy anyway, because he would be busy with the black ogres, who would be under the influence of a banned substance. The guild leader thought Hwa-yeon's words about his strength sounded like nonsense, but they had to assume it was true, because only then could they prepare properly. Even if their opponent was so strong that he somehow earned that many points, it would be difficult for him to withstand 10 ogres pumped full of doping. Throwing away his cigarette butt, he concluded that Hwa-yeon would have to accept his fate, because the black ogres would become 20 times stronger. So they would be able to kill the guy and steal all his stuff and skills without getting their hands dirty with blood. So the man couldn't wait to get started, because he could only imagine how strong they would become after taking everything Hwa-yeon had. When they got inside the rift, they confidently followed their leader, who had no doubts about his ingenious plan. Choi Chul-soon believed that these guys could grow into good warriors if they were trained in time. At one point, he suddenly raised his hand and ordered everyone to freeze immediately. It seemed like he sensed something, but this caused his team to look at him with confusion. His intuition did not fail him, because the very ogres who would become their guinea pigs for testing the drug were wandering nearby. The guild leader crouched down and said that they were very close to those who would help them achieve their goal. All that remained was to apply the substance. Without hesitation, he removed the safety pin from the sprayer containing the drug and prepared to activate it. When the drops of the substance entered the air, the space around them glowed slightly, as if hinting at a dangerous reaction. The leader put the sprayer on the ground and let the substance freely enter the air, while they themselves had to move to a safe distance. The smell was barely noticeable, so the ogres did not understand what was going on, especially since they were not particularly intelligent. But when there were too many poisonous fumes, they realized that something was wrong, because the smell was unfamiliar and seemed dangerous. It was too late. The substance had entered their respiratory tracts and caused their eyes to glow bright purple, and saliva began to flow from their mouths. Now the ogres could not control themselves. They growled loudly because they felt some strange force inside them that was breaking out and giving them no peace. Everything was going exactly as it should, so the guild leader smiled contentedly and realized that he had come up with a brilliant plan to destroy the enemy. Looking at the monsters, whose strength was already beginning to grow, the guys remembered that their opponent would only arrive in a couple of hours, which meant they were stuck alone with these creatures. But Choi Chul-sung calmed their anxiety, saying that they would stay in the shadows until tomorrow, just until the substance wore off. The frightened guys looked at their smiling leader and listened to him explain that all they had to do was go to the dungeon and retrieve the dead man's body, after which all his achievements would belong to them. Meanwhile, our hero was already standing at the entrance to the very same ill-fated dungeon where they wanted to kill him. It was so quiet around him that it seemed very suspicious, because even the birds were not chirping in the trees near the entrance to the rift. Thanks to the fact that he came here and intended to go inside, the future changed, and our hero earned a few more bonus points. Looking at the fresh tracks, he could conclude that his enemies had already been here, but he didn't understand why they had been so careless and revealed their presence. Mansu was restless, very worried that the ogres were under the influence of a banned substance, and suggested returning to the dungeon in a day when its effects would have worn off. But the young man just shrugged and said that it was unnecessary, because they already knew their plan, so they would just follow it. Moreover, if something went wrong, they could always come up with a new plan, so the young man decided not to delay the inevitable and invest all his bonus points in endurance. Before entering, the young man said that people from the guild might be hiding nearby, so he advised Mansu to hide too, so that no one would see them. None of our heroes could have imagined that they were being watched not only by people, but also by insects that were literally following their every move. When Li Huayun entered the gate, those who were overly interested in him already knew about it. People in white coats watched the guy on a screen, and one of them ordered to keep the camera at the entrance to know the outcome of the battle. They assumed that he could live for about 3 hours. A dark-haired man in a white coat with an ominous smile said that they needed to immediately report to the head that Huayun had entered the rift gate. All these strange people were insanely happy that everything was going according to their plan, so they smiled and rejoiced. Our hero had no idea that he was the subject of such careful research, because he was being watched at literally every step. He covered his nose and went inside, trying not to breathe in the poison. Activating his stealth mode, he thought about how something nasty was going on around him all the time. And then it became clear that the pores of the poisonous substance had not yet dissipated. Then he heard a piercing roar that sent shivers down his spine. His eyes widened with fear and surprise, for he felt such a strong aura that he had never encountered before in his life. But he wasn't going to be scared and hide. He had a character that allowed him to face danger with a smile on his face. So when he saw the huge figure, whose eyes burned with a mad flame, there was no fear inside him, only a complete readiness to accept the fight. He was even glad, because he had finally met those who resembled real monsters, whom it was worth fearing. At last, some emotions began to stir within him, causing his adrenaline to rush. He was also surprised that his opponents noticed his presence, despite the fact that he had activated his stealth skill. This indicated that the banned substance had also affected their senses, making them many times more acute. While he was thinking about this, his enemies wasted no time and rushed to attack, running in the right direction, even though they couldn't see Huayun, only sensing his presence. All our hero managed to do was activate his armor, because the attack happened so quickly that there was no time to dodge. The ogre struck so hard that an ordinary person would not have survived, let alone survive such an attack. Even Huayun found it difficult to resist when he felt the force of these colossal blows, gritting his teeth from the strain, unable to imagine that it would be so difficult. When the attack stopped, he could barely move his legs to get out of the way and avoid being easy prey during the next attack. One of the monsters threw a weapon at him, and this attack made him Huayun's first target. Activating his magical power, the young man ordered his opponent to petrify. The creature was unable to resist his power, so it froze in place, which our hero took advantage of to attack and destroy the first monster. Despite a whole bunch of various difficulties, the guy moved very quickly and easily, as if he were floating from one place to another. Such quick and agile movements helped him get close to his next target and strike it. His blows caused a splash of blood-red spatter that was everywhere. But despite the feeling of disgust, the young man was satisfied because now he knew he could deal with these enemies. Such confidence awakened within him that it seemed no one in the whole world could stop him. But the next blows brought him down from heaven to earth, for they were so strong that our hero staggered and barely managed to stay on his feet. Then one of the ogres struck so hard that Huayun was sent flying through the air with no way to stop himself. When he finally landed on solid ground, he gritted his teeth in anger. Despite all his self-confidence, the guy realized that it just wasn't going to happen. It was all madness. He couldn't wrap his head around how some substance could give monsters so much strength. But now was not the best time to ponder such philosophical questions. Right now, survival was at stake, not just victory in battle. Pulling himself together, the guy managed to dodge several very powerful blows, which gave him the opportunity to take more advantageous positions for subsequent attacks. Such elusiveness irritated the ogre, who became angry and began to act more fiercely. Then his other brothers joined in, and it seemed that these creatures were planning to attack Huayun all at once. The young man decided that he needed to retreat a little right now so as not to become an easy target for these monsters. Looking around, our hero began to think about how he could use the terrain to his advantage. He knew perfectly well that he would not let these creatures defeat him just like that. And if he did not want to fall face down in the mud, he had to try. Gripping his weapon tightly, the young man activated his armor, which should help him survive this battle. He took one of the huge axes from a neutralized enemy and decided that it might work against the other ogres. When the monsters saw what their enemy had in his hands, they froze for a second, unable to imagine that they would be attacked with their own weapons. Taking advantage of his enemy's momentary hesitation, the guy managed to deliver a devastating blow. The stream of energy directed at the creatures made them scream in fear, because they couldn't imagine that an ordinary person was capable of such a thing. The head of one of the ogres was severed from its body, and at that moment, the creatures realized that they were not just dealing with a young man, but with a truly invincible fighter. Looking at the young man, whose body was covered in the blood of their comrades, the surviving ogres turned and ran away, not wanting to mess with this killer. Glancing at the system window, our hero saw a notification that his actions had once again changed the future, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. But this smile terrified his enemies because now they considered him a real mad executioner who had come for their souls. But some of them did not give in to fear. On the contrary, it only fueled their anger, which pushed them to rush into the attack. Yes, Hua-Yun played right into his hands because he did not like to chase his enemies. He liked it when they came to their deaths at his hands. So he only provoked in them the desire to attack first, saying that he was waiting for their revenge for the death of their kin. His wild smile and weapon, which was larger than himself, made our hero look like a real madman who craved blood. Among the ogres, there were also madmen who, first of all, wanted to avenge their friends, and secondly, wanted to find out who was stronger, man or monster. In order not to yield to his enemies in strength, our hero decided to pour additional points into it and increase his stats. Soon he began to receive notifications about how many points his strength had increased. This allowed him not only to attack, but literally to engage in hand-to-hand combat with an opponent who was 10 times his size. The unexpected pain made the ogre cry out and saliva poured from its mouth. This action not only changed the future, but also made the huge monster tremble with fear. The enraged creature did not give up, pouncing on our hero and pounding him with its stone fists. At one point, Hua-Yun jumped on the ogre and grabbed its arm, squeezing it with such force that it seemed he wanted to crush it. When it was knocked off his hand, he switched to his leg, which was more effective, because now the ogre was not just growling, but literally could not hold back his cries of unconditional pain. This agony caused the monster to slowly lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Looking at the enemy lying on the ground, trembling with pain and fear, our hero felt that he was stronger than even such terrifying creatures. The bloodied corpse of the slain monster was the best proof of this, and Hua-Yun thought that this would be the fate of anyone who dared to cross his path. The young man decided not to finish off the last monster yet, because if it died, the gate would close, and that was not part of his plan. In the end, the young man killed 9 monsters that were under the influence of the forbidden substance, one of which was on the verge of death. Looking at the pile of dead bodies, our hero thought about the fact that he still hadn't figured out which one of them had the Eye of God inside. The battle made the young man lose track of time, and when he came to his senses, he realized that he needed to somehow call Choi Chul-sun in his guild. Meanwhile, strange insects continued to watch what was happening at the entrance to the rift. They circled over the dead bodies the whole time and tried to record every important step Hua-Yun took. Finally, our hero noticed them, and looking at the insects, asked if they could hear him. Smiling broadly, the guy said that the guild's plan was really good, and if he were an ordinary player, his chances of survival would be 0. However, they did not take into account how special our hero was, and now they were reaping the fruits of their mistakes because their plan had failed, and Hua-Yun was waiting for them inside the dungeon. The people in white coats who were watching the screen closely and following the guy froze in place because they couldn't even imagine that they would be exposed. It was a complete failure. Everyone understood that, but no one dared to say it out loud. The young brunette was beside himself with rage. He knew he had to report to the high command, but he had no idea how to explain this failure. He ordered the screen to be split and to contact the head immediately because he would have to report it anyway. When Choi Chul-sun received the call, he answered immediately. But he could not have imagined that he would hear such unpleasant news right then and there. The seemingly confident brunette suddenly began to stutter, and with a trembling voice informed his superiors that the worst had happened. His boss immediately became alert, his light eyes hardening as he demanded a more detailed explanation of what had happened. When the man heard that Hua Yun had beheaded the ogres and was throwing their heads out of the gate, he was horrified. His subordinate also did not know how to comment on all this, so he simply nodded his head and remained silent, waiting for his boss to speak. Gritting his teeth in anger, Chul-sung tried to pull himself together, but he couldn't, because he was overwhelmed by the realization that his brilliant plan had turned out to be meaningless. Adjusting his collar, which had suddenly begun to choke him, the guild leader said that he needed a poison capable of killing Hua Yun. He was told that it was still in development, so the boss turned to the dispatchers and asked if they could hear him. When he had everyone's attention, he ordered the chief dispatcher, who had failed in his duties, to be killed. A second passed, and the dark-haired guy's head was shot by a bullet that came out of nowhere. That's how it was in the guild. All the boss's orders were carried out without question, even if they were controversial. His subordinates would take up arms and kill even their own colleagues. Chul-sung said that from now on, they would begin to get rid of the anchors that were dragging them down, and then ordered the creation of an amplifier capable of piercing Hua Yun's armor. Despite the fact that such a difficult task had to be completed in just 3 hours, the employees obeyed without question and set to work. After that, the call ended, and for a while silence reigned in the guild leader's office, because no one knew how to comment on everything that had happened in the dungeon. The man squeezed the bottle of drink so hard in his hands that it burst, and he shouted that he just needed a poison capable of killing Hua Yun. And he needed it not just someday, but right now, so he could deal with this worthless kid as soon as possible and forget he ever existed. In Chulsun's hands was not just a drink, but a black ogre poison enhancer developed in his laboratories. And it was this liquid that allowed the leader to raise his level so quickly. In the past, this man's main skill was called poison, which allowed him to secrete a deadly substance. But now he only brought knowledge of how to overcome his limits. After drinking the enhancer, Chul-sun learned to secrete a poison that could reveal the enemy's weak points. Now, the main problem for the guild leader was that he still hadn't found a way to break through Hua Yun's armor. This bothered him, kept him awake at night, and forced him to constantly push his employees to work on new developments. So now all his subordinates were afraid, because they had seen how quickly he had decided to kill an employee he didn't like. The man sternly said that they must not allow the enemy to take the eye of God, seemingly completely unconcerned by the fact that they simply did not have the strength to stop the guy. No one dared to contradict him, even when Chul-sung gave them only 2 hours to come up with a solution to the problem. The guild leader was so obsessed with victory that he said if any of the team members were caught by Hua Yun, they should kill themselves, because returning would mean disgrace. With a broad smile, the man added that their enemy must not learn a single bit of information. The plan must remain a secret, shrouded in darkness. In addition, he promised that if anyone managed to kill Hua Yun, they would go down in history as heroes. Meanwhile, our hero once again encountered the ogres, who suddenly appeared in the dungeon because he had not killed their last kin. These creatures tried to attack fiercely again, but they failed because the young man already knew perfectly well how to deal with them. So now it was no problem at all for the guy to avoid the attacks of these creatures. Now it all seemed like fun to him. At some point, he got bored because he was killing old monsters, new ones appeared, and so on and so forth until the dungeon was destroyed. All these boring, monotonous blows began to tire him, so he eagerly awaited the arrival of the members of the General Guild. He moved so quickly and precisely that one might think that all the blows were being made by some kind of robot programmed to kill otherworldly creatures. With the strength of our hero, it was extremely difficult to restrain himself from killing everyone at once. So he decided that it would be better not to touch the ogres at all for the time being, so as not to close the dungeon. Soon he saw a notification that the maximum number of players had entered the rift. Yes, this was exactly what he had been waiting for so long, and it brought a satisfied smile to his face. The members of the General Guild had arrived, so now he would finally be able to face real opponents instead of monsters. The guy met them right at the entrance, where piles of dead monsters lay, and said with a smile that his long-awaited guests had arrived quickly enough. When the guys saw this horrific scene, they all felt a shiver run through their bodies. One of the guys said fearfully that they only had to hold out for 2 hours, and then the boss would come and kill the guy with a new poison. Meanwhile, our hero mocked his enemies, saying that they had not even bothered to put on any protection that would prolong their lives. They paid no attention to him, believing that something was clearly wrong, because he couldn't have lasted so long in the dungeon without getting a single wound. Despite all their fears, the leader of the group ordered everyone to immediately prepare for the inevitable battle. He believed that they would definitely survive because they only had to hold out for a little while longer, and no objections were accepted. This was their fatal mistake, because our hero was already looking for their weak spots to figure out the best way to attack and who to take out first. The girl did not agree with the fact that they were being led into battle as if they were cannon fodder, so she turned around and ran towards the exit of the portal. However, no one was going to let her go. Our hero immediately blocked her path and said that he did not approve of such behavior. Soon she felt a sharp blade at her chin, digging into her delicate skin. The guy didn't want to dirty his beautiful blade, so he decided to finish her off with his bare hands, her thin, girlish neck crunching easily under his pressure. He took her life so quickly and easily that the rest of the team could only stare in shock at her lifeless body. Smiling smugly, the guy asked if they didn't consider him a good person, since he had taken her life completely painlessly. The trembling in their bodies intensified when the guys finally realized that the ogres were just cute kittens compared to the monster standing right in front of them. Their fists clenched tightly. The guys clearly intended to survive and become heroes, as the head of their guild had promised. The blonde-haired young man encouraged the others, saying that in 2 hours they would be forever enshrined in the guild's Hall of Fame. But all this bravado vanished in an instant when Hua Yun appeared before them, clearly intent on finishing them off once and for all. Before killing the insufferable blonde, our hero decided to activate his reverse eye and get inside his head. A notification appeared stating that a fragment of player Park Kwang-ho's memories would now be played. This is how Hua Yan learned about the poison enhancer that his arch-enemy, Chul Soon, wanted to use. From the memories, the young man realized that the blonde man had been drinking this liquid all the time to keep up with him. It tasted so disgusting that his enemy could barely keep from vomiting, but despite this, he continued to drink. After all, it was the only thing that helped him stay strong enough to clear the dungeons one by one. To figure out where this poison came from, the guy decided to rewind his memories a little. It turned out that this drink was developed as an amplifier of spider venom, which could help kill monsters instantly. Chul Sung was the first and only one who dared to try this development on his own and test it on himself. Now that the young man had a better understanding of his enemy's motivation and what he was capable of doing to win, he had a lot to think about. All that remained was to interrogate the guild members to better understand what exactly the spider venom amplifier could do. Of course, no one wanted to confess, so our hero dealt with all but one intimidated guild member, whom he wanted to talk to. But despite all the threats, these people turned out to be fiercely loyal, considering death a better option than betraying their master. From their memories, our hero managed to piece together the puzzle and discovered that this liquid could change the head's venom depending on which monster it was made from. But where did he get such an amplifier that turns normally limited poison into something so powerful? To find out, he decided to dig a little deeper into the guild member's mind. At one point, our hero stumbled upon a fragment of a memory of a conversation in the office, during which Chul Sung asked when the poison capable of piercing his armor would be ready. Huayun couldn't hold back his smile. He wanted to look his enemy in the eye and tell him that they weren't working fast enough. Squeezing his hand tighter around his enemy's throat, the guy asked, "Do they really think they can invent a poison that can pierce his defenses?" Looking into those frightened eyes, Huayun realized that there was no point in interrogating the pawn when he could talk to the king. But before killing this fair-haired boy, our hero decided to see if he remembered where the Eye of God had been last time. Digging into his memory, he found a fragment from his past life when this common guild squad met him in this dungeon for the first time, and they wanted to chase him away. These guys claimed that the boy had entered the gates of the common guild, so he had to apologize and leave if he didn't want to be killed. Even now, he was surprised at how arrogant and cruel the members of the common guild were. It seemed they thought the world revolved around them. So when he started killing them, they couldn't believe what was happening, because they were 100% confident in their own strength and the protection of their guild. Then Huayong brought them down from heaven to earth and showed them that they were nothing more than a pile of trash that he had decided to clean up. At some point, the viewing of memories was interrupted, and the system announced that the game was restarting. The image began to fade, and our hero was upset that he still did not know the location of the Eye of God. Now that this blonde guy was totally useless, The young man figured there was no point in keeping him alive, so he squeezed his hand around his neck even tighter. The guy didn't like listening to all these pleas for mercy, but unfortunately, these sounds were not uncommon. Even knowing that information about the guild leader could save his life, the guy did not crack. Only the tears in his eyes testified to his pain. At one point, the entrance to the portal began to sparkle, indicating that someone had entered. Our hero instantly broke into a broad smile, realizing that Chul's son, whom he so desperately wanted to see, had entered the rift. He couldn't wait to look into this man's head and dig up the memories he needed to better understand the game and his past. But instead of the long-awaited enemy, the guy saw the ogre again, holding the decapitated body of a member of their guild in his paws. Sighing, he thought with relief that at least now the creatures would not interfere with his business. However, the sight of dead bodies, to be honest, irritated and stressed him a little, as our hero was an aesthete who did not like unnecessary bloody scenes. Fate had an interesting sense of humor, forcing the young man to gut corpses. Hwa-Yun humbly accepted this necessity because he understood that if he wanted to acquire the skill he needed, he would have to get his hands dirty in the literal sense of the word. After a long search, our hero finally found what he was looking for. He had the Eye of God in his hands, which allowed him to see the status window and inventory of the selected player or monster, provided that the owner's level was higher than that of the target. The young man broke into a smile because now he knew that all his efforts had not been in vain. He had found what he had come here for and was the owner of the item that so many people were chasing after. Hwa-Yun thought that now would be a good time to tell Chul-sun everything he thought about him. Meanwhile, the General Guild continued to keep a close watch on our hero, so they would know his every move. One of the men said, irritably, that this scoundrel's behavior should not even be analyzed because everything was already clear. Another guild member said that it was obvious that they could not cope with such power, but that this was not surprising. These words caused confusion and irritation in his opponent, who asked if he had guessed that something like this could happen. The dark-haired guy in the white coat said that when they were developing the banned substance, they had no idea that someone would be able to defeat the monsters under its influence. Another member of the guild was indignant, believing that the battle was not over yet, since the gates had not been closed. To which the brunette replied that it was an obvious trap, because all Hwa-Yun was interested in was the Eye of God, which he had received a few minutes ago. Then it finally dawned on the second guy that the head of Chul-sung was now nothing more than prey for his opponent. No one dared to say this out loud, but everyone present understood that this was exactly the case. At that very moment, their esteemed leader entered the room, his face even more stern than usual. Covering his face with his hand, he clenched his teeth in anger and couldn't say a word, afraid that everything he was thinking would spill out of his mouth. The man's eyes burned with anger as he asked where his amplifier was, because 3 hours had already passed since he had given them time to create it. One of the developers stepped forward and apologized in a trembling voice for the fact that the drug had not yet been delivered from the laboratory. Then he bowed his head, began to bow, and muttered something about not being able to finish the job. The guild leader did not understand anything, so he asked him to speak more clearly. His subordinate pulled himself together and reported that the development was complete, but the synthesis would take 3 days. Of course, the man didn't like this, and he reminded him that if their enemy took the special skill from the level 51 enemy golems, no one would be able to stop him. The lab employee said that thanks to their development, the boss would definitely be able to finish off Li Hwa-Yun, and he was even willing to bet his life on it. Such words could not be taken lightly in the guild, so everyone who heard this promise swallowed hard, sensing another death in their ranks. But this reassured Chul-su a little, because he knew that the man standing in front of him was not foolish enough to throw such words to the wind. But it wouldn't hurt to scare the employee, so he grabbed him by the head and squeezed hard. Then he activated his power and directed it at the employee who had brought him the bad news that the long-awaited development would have to wait a few more days. The man reminded him of the words he had said earlier, the gist of which was that he would destroy anyone who dragged them down. The poison got on the scientist's body and he coughed up blood. The gentleman said that this was for those he had sent to their deaths. Now this man would definitely not be able to fulfill his promise because he was dead, and the dead do not keep their word. While everyone stared in shock at the scientist's corpse, the guild leader said that there should be more guards in the laboratory and ordered all the players to gather there. Clenching his fist, which was filled with green slime, the man promised that their sworn enemy would die in the dungeon of the 51st level golems. Then he added that his guild would take everything the guy ever had. But while Huayan calmly cleared the dungeons and took what he wanted, no one could stand in his way and hinder his progress in the rankings. Enough time had passed since the murder of the members of the Common Guild, so our hero realized that Chol Sung was not bothered by his presence. He quickly realized that the man's absence meant only one thing. His amplifier wasn't ready yet. An idea popped into his head: to sneak into the headquarters of the General Guild and kill everyone there without exception. But that would be very troublesome, and besides, he risked losing his source of information. So the best option was to kill only the leader and use the authority of his guild. According to the records he found in his enemy's archives, the next target would be the 51st level dungeon, where silver armor could be found. Everything pointed to his enemy thinking that Huayan had chosen the beaten path and was once again becoming the strongest player. So it was obvious that these guys would try at all costs to prevent this and hinder him in every way possible. The guild leader had two things in mind: clearing the dungeon with the silver armor and creating an amplifier that could kill his main enemy. Measuring the dungeon with his steps, our hero realized that the amplifier was the factor that was worth worrying about. So he decided that he had to prevent the man from achieving what he wanted at all costs. Activating his stealth skill, the young man left the dungeon, leaving the entrance open, because he understood that he was most likely being followed even now. By the car, he found Mansu standing with his back to him, not even turning at the sound of his footsteps, which was strange because the boy was usually extremely attentive. He crept up quietly and called out to the boy when he was literally behind him. It turned out that his companion was too absorbed in his phone. The boy wasn't just playing. It turned out that he had found out that the factory they needed was located in Gyeonggi-do, in Paju. Our hero listened to the story about how the guild's transport had been followed, and then he activated the Eye of God. Now he could see Kim Min-soo's player status window, along with all his characteristics and indicators. Huayan began to study them carefully, paying attention to all the details that interested him. After studying the characteristics, Huayan advised the boy to be careful, because just standing next to him, he could get hurt, and if someone bumped into him, he could even lose consciousness. Min-soo didn't understand anything, because it was unclear how his boss knew about the characteristics, since they were hidden from prying eyes. Noticing his young friend's irritation, the guy smiled and patted him on the shoulder, as if hinting that with him, he could improve his performance and become stronger. This encouraging gesture helped Min-soo realize that from now on he was not alone in this world, because after his father's death, he had been longing for companionship. Then the boy finally understood everything. His boss had obtained the Eye of God and decided to use it on him. Only when Huayan joked about ruling the whole world did the boy lose his temper and tell him to stop mocking him. After calming down, Min-soo offered to show him where the factory was located. He had already prepared everything, so they could safely go to that place. It turned out that while our hero was in the dungeon, his companion had sold the horn and used the money to buy a car, which was parked nearby. So now the guys were driving through the evening city in a brand new car that sparkled in the light of passing cars. Opening his status window, Huayan noticed that he had reached level 53, and almost all of his stats had increased by several points. In addition, he now had more than 2,000 extra points in his arsenal, reaching his record. At this point, he decided it would be wise to invest all his extra points in concentration. The choice was simple, because this characteristic was so important to the Eye of God. Seeing the skills and characteristics of his enemies was the best way to understand their weaknesses and fighting style. And controlling his power was becoming increasingly difficult, so concentration was what our hero needed. The guy smiled when he saw the message that he had received a new skill for his numerous achievements. Now he bore the title of King of Concentration, which should help him level up this skill even more. Finally, they reached their destination, and their car stopped near a large building. Getting out of the car, our hero turned to the boy to get his attention, and he listened carefully to the request. The young man decided to use paralysis on his friend, a skill he had been given for achieving 1,000 points of concentration, paralyzing one of his opponent's senses for 5 seconds. When the system asked which sense he wanted to paralyze in Min-soo, Huayan chose sight. Suddenly, the boy's eyes stopped functioning properly, and he asked in fear what had happened, not understanding why his body had suddenly begun to fail him. While the boy was in shock, our hero said that he should wait here and under no circumstances follow him. Min-soo was so shocked that he didn't even argue. Activating the armor that covered only his fingers, the young man decided that he had to take action. So he punched the wall with all his might, causing it to collapse with a crash. His blow was so powerful that it caused an earthquake on the lower floors. And the scientists were so shocked that they even broke some of the flasks with samples. Then one of the factory workers said that it wasn't an earthquake, but something much more serious. This problem had a name that sounded like Hua-yun, and right now trouble was incredibly close because the guy was already entering the factory. Without further ado, he harshly demanded that Chulsun be called immediately, and then he would not harm anyone. Some employees cowered in fear in the corners, but there were braver ones who managed to squeeze out the information that the guild leader was not there. This answer did not satisfy the guy, so he once again hit the wall with all his might, causing the foundation to fly apart in different directions. People were so frightened by his behavior that they could only close their eyes and scream in fear, wishing for this horror to end as soon as possible. Ignoring the screams and pleas for mercy, our hero continued to wreak havoc. Finally, the employees slowly began to come to their senses, and the thought occurred to them that the only way to save themselves was to flee. The destruction was so extensive that even Mansu, who was standing on the street, could see the whole nightmare. The guy noticed that fires had started in some places, which could lead to a large-scale fire. Who was he to interfere with fate and extinguish the flames? He decided to help the raging fire and began setting fire to flammable objects. Soon the fire was raging as if it had burst from the mouth of an enraged dragon. The last support holding up the building began to burn, and once he broke it, the whole room would be destroyed. Hua-yun smiled and said that today he had been kind and willing to compromise, but there was something he really wanted to get his hands on. After that, he struck the flames with his hand, which only made them burn even more fiercely. Looking at all the chaos he had caused, the young man felt no pity whatsoever. On the contrary, he was even pleased that he had been able to destroy this abode of evil, which his main enemy had been using. So when he heard an explosion behind him, he didn't even turn his head, but simply brushed the ashes off his cloak, because it was unbecoming for a hero to walk around dirty. Sitting on the cliff, he finally saw the one he had wanted to meet for so long. Activating the Eye of God, our hero was finally able to see Chai Chul-sun's status window, and it turned out that the man was only at level 47. It was clear how angry and frightened this man was by everything that was happening. His plans were falling apart right before his eyes, and he didn't know how to resist it. The Eye of God showed our hero that Chul-sun's body was exuding a deadly poison, which had an 80% chance of killing him. The guild leader believed that he was facing an incredible coward who would not last 5 minutes if he confronted him in a direct confrontation. These words made Hua-yun laugh, because it was his enemy who was hiding behind his warriors, unwilling to engage in direct combat with him, and a warrior confident in his abilities would not use a prohibited substance. So if Hua-yun hadn't been so strong, he would have been feeding the worms long ago, because surviving all these attacks would not have been easy. Climbing down from the cliff, the young man moved toward his enemy, asking if he knew who could call the others cowards. The sinister energy around Chul-sun began to thicken, the poison becoming more and more deadly, when the man ordered his opponent to shut up immediately. However, Hua-yun had no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he pressed even harder and said that the king of poisons would never defeat him. The man lost his composure, activated his power, and rushed at the young man, shouting that he must shut up immediately or die in that very second. After these words, he concentrated a stream of green poison and directed it straight at the young man standing in front of him, who did not even try to move aside. Smiling, Hua-yun was able to intercept the stream of green energy without much trouble, forcing it to freeze in place and not harm him. When Chul-sun realized that his attack was useless, his eyes widened in surprise because no one had ever been able to resist him so easily before. At that moment, Hua-yun approached, clearly intending to fight back against the one who had wanted to destroy him for so long. Finally, our hero's hands wrapped around the neck of this sinister man who could not accept that he was in second place. At one point, poison began to bubble around Chul-sun's neck. It seemed as if it was about to eat away at his skin. It was so toxic that when drops of the substance fell to the ground, they began to hiss. Hua-yun thought, could this be the very amplifier capable of melting his armor? It would not be very pleasant if this guess turned out to be true. To check this, he decided to activate his inner eye and find out what was going on in the villain's head. His memories were full of useful information, mentioning skills, items, and how to use them. But the most important thing was to find information about the last dungeon in the memories. So our hero immediately pressed play on the selected memory. All of the guy's attention was focused on the memories, so he didn't notice how his enemy materialized poison in his palm. Then he laughed maliciously and sent it somewhere far away, completely unhindered, because Huayan was busy with something else. His target was Mansu, who was standing calmly waiting by the car. When he saw the stream of greenish liquid, he didn't even understand what was happening. Unfortunately, the boy didn't have time to do anything. The poison got on his hands and started burning his eyes. Huayan only came to his senses when he heard his friend's piercing scream. He remembered telling the boy not to come near the battlefield, but it seemed that this had not saved him. Anger overwhelmed our hero so much that he lost control, activated his power, and aimed his fist directly at the dishonorable villain standing next to him. A second later, the guy literally knocked his enemy's head off for what he had done to his closest friend. Of course, this action changed the future and earned our hero extra points, but that was the last thing he cared about at that moment. Realizing that every second could cost the boy his life, the young man grabbed a stone from his inventory and knew what he had to do. The poor boy could no longer stand. He was lying on the ground, barely able to speak, only moans of pain escaping from his lips. Huayan immediately lifted him up and ordered him to eat the mineral he brought to his mouth. The boy was so ill that he was no longer conscious and did not even respond to the words spoken to him. Seeing what was happening to the child, our hero wondered why Chulsun's poison did not affect him, and now he knew the answer to that question. The stone worked, and the boy finally felt better. The poison completely disappeared from his face, and then Huayan asked why Mansu had disobeyed him and come too close to them. But instead the boy asked why the poison had suddenly disappeared. After a few minutes of thought, he realized that Chulsun's skills now belonged to him, which was why the poison was no longer dangerous to him. The boss confirmed his guesses, so Mansu couldn't help but cry, firstly because his life had been saved, and secondly because he could now become stronger. The boy began to thank our hero, but he only said that he needed to prepare because higher levels of the dungeon awaited them, and it was imperative that they pass through them. While our heroes rejoiced, others were in mourning, because today the legendary Choi Chul-sung, who once ruled Korea, had fallen in battle. The headlines of all the newspapers were full of news that the leader of the Common Guild, who turned out to be the criminal of the century, had been killed. He was also called the ruler of the shadow side of the market. No matter how much the King of Poisons tried to hide his activities, all his sins were revealed. But journalists couldn't find the answer to the question of who had managed to overthrow the shadow ruler of Korea. There was so much news that Huayan got tired of scrolling through his phone, deciding that he wouldn't read the most important stuff there anyway. Mansu believed that the press should be told who had killed such a powerful villain, since they had already dubbed this mysterious person a hero. The young man said that heroes never ended well in battles, because during combat everyone was on their own, so it was foolish to reveal one's strength. Moreover, it wasn't just Chul-sung who wanted his skills. Other players might have some kind of futuristic technology, such as a poison amplifier capable of killing Huayan. However, as soon as all the wars were over, our hero promised to erect a monument to each of his achievements. There was also commotion in the player chat, as no one understood where the poison of the King of Poisons had gone. These words reminded the guy that if someone wanted to kill him, it would most likely be because of his items and skills. Sighing heavily, the guy realized that the world hadn't changed. People were still greedy and cruel, and they still desperately craved power. But among all these selfish and evil characters, there were those who sincerely wanted to help others and build a bright future. The next goal for our guys was the 51st level dungeon. Huayan didn't know what skill could be obtained there, but judging by the guild records, it was called the Assassin. The guy understood that he was now closer than ever to getting that very skill. He knew that if he followed the same path as in his previous life, things would go faster and more noticeably. After all, no matter what he did now, he continued to accumulate additional points. It was clear that obtaining information from the General Guild was something of a main storyline, because our hero was the only one who did not possess it. But now he could easily get everything he needed and do it much faster than in his previous life. Moreover, now he had Mansu by his side, who had previously served as an informant and now possessed Chulsun's poison, so he could take him along on hunts. And if the poison factory had not been destroyed, Mansu could have been even more effective in hunting, but destroying it was the best decision. Looking closely at his young companion, some thoughts began to come to our hero's mind. After thinking for a moment, our hero asked the boy what nickname he wanted. Laughing, our hero said that nicknames didn't make any sense, But if Mansu wanted, he could be called Servant 01. Ignoring the silly joke, Mansu said that he had not been popular before, so now he wanted to call himself Joker Kim. The boy thought that such a nickname was perfect for a player who came out of nowhere and impressed with his strength. Seeing his friend's enthusiasm, Hwa-yun smiled and said that those words sounded as if he was going to fight him as soon as he got stronger. Joking aside, our hero said that in order to clear the next dungeon, they needed to level up Mansu to at least level 34. So soon, notifications appeared in the chat that only players with the nicknames Fearless and Joker Kim were clearing the dungeon. Everyone immediately began to wonder who was behind the strange nickname Joker Kim. Some guessed that it was Lee Hwa-yun's friend, who was always hanging around him. Hwa-yun read messages in the chat saying that a loner like him simply couldn't have any companions. Tired of the flood of messages, our hero called his only friend and asked if he wanted to take a break. The boy asked mockingly if his boss was tired, and then added that Chul-sun's amplifiers were simply incredible. This comment sparked Hwa-yun's interest, and he asked what the skill was capable of. Mansu said that monsters simply melted from its poison. The skill was really good, but the boy's body wasn't up to it yet. After asking the boy to call him back after he cleared the dungeon, Hwa-yun ended the call. Closing his eyes, the boy enjoyed the silence and the fresh smell of foliage for a while, which gave him a sense of peace. Fatigue was overwhelming him, because a whole month had passed since the regression, and he had been leveling up without any rest. Our hero had already reached level 54, and all his stats were at their highest, so he could afford to take a little break. After thinking for a moment, he decided it would be a good idea to invest all his points in dexterity. That's exactly what he did, for which he received a new skill that he was very interested in learning more about. So when the system window appeared in front of him, our hero wasted no time and immediately began to familiarize himself with the information. Now he had an ability that allowed him to control gravity. He found this simply amazing because he could not even dream of anything like it. All that remained was to figure out how to use this ability and apply it in practice. There was no one around, so the guy really wanted to try what would happen if he activated the skill. So he decided to act, and soon a notification appeared before his eyes, asking how much weight Hwa-yun would like to apply. After thinking for a moment, the young man decided to take the maximum amount, so he decided that 100 tons would be enough. But then another notification popped up saying that the weight he wanted to take was more than his skill could handle. After that, the world around him turned into a kind of chaos that was difficult to describe. But our hero realized that 2 tons were pressing down on the area that had escaped the control of gravity. The thrill of his own power was so great that Hwa-yun thought that this way he could easily earn himself a god complex. All his actions greatly changed the future, and that was very good because it earned him extra points. But suddenly some strange fears arose within the young man, forcing him to log into the system and check if everything was okay with the butterfly effect. While he was entering the necessary data to get the information, his phone rang incessantly. Answering it, he asked Mansu with a slight irritation what had happened that he had decided to disturb him. A sharp cry from the boy could be heard on the phone, after which he started calling for his boss. It seemed that Mansu was in trouble. It seemed that this was indeed the case, as the boy began to ask Hwa-yun to come to his aid immediately. Our hero tried to get some kind of explanation as to why he had to rush somewhere, but to no avail. But then Mansu, barely overcoming the tremor in his voice, managed to say that a level 100 creature had appeared in his dungeon. While he was telling our hero about this, the 100th level werewolf had already approached him at a critical distance. Its growl was so loud and dangerous that Hwa-yun had no doubt that his friend was in danger. At one point, Hwa-yun was at a loss, because he had no idea how to help his friend and get to him right away. The boy's desperate voice haunted him, but it got even worse when the call was interrupted. A notification came in saying that our hero's actions were significantly changing the course of events, and it sent shivers down his spine. Jumping up, he ran as fast as he could, because the life of someone close to him was at stake. Fears arose in his mind that the future he had changed time and time again had finally manifested itself. Meanwhile, poor Mansu had already fallen to the ground and could barely move from pain and fear. So when he saw his boss enter the portal, he was overjoyed because now there was hope for his salvation. The boy managed to crawl out of that terrifying portal, saying that level 100 monsters were waiting for him there, appearing out of nowhere. After examining his friend, the guy noticed that his arm was injured. Mansu said that he was able to dodge the monster, but his limb was cut by the airflow from its attack. The boy's eyes began to glisten with tears. It was clear that he had no idea how to get out of this situation, so he asked what they should do now. After thinking for a moment, Huayan said that since they were facing such a high-level dungeon, the reward for clearing it should be commensurate. These words brought tears to the boy's eyes, and he could barely say that no reward mattered now, because they were about to die. Huayan moved away from his friend and headed toward the entrance to the rift, ordering the surprised boy to wait for him there. Of course, Mansu didn't want to let his boss go alone, so he asked him not to leave him behind, but no one listened to him. So soon, the young man was inside the dungeon, where incredibly strong creatures were waiting for him. Almost at the entrance, he was met by a snake that was moving towards him and hissing viciously, moving its forked tongue. Huayan immediately realized that he was facing level 38 fire snakes, nothing unusual. When it attacked, the guy didn't even flinch. All his thoughts were occupied with trying to figure out where the werewolf might attack from. It wasn't difficult to fend off the snake's attack. One kick was enough to neutralize it. A wave of his hand sent the creature flying, which of course it could not control. After that, Huayan grabbed her skull and squeezed it hard, causing another wave of angry hissing. Holding the body of his dead opponent in his hands, our hero heard a strange noise coming from somewhere nearby. Without thinking twice, he spun the snake in his hands and decided to use it as a weapon. The young man threw it in the direction of the noise and waited to see if there would be any reaction. Soon, almost all the snakes were killed, but the 100th level werewolf was still nowhere to be seen. Huayan even thought that Mansu had lied to him because he was ashamed to admit his own failure. At that moment, he heard a long growl coming from somewhere nearby, and it became clear that werewolves were not a myth after all. So he had to quickly come up with a plan to get out of this dungeon alive. To get to know his enemy better, our hero activated the Eye of God and decided to find out what abilities he had. Before him was indeed a level 100 werewolf with incredibly high stats, summoned because of its special skill, Butterfly Effect. This anomaly surprised Huayan because it was unprecedented for a monster of such a high rank to be found in a level 38 dungeon. Clutching the snake tightly in his hands, the young man finally understood how the future, which he had such a strong influence on, was changing. It turned out that monsters whose presence was simply impossible to predict could appear. It was funny, Huayan even liked the fact that he finally felt adrenaline inside him, because he didn't know how everything would turn out. The first werewolf decided to attack, raising his weapon and growling, signaling the start of the slaughter. He moved so quickly and deftly that it was difficult to follow his movements. But our hero was able to jump aside and perfectly cope with his opponent's speed. Finally, he had a worthy enemy whom he really needed to fear, and this realization made the young man smile. Then Huayan also decided to demonstrate his abilities, and leaping from his place, jumped straight at the werewolf. Reaching the right spot, the young man swung his sword and put all his effort into making his attack successful. And so it happened, his efforts were not in vain, and now the werewolf was growling and whimpering from the pain. At one point, it seemed to our hero that the monster was healing and becoming even stronger. Looking up at the sky, he saw the full moon and realized what was going on. It seemed that he was in serious trouble. Now, all the wounds on the werewolf's body had healed, as if they had never been there. So our hero decided to use the weapon that was at hand, namely the snake. But the overgrown wolf was not going to give up. He raised his weapon and swung to destroy the snake flying at him. It turned out that he had used a skill called execution, and one could only guess what he was capable of. Activating his magical power, the guy waited to see what his enemy would do, because only then would he be able to understand what to do. At some point, the wait became tiresome for Huayan, and he decisively took action, jumping so that he ended up right in front of his sinister enemy's face. While the werewolf was confused, he managed to touch the skin above its eyes with 2 fingers and send a powerful impulse to its head. He helped knock the creature back with such ease that our hero didn't even have to exert any effort. Pain pierced the werewolf's body, and he screamed so loudly that the whole space shook from the sound. Now the enemy was not so scary, but it was not worth underestimating his potential, because now he resembled a cornered beast. But this did not scare our hero in the least, who resolutely clenched the werewolf's head in his fist and began to squeeze with such force that blood soon appeared. And then it was just a matter of finishing off the enemy so that the dungeon could be considered completely cleared. Soon, the long-awaited notifications appeared, stating that Huayan's level had been raised. The fact that it all ended so quickly and easily even confused the guy a little, because he had expected much more from such a high-level enemy. For some reason, the wolf's last death rattle caused our hero some confusion. It seemed to him that he hadn't quite finished the job. But then his attention was drawn to the werewolf's sickle, the monster's main weapon, which was capable of slitting an enemy's throat if mana was put into it. So our hero immediately decided that such a thing should be taken, because it could be incredibly useful. He thought about putting the sickle straight into his inventory or trying it out to understand its capabilities. Huayan wanted to choose the second option, but the system notified him that the item could not be used until he reached level 100. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy cursed, blaming the level system for this blatant injustice. The irritated hero began to search for other items that might be useful to him in the future. Unfortunately, he was unable to find anything, and then the system reported that all the monsters in the dungeon had been successfully killed. However, it soon turned out that the problem was even more dangerous than it seemed, because this was not the only werewolf that had appeared. Only a couple of hours had passed, and all the headlines were already full of information that werewolves had begun to appear in different parts of the world. It became quite obvious that the situation was not simple, so it was necessary to come up with some kind of plan that would allow all the monsters to be destroyed. Huayan found it strange to realize that it was all his fault, that he had influenced the future and led to this chaos. Looking at his boss, Mansu asked what they should do, because only Huayan could deal with all this. Our hero didn't even know how to respond. He had no plan in mind, and he certainly didn't think that his actions would start to destroy the world. The news analyzed what was happening, and reporters and association representatives agreed that they were very lucky that the next gate had not yet opened. There was another problem. If the werewolves did not disappear, a new dungeon would not open, even if the previous one had been cleared. So Huayan's plan to collect items was temporarily put on hold, and it was unclear when it would resume. Getting up from the couch, the hero said that they needed to go to the airport to clear out the nearest werewolf location, which was in Japan. So soon, the guys were already there, ready to embark on new adventures. However, an airport employee informed them that all flights to Japan had been canceled due to the sudden appearance of werewolves. This wasn't the first airline to turn the guys down. They had been to many, and each time they heard the same thing. The airport staff didn't understand why. When everyone was trying to flee Japan, the guys suddenly wanted to go there, and they were ordered to leave the airport immediately. The crowd also started shouting that the guys were just crazy. Mansu was so annoyed that he asked his boss to take off his mask and reveal his identity. After thinking about it, our hero realized that it wasn't such a bad idea, because he only wore the mask because he thought they would encounter a lot of people who would recognize him. So soon, the bold employees who were kicking them out with Mansu looked at him in amazement. They immediately realized that they were standing before Huayan, who demanded to go to Japan to kill the werewolves there. All this talk about rules tired the young man so much that he sighed heavily. Taking an item out of his inventory, the level of which did not yet allow him to use it, our hero decided to show what he was capable of. Throwing the sickle on the floor, the guy destroyed the beautifully laid tiles, and now there was an ugly hole in the floor. The men were so frightened when they realized what kind of weapon it was that they couldn't even string a few words together. Soon, Huayan was provided with a private plane from the Players Association so that our heroes could enjoy a luxurious flight. Their plane shimmered beautifully in the dazzling sunlight. But even this perfect trip had its annoying aspects, such as people who felt it was their duty to tell him all about the characteristics of werewolves. Huayan found this so tiresome that he asked to be given a break, suggesting that all the information be put in writing so that he could read it later. The head of the crisis management team began to say that Huayan was very brave to go and fight such powerful monsters. Rolling his eyes, the guy said he just wanted to be left alone to rest. The dark-haired girl was embarrassed because she knew many strong players, but this was the first time she had met a hero. So she couldn't stop talking, saying that Huayan would become even more famous and richer once he defeated the werewolf, and the guy didn't know where to hide from her attention. When Huayan insisted that he needed rest, the girl became nervous, worrying if everything was okay with the hero. In addition, this was the first time she had encountered a man who showed no interest in her, because before, the brunette had always been showered with attention from famous players. So she was determined not to let the guy sleep, asking loudly why he was so indifferent to everything that was happening. While she was explaining that hundreds of players in Japan were currently holding back the werewolves, Huayan pretended to be sleeping peacefully, leaning against the window. Then the girl remembered what she had been told about Huayan being safe, and that she should just make sure no one annoyed him. Now she felt a little ashamed because she had broken the rules set by the branch director and behaved unprofessionally. Finally, Huayan couldn't take it anymore and asked what he had to do to get his companion to shut up. She replied that she couldn't remain silent when the future of the country was at stake. The guy told her straight out that she was too much trouble and he didn't want to listen to her speech, and at the end he smiled to soften what he had said. These words embarrassed the girl so much that she blushed and asked what he meant. Our hero didn't have to answer because his companion was invited into the cockpit and told to come immediately. The brunette got up from her seat and apologized for having to leave, but Huayan was only too happy to send her away. Now he finally had a chance to get some sleep, since he hadn't rested since defeating the werewolf in the dungeon. No sooner had he closed his eyes and relaxed a little than he suddenly heard a woman's voice calling his name again. They pushed a tablet into his hands, telling him that he should now look closely at what was happening on the screen. The guy really didn't expect to see what they were going to show him, so his eyes widened in surprise. All the media headlines were full of information that werewolves had begun luring monsters from other dungeons to destroy cities. Mansu pretended to be very scared, so he pressed himself against their companion and said that he didn't want to say goodbye to her because she made him feel safe. The woman hugged him even tighter and said that they would definitely meet again. Our hero almost rolled his eyes when he saw this scene. But then he remembered that this boy was a complete orphan who had lost his parents to the dungeons. So it was understandable why he craved affection and warmth so much. But it was important to remember that the boy was not really a child, and perhaps he loved hugs not only because he missed his parents. While the boy hugged her, the dark-haired association employee thought about all the horrors that the monsters had caused. Then she pulled away and decided that she had to hurry to be the first to arrive at the place where the decision was being made on how exactly to destroy the enemies. She also felt it necessary to tell Huayan that he should go to a hotel in Tokyo because it was surrounded by skyscrapers and was safe. But the boy didn't care about her words. Mansu didn't want to leave the brunette so much that he started whining and saying that they could spend more time with her. But in reality, they had no time for that, because they soon realized how massive the disaster was. Approaching the portal from which the monsters were emerging, our heroes were surprised by how many dead people were lying around, and huge snakes were crawling right next to their bodies. The problem was truly enormous, but our hero couldn't understand whether the werewolves were really responsible for this chaos. After all, the appearance of werewolves made no sense in itself, and now it seemed completely unbelievable. An employee of the association said that the werewolf was roaming the city and releasing other monsters through the gate. He must have had a special power because the creatures were running out continuously. Huayan understood that now was the best time to start hunting the otherworldly creatures that were coming out of the gate every few seconds. Mansu was ready to support his boss at any moment, so he said that if he needed anything, he would immediately contact the association and get help. Nodding his head, the guy said that he didn't need anything yet, so they could get down to business and destroy the terrible monsters. As if hearing his words, the snakes immediately turned and began to crawl toward him, hissing viciously and shooting tongues of flame from their bodies. In order to understand the level of his opponents, the guy had to activate the Eye of God, so he realized that he was facing fire snakes with decent characteristics. Their main ability was to shoot flames that were difficult to extinguish, enveloping their bodies and making them virtually invulnerable. The level of these monsters was not that high, so our hero was surprised that no players had yet been able to deal with them. It was absolutely clear that even if all the monsters inside the dungeon were killed, the gates would not close, because a huge number of creatures had spread throughout the city. The guy was sure that there would be no problems with the snakes, so he decided that now he needed to quickly deal with them and move on. Mansu trusted his boss so much that he relaxed and calmly drank the potion that activated his energy, which was responsible for poisons. So now the two of them began to kill these monsters, which were crawling toward them at incredible speed and in huge numbers. Each new blow, each kill was accompanied by messages that the guy had changed the future again and received a bonus point. Huayan was even a little surprised that the butterfly effect had been activated despite all the chaos that had resulted from the changes in the future. It seemed that the world order had been completely disrupted, because in a mid-level dungeon, a monster appeared whose abilities were equal to 100. And perhaps soon a creature would appear that would be impossible to defeat. These thoughts were interrupted by Mansu's sharp cry as he ran straight towards our hero, looking incredibly worried. With a trembling voice, the boy said that he had been informed that a werewolf was coming straight for them. His boss wasn't sure if this source of information could be trusted, so he asked what kind of nonsense this was. But the video clearly showed the bloodthirsty monster walking through familiar streets, destroying them and getting closer and closer to them. The werewolf's eyes glowed red, as if to say that this creature was completely insane and would stop at nothing if it wanted to kill someone. At one point, the monster got close, and it was only thanks to the video that our hero realized it was time to dodge the attacks. The street was noisy, loudspeakers warning everyone in the area to get away, because the bloodthirsty creature was very close. Then suddenly there was a strange hissing sound, as if someone was about to convey a message. That was indeed the case. Soon a message was broadcast to all players in the country, warning of mortal danger and the possibility of nuclear weapons being used by the United States. It was absolutely clear that only heroes could save the country, because otherwise they would face total destruction and numerous deaths. So now all the players mobilized their forces and lured the monsters to the center of the city to deal with them all together. It all looked impressive, because the people who dared to do such a thing were definitely incredibly strong. As planned, they all attacked the werewolf together, sending powerful attacks that could kill a high-level monster. However, they forgot that they were facing something extraordinary, so their attacks did absolutely no damage. But he was capable of creating such chaos that no one could resist, and surviving was a real quest. Then the players finally realized that their every action was completely useless, because the enemy was much stronger. The monsters walked confidently through the streets, behaving as if they felt at home and had taken control of the entire city. Of course, attempts were made to stop them, but the players, their hands trembling on their guns, did not make much of an impression on the werewolves, so they were not even paid any attention. The commanders shouted that the poem must not be allowed into the city, because with every second that passed, they were getting deeper and deeper, and if they completely took over the city, it would be the end of the country. As soon as the monster changed direction, our hero was immediately informed of this, so the guy had already begun to plan his next moves. At first, the werewolves were heading straight for Hua-Yon and his friend, but then they changed course and were now heading straight for the nuclear power plant. So it became clear that right now the country was only an hour away from complete destruction, because if the creatures did what they had planned, nothing could save them. To calm his nerves, our hero decided to check his stats to understand what he was capable of and how best to proceed. It turned out that he had reached level 62, and his strength and agility had increased by several points. In order to feel even more powerful, the guy decided that it was worth adding extra points to his strength stat. While he and Mansu were running towards their enemies, our hero asked the boy who had the most strength in the past and how much exactly. The boy said that this person's name was Bovard. He was from the States, and he entered the last dungeon with Hua-Yon. He was at level 658, and according to rumors, he had more than 1,500 strength points without counting items. This made Hua-Yon realize that with the current level of danger, his strength might not be enough, especially considering how quickly everything was changing. He couldn't stop the monsters from appearing, especially those with such incredible power, so he had to quickly come up with a way out of this crisis. Suddenly, there was such a loud rumbling behind the guys that they froze in place, then turned their heads in shock to figure out where the sound was coming from. It seemed as if they had fallen into some kind of hell. Everything around them was burning. The road was littered with the corpses of people and monsters, and people were frantically screaming that their end had come. But there were also those who, despite their fear and weakness, continued to fight the creatures that wanted to destroy all life in their path. This sight surprised Hua-Yon. He could not have imagined that such chaos was happening around him, leading to so many casualties. There were indeed many people who had come to fight the monsters. It seemed that all the Japanese players had gathered here. The only question was where the strongest warriors were. Mansu said that there was a man named Akai who was incredibly powerful, but he disappeared after the regression. Hua-Yon almost rolled his eyes when he saw how these useless warriors were fighting. He wanted to show them how to act in such situations. One of the warriors noticed that Hua-Yon, instead of helping to fight, was just standing there looking around. The man thought this was so stupid that he yelled at our hero, saying that now was not the time to talk, but to kill the creatures that had come to destroy them. But the guys didn't understand a word, because the warrior was speaking pure Japanese and they didn't know the language. His words were interrupted by the growl of one of the monsters, which was getting closer and closer with every passing second. and soon its deadly sharp teeth could be seen. Hua Yun listened, but the crackling of the fire prevented him from understanding exactly where the danger was coming from. Then he heard the creature laugh, which indicated that it was not lacking in intelligence, which did not seem like very pleasant news. Sighing heavily, Mansu began to say that he even felt a little sorry for this poor werewolf. Hua Yun looked questioningly at his companion. The boy gave an innocent look and said that the creature was doomed to die from a single blow. Rolling his eyes, Hua Yun told his friend to go help those who needed it, while he would take the brunt of the attack. For a while, the guy just watched as the Japanese warriors attacked the enemies together, but so far, there had been no result. From almost every window of the skyscrapers, you could see a variety of players who were strong, but not strong enough to become victors. They constantly attacked the werewolves with ice arrows, fireballs, and lightning strikes, but none of it was effective. The werewolf seemed to feel only better, as if the danger gave him a special boost of energy. Despite the fact that absolutely all actions seemed completely useless, the attacks did not stop. At one point, they even forced the monster to retreat a little, but again, they did not cause it any serious harm. Then it was the werewolf's turn to unleash its destructive energy on the people, and it nearly killed those who were hit. One man shouted that all these warriors were idiots because they had forgotten that they had to attack simultaneously. He lamented that they had regressed, but still hadn't learned their lesson. He then activated his magical energy and announced that he would throw a fireball into the sky, which they would have to strike as soon as it exploded. It seemed that the werewolf understood that some more serious danger was approaching him, because he looked at the sky and howled long and loud. The people noticed this too, and it gave them motivation and confidence that they were doing the right thing and that all was not yet lost. Both the players and the military attacked simultaneously to bring the plan to life and destroy those who had invaded their world uninvited. Soon there was a deafening explosion, and it seemed as if the space was filled with bright lights that refused to fade. But through this light, it was still possible to see the werewolf, who was still alive. The warriors were the first to notice this, so they ordered another attack, which in their opinion should finish off the creature. They decided to deliver the final blow, but did not even think that the enemy would find the strength to resist them. The space around them suddenly turned bright blue, and this light seemed to draw strength from everyone in its path. This did not affect Hua Yun, who continued to closely monitor the situation, already forming a plan in his head. And then, he finally realized that it was time to join the battle to end it once and for all. It seemed that his enemy also understood this intention, because he gripped his weapon tightly and was ready to go into battle. At one point, the warriors noticed that the monster had literally turned to stone. They couldn't believe what was happening, because nothing had ever worked on the werewolf before. But they could not have imagined that Hua Yun was capable of such a thing. Meanwhile, our hero was already approaching his enemy to finish him off once and for all and save the country. All he needed to do was touch the werewolf's forehead with his fingers, and then the slaughter would be over. And so it happened. With just one touch, the werewolf's body was scattered in all directions across the streets of the city. As soon as this happened, Hua Yun immediately began receiving messages that his level had been raised. This made the guy very happy because he understood that his power was so great that he could defeat any creature on this planet. When the werewolf was finished and the guy returned to where the other players were waiting for him, they greeted him with enthusiastic cheers and gratitude for saving them. For some reason, this caused such strong bewilderment in the guy that he couldn't understand anything and didn't even know how to react to such an attitude. Our hero decided not to dwell on it because what pleased him most was not the glory, but the fact that he had accomplished the task and now had access to the next dungeon. In addition, he now had a level 100 mana stone in his arsenal, which he had obtained after killing the monster. The mana from this stone could be used in different ways. Before the regression, people had found a way to use similar minerals as a substitute for coal. Their usefulness was also known to everyone, and the higher the level of the monster, the more magical power the stone contained, so acquiring something like this was quite beneficial. The young man also got a werewolf sickle, a weapon capable of cutting an enemy's throat if mana was put into it, but it could only be used after reaching the 100th level. At one point, he heard a painfully familiar voice that, along with everyone else, admired his achievements. It was an employee of the association who sang his praises and said that Hua Yun was simply incredible. Now the brunette understood that his self-confidence was well-founded. Not wanting to waste time talking, Hua Yun asked the brunette to prepare another jet, because now he wanted to get rid of the werewolf that was roaming around the United States. Wide-eyed with surprise, the girl said that everything was fine in the States, which puzzled the guy. She was not entirely correct, because the American players had lured the werewolf into the desert and dropped a warhead on him, so now the werewolf was truly finished. The girl continued to walk towards our hero and tell him that the Emperor and Prime Minister wanted to express their gratitude to him, but for our hero, this was unnecessary. The brunette wouldn't stop talking, so he said again that he didn't need anything, and then activated his ability. The Eye of God helped him understand the levels of the players who were nearby. None of them exceeded level 30 and were not particularly strong. Watching Mansu reach out to the brunette and literally crave her attention, our hero realized that if this happened again, it would surely spell the end of this world. The plane soared into the sky again, carrying our hero to where he so desired to go. Upon arrival, the guy realized that the fans would not leave him alone anywhere, because they literally followed him from the moment he got off the plane. Hua Yan walked confidently in his blood-stained shirt and paid no attention to anything, knowing that if it weren't for his power, no one would pay such close attention to him. The reporters didn't know how to approach the hero. They tried to find out if he would come to the rescue the next time monsters appeared. Surprisingly, Hua Yang decided to answer this question by saying that he owed nothing to anyone and that his help depended on how a particular country treated him personally. He didn't want to be seen as someone who would come to the rescue at any moment. It was also important for him to benefit from the mission, and he didn't want people to start idealizing him. After Li Huayan's speech, the Prime Minister was shown, but people were not happy about it. They wanted to hear from the hero who had given them a chance at a peaceful life. While everyone was distracted, he finally decided to discuss something with an employee of the association. The girl thought it was something urgent and extremely important, but the guy whispered to her that he wanted to have fun. While the lady was completely confused, he quickly grabbed his dear companion and dragged him away from everyone. The brunette came to her senses in time and began to ask where the hero was going, because the president of Korea was due to arrive any minute. But that meant nothing to our hero, because he knew that a special dungeon would appear very soon, and he couldn't miss it. Looking at his stats, the guy discovered that he had already reached level 71, and his strength and agility had also improved. All these improvements made the young man incredibly happy, because now he understood that his attacks were becoming more and more deadly. But he didn't understand why the gate wasn't opening right now, why the system was making him wait again. He assumed that in order to open a new dungeon, he needed to apply bonus points to his stats so that they would affect the player's abilities. So Huayan decided to test this theory and add bonus points to his strength stat. And it turned out that his assumption was absolutely correct, because the dungeon really did open. This happened because the bonus points earned for the butterfly effect exceeded 15,000. The situation was complicated by the fact that the special gate closed 30 seconds after it was found, and it might not even open in Korea. The crowd was causing more and more chaos, demanding that Li Huayan appear before them, which was extremely stressful for the poor association employee who didn't know what to do. And then the guy completely stunned the girl with a question about where exactly the president would appear, asking it as if he were his old friend. Soon our heroes arrived at the airport's VIP waiting room, which was carefully guarded by 2 burly security guards. Inside, Huayan was greeted by a smiling man who seemed extremely welcoming and friendly. It was the president of Korea. Shaking the young man's hand, the head of state thanked him for representing their country, which had significantly improved their relations with Japan. The man apologized for expressing his gratitude only now, as he believed that the hero had surely done the same thing in his previous life. Later in the conversation, the president mentioned that the ministries insisted on giving the young man a high position that would match his status. Our hero did not need any of this, but he did have one request, which the man promised to fulfill. The young man said that he needed to find something, then looked intently at the man sitting in front of him. It was unclear whether he should tell him about the existence of the special gate, and he hesitated because he did not want anyone to interfere. Nevertheless, Huayan decided to tell him that the special gate, which radiated a golden light, had just been opened. These words surprised the president so much that he didn't even know how to react, because he was simply stunned. And when the guy added that there was a monster inside that was much stronger than a werewolf, the man was completely speechless. Huayan continued, saying that if someone found these gates, they would close within 30 seconds, and the head of state agreed that they needed to be found immediately. Our hero continued to add fuel to the fire, saying that if they didn't find the gate, there was no guarantee that the monster wouldn't come out, so he asked for help in the search. So the president ordered all ministers and military commanders to be assembled immediately. Our hero rejoiced because, first of all, he managed to get help. And secondly, the whole story was true. He didn't have to exaggerate or make anything up. However, he understood that government assistance alone would not be enough, which meant he had to come up with something else. Hwa-yun turned to the president once more, and the president readily responded to his call. The young man did not ask for much, only that the public not be informed, as he did not want to cause unnecessary commotion. Events took us to the emergency response department, to the control room itself. That was where Hwa-yun was taken, because the president believed that the Golden Gate could pose a great threat to Korea, just like the werewolf did to Japan. Through numerous screens, our hero noticed a fire that was so bright that it hurt to even look at it. It was clear that the monster inside the dungeon was much stronger than the werewolf he had faced the day before. The staff reported that it was necessary to review all the cameras throughout the country to understand exactly where this portal had been opened. But suddenly, someone ordered everyone to stop immediately and cease searching for the portal. It was Lim Gun-hoon, head of the emergency response department, who believed it would be better to send some players to find the dungeon and close it. But Hwa-yun insisted that he should be the first to go in, because there were incredibly strong monsters there, and it was not for nothing that the gate was called special. The man frowned and asked why these gates were considered so dangerous. It was clear that he had never encountered such a situation before. It was too complicated to explain everything, so Hwa-yun kept his story as brief as possible, which did not please the man who was interested in it. Meanwhile, our hero remembered that when he entered a special dungeon last time, a goblin that had reached level 200 was waiting for him there. But even though there were strong opponents waiting there, clearing this dungeon gave him appropriate rewards in the form of skills and items. Then, without much trouble, he was able to defeat the guardian of a special dungeon on the 200th level, for which he received a special skill. Upon hearing this, Lim Gun-hoon cried out in indignation and surprise. He couldn't understand how this was possible, because there were over 100 players in the room and no one had heard of anything like this. It was indeed true, and all the regressed players turned their heads and tried to figure out with interest whether Hwa-yun was telling the truth or if it was all just silly fiction. Shrugging his shoulders, our hero said that this was precisely why he didn't want to talk about it. But he had no desire to lie either, so he said that they could choose whether to believe him or not. The president was pressured with words that Hwa-yun's speech seemed somehow untrue, but he did not want to give in to these provocations. The head of the department shouted and tried to accuse Hwa-yun of trying to monopolize these underground passages because he wanted no one to know about them. The man believed that this would be a problem for the state because, in his opinion, giving all the power to the young man was comparable to creating an uncontrollable atomic bomb. The head of state was an extremely calm and reasonable man who asked in a calm voice what his subordinate was proposing. Gong Hong continued to accuse the young man of his power becoming uncontrollable, so he urged that he not be allowed to go into the dungeons, let alone approach the special gates. Sighing, our hero thought that people weren't scared enough and that it wouldn't be a bad idea to let the werewolf destroy a couple of cities. So he decided to show these people what he was capable of and took out something from his inventory that could help him do that. Taking out this thing, the guy threw it at the men standing nearby, causing a small but powerful explosion that made everyone freeze in shock. After that, Hwa-yun said that there was also a werewolf in Korea and that he could easily let him roam free. It had long been clear to everyone that the world had become one big arms race, where players were willing to sacrifice their own lives to obtain items and skills. All of this was true, and it was difficult to argue with, so Lim Gun-hoon remained silent, pensively staring at the werewolf's fangs lying right at his feet. Stepping forward, our hero declared that monopoly had long been the norm for people who had more power than others. People wanted everything and more, and it was difficult to blame anyone for that, especially given the realities in which they lived. No one could say anything because everyone understood that Hwa-yun was right, so he asked why his dear friends were so thoughtfully silent. Lim Gun-hoon really didn't know what to say because it was difficult to deny everything Hwa-yun said. Not wanting to wait, our hero began to press the president about what he thought about the whole situation. The representative of Korea said that he completely agreed with everything Hwa-yun had said, especially since they couldn't prohibit a player from entering a dungeon if it wasn't assigned to a specific country. So when our hero decided to claim the rights to all special dungeons that would appear in the future, the president considered it fair. But in addition to this, Hwa-yun asked for Lim Gun-ho, who dared to question his good intentions, to be fired immediately. The head of the department begged him not to do so, but our hero simply replied that the man did not know what a person who manages emergency response should know. In part, this was true, because if Hua Yun had not been so strong, the werewolf would have succeeded in wreaking havoc throughout Korea. The guy also said that they all needed to make him stronger for the sake of the country, but instead they wanted to limit him, which was incredibly stupid. The president asked our hero to calm down because he didn't mean any harm and immediately realized his mistake. But Hua Yun's eyes showed that he would not tolerate any objections, so he demanded once again that the current head of the department be dismissed immediately. While the young man was lecturing the president and the head of the emergency response department, his companion discovered the location of the gate. Hua Yun's order was carried out, so Lim Gun Ho was fired and was already leaving, having packed all his belongings into a small box. Having finished with that, the young man got into the car and drove to where the long-awaited gate had opened. Mansu sat in the passenger seat and mocked how his boss had dealt with those high-ranking officials so decisively that they trembled before him like circus dogs. The boy suggested the route, saying that the gate was in Sokcho in Gangwon province, not far from the beach. Our hero wondered what kind of monster he would have to face this time, because last time it was a level 200 goblin that could talk, among other things. Mansu was sure that his friend would not be harmed, but he still asked the boy to be careful because it was important to remember that he was not yet immortal. Soon the heroes arrived at their destination, a beautiful beach that looked like some kind of paradise from an advertisement. A special dungeon had already opened there, which only one player could enter. The guys immediately went there, not wanting to delay, as everyone was curious about what awaited them inside. After reading the description of this place, Mansu asked in surprise why the dungeon was so simple, and Hua Yun also thought it was too strange. Then system notifications began to arrive stating that the dungeon had been created by a player named Lee Hua Yun. This information caused our hero real confusion, as he could not understand how this was possible. It was clear that this message was addressed to another player. Apparently, the gates always showed who was responsible for their creation. The next notification said that the gates to the special dungeon would soon be closed. Before entering the portal, our hero turned around and told his best friend that he would definitely return as soon as possible. After that, he confidently strode straight into the unknown, eager to find out what this adventure would bring him. Shortly after he entered, alarming notifications began to appear stating that skills and characteristics were limited and items were completely prohibited. This information shocked the guy because he thought that in this dungeon he would be able to use absolutely all the skills and artifacts that were in his arsenal. While he was thinking about this, a creature approached him, grinning maliciously and showing off its deadly sharp fangs. The monster's presence was detected almost immediately, as the young man had very keen senses, so the enemy was unable to remain unnoticed. A few seconds later, he realized with surprise that he was once again facing the goblin, who was the guardian of a special dungeon. The previous opponent had managed to surprise the young man, so he could only guess what this character would show him. His premonition was not very good. Somewhere deep down, the young man understood that it would not be easy for him, so he prepared for the worst outcome. He didn't like the fact that his opponent's powers remained a mystery, because it was impossible to use the Eye of God. A strange thought crossed his mind that the purpose of the special second-level dungeon was not to hunt monsters, but something else. At one point, the monster began to back away uncertainly and told our hero not to stare at him so intently because it made him uncomfortable. Then the goblin smiled strangely and said that he was very interested in what his opponent, who was so popular in their dimension, was capable of. Such an unexpected statement made the young man open his mouth in surprise, because he could not have imagined that he was popular among otherworldly creatures. The monster's amusement greatly angered Hua Yun, and for a moment it seemed to him that they were mocking him. And this was not far from the truth, because soon the goblin began to approach him and mockingly say that he was very scared. It became clear that it was useless to talk to this creature, so the best solution was to kill it as soon as possible. A notification appeared in front of the hero stating that the dungeon was unusual. It turned out that it was not intended for hunting monsters. To clear the dungeon, only one attribute could be unlocked, and in addition, only one current characteristic had to be selected. The hero chose strength as he considered it the most appropriate decision. When the status window opened, the young man saw that his strength had reached almost 9,000 points. The goblin saw that his opponent had chosen strength, then laughed loudly and said that it would be incredibly difficult for the young man to defeat him. Looking seriously at his enemy, the young man said that he should shut up immediately or he would regret ever being born. These words provoked another burst of laughter, after which the goblin said ironically that he was truly frightened by these threats. Grabbing the creature by the throat, the young man began to squeeze it desperately, causing it to scream frantically. His grip loosened slightly only when the creature said that he was not Hwa-Yun's real enemy. These words were confirmed by the system, which sent a notification that the trial had just begun. After that, everything around our guy disappeared, and it seemed as if he had fallen into a completely empty space where there was only dark haze. Such strange events frightened our hero a little, because he was used to being able to predict what would happen next, and now he had no idea what to expect. Suddenly, he was transported to a desert where the sun was shining brightly. Through its rays, the guy could barely make out a tall tower right in front of him. A system notification appeared, stating that the young man needed to retrieve a rune of characteristics from the top of this tower. Looking at how tall it was, Hwa-Yun realized that he was not being given an easy task. The guy began to look closely, wanting to understand how difficult it would be to accomplish what was required of him. Realizing that there was no easy way out, our hero became very angry and thought only that he should have killed that goblin as soon as the opportunity arose. Finally, Hwa-Yun reached the tower. He threw open the doors and looked around carefully, trying to figure out where the danger might come from. He found himself in a large empty hall, and before his eyes was only a huge spiral staircase that rose high above. The system sent our hero a notification that there was a time limit and that in 18 hours the player could die. The phrase that he could die did not make our hero very happy, and for the first time in a long time, he became truly tense. A crazy grin appeared on his face. It seemed that all this was bringing him joy, but it was only a defensive reaction. It all seemed extremely unfair, especially considering the fact that all his characteristics and skills had been taken away from him. But there was nothing he could do. He had to move forward no matter what, because his objections meant nothing, and there was no one to voice them to. Suddenly, Hwa-Yun's cheek began to burn and ache intensely. A few seconds later, he realized that there was a scratch there, from which blood was flowing. The next moment, arrows flew at him. It all happened so fast that the guy didn't even know how to react or where to run. Now it was clear why he wouldn't need strength in this tower. Here, cunning, agility, and the ability to survive thanks to quick and correct reactions were what mattered. Hwa-Yun desperately ran up the stairs, having no idea where they led, but for some reason he was absolutely certain that this would save him. But then he heard a voice that practically screamed at him that it was all a mistake. When he reached the top floor, it was no longer arrows that rained down on him, but huge stones that could easily smash him against the wall. To say that Hwa-Yun was surprised would be an understatement, because he did not expect such a turn of events and was not prepared for it. Therefore, he now had to use all his strength and talent to avoid being crushed under the weight of the huge boulders. At the same time, our hero wondered whether his body could withstand the level of force he planned to apply. He had a great opportunity to test this, but first he avoided colliding with the stones and did so brilliantly. Without his abilities, he was just an ordinary person who found it difficult to run up and down the huge staircase. After catching his breath a little, our hero decided to check how much time he had left, and it turned out that he still had 16 hours and 20 minutes at his disposal. The young man felt that this was more than enough to complete the task and not die halfway through. Things calmed down a bit, so the hero had a chance to check out his surroundings, and he got really interested in the brickwork. He immediately realized that this wall had been carved out of the very boulders that had been flying straight at him just a few seconds ago. Thanks to this unexpected discovery, the guy had an interesting idea. Thinking about how to get to the rune, Hwa-Yun lifted a huge stone above his head with some effort. Then he swung harder and threw it, hoping that the desired object would fall right into his hands. When the stone landed, the ground shook, so strong was the impact. He had to take advantage of the opportunity that had presented itself to Hwa-Yun, and most importantly, not miss the right moment. Everything around him was being destroyed, and the chaos was so overwhelming that it seemed as if he could lose himself in it. The tower shook and swayed from side to side. One might say that it was impossible to make such a building sway, but our hero simply did not know such a word. This bore fruit. Another explosion thundered, and now a wave of heat engulfed those who were within a radius of several meters. But there was a problem. Without his abilities, the young man ran out of breath too quickly and couldn't function as he once had. It seemed that the creators had deliberately made this mission impossible because the tower was so high that it would take an eternity to climb to the top. Finally, the young man saw the long-awaited rune, which literally shone among the sands and beckoned him to take it. The Rune of Power was an extremely valuable item, as its use allowed one to increase their strength by as much as 2,000 points. It was such a good catch that Hwa-Yun stretched into a smile, like a satisfied cat that had managed to catch a mouse. Without thinking twice, he decided to absorb the rune so that all the power hidden inside it would belong to him alone. The mission was complete, and the system announced that it was returning the player to the dungeon on the ground. When he appeared there, the goblin screamed in horror, unable to believe that the guy had not only survived, but also returned to the ground. The monster screamed that a normal person couldn't pick up and knock over the tower, but it had already happened. Even though the creature saw absolutely no logic in it, Hwa-Yun paid no attention to these cries as he was too busy looking at his updated stats. The goblin continued to scream and say that all these achievements should not have gone to him, because humans were too weak to possess such gifts. But when the creature started screaming too loudly that our hero should die, the guy's patience snapped. So he finally decided to kill the annoying monster, because he had been thinking about it even when he was in the cave. The force with which the guy struck made his opponent beg for mercy and fear, because no one wanted to die a terrible death. Finally, all the monsters in the dungeons were killed, which meant that the gates would close in 3 minutes. The next day, Hwa-Yun decided to watch the news, and that's how he found out that this time there were many more special gates. There was also information that some of these gates had been closed by someone, which meant that some players were able to reach 1,000 points in some characteristic. Hwa-Yun understood perfectly well that not all of his stats had reached 1,000, so at this rate, he could lose the opportunity to become king. He still needed to level up his mana and stamina, so he had work to do. Without thinking twice, the young man decided not to wait and invest 1,400 points in these stats so that the indicators would finally begin to satisfy him. When the system confirmed the bonus points, the guy was awarded the achievements King of Mana and King of Stamina. Now he felt much better and more confident because he had done everything possible to become stronger and achieve his goals. He also gained 2 new abilities, one that stopped the flow of mana and another that accelerated the target's blood flow for 5 seconds. Now Hwa-Yun felt like a true king of stats, burning with confidence that he could defeat anyone. The next message made the guy tense, because it said that these actions would greatly affect the future. He wondered what adventures awaited him now, but the answer was still unknown. Meanwhile, a very important meeting was taking place at the US branch of the World Players Association. They were discussing the dungeon, apparently the one that Lee Hwa-Yun had closed, and the men were not very happy with this news. They didn't even want to admit to themselves that no one but him could have achieved these feats. A very young girl with beautiful blonde hair was present at the meeting. Her name was Miss Halia. Unlike the men, she was not saddened by the fact that Hwa-Yun had once again taken the most precious awards. She believed that this player could do anything. These words so outraged the men that they began to ask what it meant and why this young man had such favor with the girl. They reminded her that Hwa-Yun had given them the middle finger before entering the last dungeon. But the blonde was convinced that the young man had a very kind heart. Such a phrase sounded so childish and naive that the association employees could not even find a counter-argument. The girl seemed too naive to them, so they asked if she was sure that the special gate had appeared because of Lee Hwa-Yun. After thinking for a moment, she clearly confirmed her words because she was sure of what she had seen, and what she had seen was a system message that was at the gate. After that, her words were taken more seriously, but now everyone was preoccupied with thoughts about how appropriate it was to give such an uncontrollable person so much power. Halia insisted that they should not panic because she knew the guy and was sure that he was not a bad person. She also said that there were no monsters in the special dungeon. They had to climb the tower at the top of which was a rune of characteristics. For consuming it, she received 2,000 mana points. When Halia decided that she would do everything to win, she managed to find out from the Red Goblin how to climb to the top. It turned out that the monster had been following her and said that he really wanted her to take the rune. The girl believed that she would have died without the goblin's help. The men then began to discuss the possibility that Hwa-Yun had already been to all the special dungeons, since he could literally kill monsters with a single blow. They didn't know what to do, because the fact that Miss Halia had been stripped of her title of Mana King was a big problem. But they had only one option, which was to continue clearing the special gates. Just like Lee Hwa-Yun, and everyone supported this idea. Miss Haley was asked to prepare for her flight to Korea, and she also needed to contact all the branches of the association and ask them to report any new special gates that appeared. The news of the trip to Korea surprised the girl, as she did not expect such an adventure to await her. But it was obvious. The dark-haired employee said that Hwa Yeon was the one creating the gates, and he was in Korea, which meant that most of the gates were there. The blonde asked in confusion if they really wanted her to help Hwa Yeon clear the dungeons, but they demanded something else from her, namely to become much stronger than this guy. But the thought that she didn't want to do this was too loud in her head. Meanwhile, our hero and Mansu discussed how the World Association only pretended to be fighters for justice, but in fact, they were no different from guilds. The boy said that some players were assigned to them, and each of them was a skilled fighter. The association did not make them strong or develop their abilities. They simply found them and took them under their wing. Now, Hwa Yeon began to take a real interest in what their work actually entailed. Shrugging his shoulders, the boy replied that it was the usual routine of players who go to dungeons and kill monsters. The only thing that distinguished them from the guild was that instead of wealth, they preferred fame. The association acted as if it wanted to save humanity, and they also had power over dungeon auctions. This information was very useful, because now our hero felt that he was beginning to understand this world more and more. The government paid the guilds money to deal with the gates as soon as they appeared. If the monsters could not be contained, the guild paid a large fine, but the association did not charge a fee and acted as a world army. Instead of money, they received subsidies directly from the states, and the states in turn found it much more profitable to turn to those they already paid. Now, Hwa Yeon was interested in the identity of the girl who was able to clear the special gates in the states, because it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to clear them. Mansu said that it was Halia, also known by the nickname Witch, who was an expert in everything related to mana. She was one of those who entered that ill-fated last dungeon. Looking at the photo of the beautiful blonde, Hwa Yeon caught himself thinking that he hadn't given her the king of mana. Mansu remembered that in the past, she was the one who had achieved this, as she was the player with the most mana in the world. She also announced to the world that Lee Hwa Yeon could be defeated, but that only made sense if she could clear about 5 more dungeons. It was clear that if she had at least 2,000 mana after going to the dungeon, then she had chosen mana at the gate. However, it was unclear how she cleared the tower with only mana, and everyone on the internet was buzzing about her and spreading various rumors. Notifications kept coming to his phone, each time making annoying sounds. When our hero finally realized that he had gotten what he wanted, a slight smile appeared on his face. It was reported that a state of emergency had been declared in Pundang because a level 200 gargoyle had appeared, and people were asked to immediately leave the danger zone. This creature had a human body, but its face and wings were those of a dragon. It could also breathe fire from its mouth, and its power was capable of destroying a continent. Soon, people would see for themselves that this creature was not just dangerous. Compared to it, werewolves seemed like friendly dogs. This was the description Lee Hwa Yeon received from the president, who desperately asked the young man for help, so now the hero was rushing to fulfill his mission. The head of state believed that only the young man could help them, since he had already saved them from many different monsters. There was more than one monster. It soon became known that there were 3 gargoyles, and they were all diligently destroying the cities that had been built with such zeal. They had already destroyed the entire Tech Valley in Pundang and reduced the headquarters of the country's leading IT corporations to ashes. Without hesitation, Hwa Yeon said he was setting out on a journey, and it wasn't because he wanted to save everyone so badly. No, he also had his own lucrative goal, namely to obtain items and abilities. He demanded that all the surrounding areas be cleared before his arrival so that it would be easier for him to fight the gargoyles. Mansu quietly asked his boss if he had heard the latest rumors. The boy was curious if they were true, but our hero had no idea what he was talking about. It was then that Hwa Yeon learned that most people believed that he was the one creating the special gates. Whether it was the gargoyles now or the werewolves before, there were rumors that our hero was the reason why the special gates appeared so often. For a while, there was silence in the car, broken only by the sound of the engine. Then the guy laughed, as if the answer to his companion's question was the most obvious thing in the world. He said that he was not the creator of the game, who had the power to create such dungeons, so this idea was simply absurd. But people still believed that Hwa Yeon summoned monsters to quickly increase his power, which was partly true, but Mansu said that if he could do that, he would summon monsters near his house. Soon, Huayan received a message that people had been evacuated from the area with gargoyles. In exchange for his help with the monsters, the guy set a condition. Now he would be the first to know about the appearance of the next special gate. This meant that for killing the gargoyles, he would receive priority access to government systems and personnel, which he desperately needed. The guys were almost at their destination, but the city was in terrible condition, with everything around them burning and total destruction everywhere. The road ahead was in terrible condition, so the guys got out of the car and decided to continue on foot. At one point, a frightened Mansu stopped, pointed somewhere in the distance, and asked his boss who that was in their way. Right in the middle of the burning debris stood a blonde girl in a long, dark cloak. She looked a little confused, but not at all frightened. Huayan felt irritation rising inside him, because he had asked the president to evacuate everyone, but now there was a lost child standing in front of him. To begin with, he decided to calmly approach the girl and ask her what she was doing there. Perhaps there had been some misunderstanding, and she had become separated from the others. Activating the Eye of God, the young man learned that he was standing before Hylia, a level 48 player whose stats were quite interesting and promising. When she saw Huayan, the girl lit up. She was clearly happy to see him, although he didn't understand what exactly caused her behavior. She also had the ability to sense natural mana flows and control them, and she could increase the endurance of a chosen creature or, conversely, decrease its strength. The hero didn't even know how to react to the fact that this girl was so friendly and smiling towards him. But then he turned on his cold reasoning and grabbed her by the hand. Hylia was frightened and asked what the guy was going to do, but he just told her that he wanted to make sure of something, so the blonde had to be obedient. After saying this, the guy used the Eye of the Other Side and delved into Hylia's memories to understand how she had passed through the dungeon with the tower. For some reason, the sinister goblin began to tell her about the specifics of the dungeon, that arrows would fly at her, but they would not harm her, only scare her, so she should not pay attention to them. Then he told her about the boulders she needed to avoid, and the goblin did not forget to mention Huayan, who had destroyed the tower with them. When the girl asked excitedly if Huayan had really been there, the goblin snarled maliciously, as if he didn't like her favoring the boy. But the goblin continued to reveal details to her. It turned out that there was a button on the 111th step, and if you pressed it, the boulders would not roll. The next frame of memories was a rockfall that was just beginning and was accompanied by a deafening roar. Seeing that the girl would not make it to the right step in time, the goblin decided to take matters into his own hands and press the button himself. Huayan was simply stunned by what he saw. He couldn't believe that this freak had literally helped Hyla get through the tower. Now he wanted to kill the creator of this game. Our hero frightened the girl. She didn't understand what he was doing and asked him to stop squeezing her hand. But the young man wanted to see Hylia's perspective and find out what had happened in the last dungeon. An image of himself from the past appeared before his eyes, his body trembling, while Hylia reached out her bloodied hand to him, trying to calm him down. He squeezed the girl's fingers, after which she said that everything would be fine and that he needed to run because they had to end this game once and for all. The girl was already becoming more than just nervous. It seemed she was having something like a panic attack as she hysterically tried to pull her hand away and asked him to stop. She decided to activate her ability to sense and control natural mana flows. So soon her eyes lit up with an otherworldly light. That was the end of the memory viewing. The girl's skill was very entertaining, so he decided not to touch her for now. Now he wanted to know why she had come here and what she wanted to achieve, because it was already obvious that Hylia had not just broken away from the group. Nervously clutching her cloak in her hands, she said that she was here to find him and talk. Mansu joined the conversation, urging his boss to review all of her memories, because he believed that it was not worth getting close to this girl. He shouted that she was the witch hiree who could not be trusted, and Mansu was determined not to let the girl seduce his boss. The girl's eyes flashed with a strange fire as she asked when Huayan had found such a sweet boyfriend. Huayan quickly realized that this couple would clearly not become friends, because there was such strong tension between them that it seemed as if the air was literally electrified. So he decided to ask Haley why she had come here, since she hadn't said a word about her motives until that moment. The girl's gaze became innocent again, and she said that she needed the guy because that was how it was in the past, and she was sure that nothing had changed in the present. A smirk appeared on our hero's face, because a plan had formed in his head about how he could turn this situation to his advantage. The blonde was surprised when she was told that she could really try to help, but she just had to see if she could do it. She was extremely embarrassed and a little upset because she felt that no one believed in her abilities. Mansu was so annoyed that he wanted to strangle the new team member. He enjoyed being alone with the boss so much that he was not at all happy about her arrival. But all these quarrels stopped as soon as the guys heard a loud noise coming from somewhere behind them. Of course, it was the gargoyles. They were screaming loudly and flying around, destroying what was left of the half-burnt buildings. It was very unpleasant to watch the destruction of buildings that had recently been someone's home. Frowning, our hero asked if these monsters had any weaknesses that could be exploited. Helia swallowed hard and said that she couldn't remember any weak spots. These monsters looked so invulnerable that her words seemed true. The danger was approaching so quickly that Huayan literally decided to take matters into his own hands. He grabbed Helia and Mansu to protect them from the unexpected attack that was rushing straight at them. One of the gargoyles began spewing flames from its mouth, making it incredibly hot and dangerous to be within its range. The fire caused an explosion, and rocks, ashes, and scorching flames flew toward our hero, threatening to burn him to ashes. When his younger companions realized that they could have been killed, they clung to their savior in fear, who literally pulled them out of the flames. The gargoyle was clearly dissatisfied that her attack had not burned her opponents, so she flew up and began to carefully examine the surroundings, planning how to attack next time. Huayan also looked around, trying to find some kind of cover, but everything around him was on fire, so it was impossible to hide. Then he resorted to a new tactic, deciding to use a skill called gravity control. His plan was to drop about 2 tons onto the monster's body to crush it and completely neutralize it. When the creature realized what was happening, it screamed loudly, knowing that it was too late to escape. Once again, a strong fire flared up, causing an explosion, and the fire filled the entire space with its heat. Meanwhile, our hero decided to move to a more advantageous position so that he could deal with the rest of the monsters. He didn't wait a second while the wounded gargoyle was disoriented from the blow, deciding to attack suddenly. The creature felt that it was being strangled and screamed desperately, trying to throw its opponent off its back, but he grabbed it with a death grip and did not let go. Soon the gargoyle took flight, hoping that this would help her throw the guy off, but he did not loosen his grip under any circumstances. The screams became increasingly hoarse, while Huayan's grip grew stronger with every passing second, his eyes filled with confidence in his own victory. Another explosion occurred, but now it was absolutely clear that it signaled the defeat of the evil gargoyle once and for all. It was so impressive that Helia and Mansu opened their mouths in surprise, as they had never seen anything like it before. Nothing could be seen through the fire and flames, so the guys started calling out to Huayan, wanting to find out if he was okay after what had happened. No one answered them, which caused them great anxiety, and the worst assumptions arose one after another. They became even more acute after another gargoyle appeared on the horizon, and it was unclear whether it was a new creature or the one the hero had fought had survived. Hiri was sure that this couldn't be, because she had seen Huayan win with her own eyes. The guy started asking where he had gone, and soon they heard Huayan's voice, who jokingly said that he must have been killed by the fire. After that, he focused all his attention on his opponents, activating his magical power, and an idea came to his mind to turn them to stone. At first, the gargoyles tried to resist, but soon it became clear that they would not succeed. The fact that the creature froze in place for a second played into our hero's hands, and he took advantage of this pause to plunge his blade straight into his opponent's throat. Following this, the young man applied a skill called blood flow to test it in practice. So now, through a small cut in its throat, he began to extract all the blood from the monster's body. It happened so quickly that the gargoyle didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The blood flowed faster and faster from its body, draining its life drop by drop. Mansu was so surprised by what his boss was capable of that he thought he was dreaming. So he pinched himself and Helia at the same time to make sure she wasn't getting cocky. Now it was possible to say with absolute certainty that the gargoyle was finished, because it was lying in the middle of the square, in a pool of its own blood, and was completely motionless. Taking advantage of the moment of calm, Huayan decided to check his stats and discovered that he was already at level 93. Smiling, he realized that his level had jumped so high for just one gargoyle that he could only imagine what would happen when he killed them all. As if hinting at something, 2 new victims appeared in his field of vision, and he looked at them with a smile. The unsuspecting monsters began to attack him with fire, not even knowing that they had gone from predators to prey. The otherworldly monster continued to wreak havoc and burn everything around it, turning once flourishing cities into ruins. Poor Hylia coughed because it was so hot and stuffy that it was difficult to breathe deeply. Then a firm conviction arose within the girl that she had to help Hwa-yun because she was tired of waiting and standing on the sidelines. But the boy did not respond to her offer because he was too preoccupied with increasing his strength by 200 points. Then he finally noticed her and saw that she had created a protective magic barrier. The young man asked haughtily if she really called that help. The blonde did not have time to answer because Mansu noticed and reported that the two remaining gargoyles were already moving in their direction. The hero's first and most correct decision was to activate armor over his entire body because it was unclear where these creatures planned to strike this time. So he watched their every move closely to understand exactly which side to defend. Suddenly, he received a notification that his mana flow had been compressed and the attacking ability of his skills had been increased. Surprised to see that Hylia had activated her power, our hero realized that these changes were her doing. Deciding to thank the girl later, the young man jumped up and finally decided to deal with the gargoyles, which could significantly increase his level. He started moving just in time because two gorgons were flying at him at once, both wanting to avenge their kin. But of course they failed because they encountered a force they did not expect to see from a seemingly ordinary person. They paid for this with their lives, which were taken in the most cruel way. Soon the young man began to receive messages that his level had been significantly increased. It was very pleasant to realize this, and even the blood running down his hands did not dampen his impressions. During all his battles, our hero had become so accustomed to bloody scenes that he no longer paid any attention to them. But this time, he was very surprised by the condition of his enemies' bodies, because it seemed to him that he had not struck them hard enough to cause such injuries. He heard Hylia's voice saying that there was nothing to be surprised about, because it wasn't the first time she had increased his abilities so much. She was even a little upset that the guy didn't immediately realize that it was she who had helped him increase his abilities so much. Instead of the praise she had expected, the girl heard that it could have been worse, and the blonde was surprised that someone could praise her in this way. It seemed to the guy that the girl was acting as if he had said similar things to her in the past, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. He wanted to talk to her about it, but he was interrupted by a phone call from the president. After answering, the hero tried to find out what the president needed from him because he was a little busy at the moment. The representative of the authorities thanked the young man for all his victories, and Hwa-yun immediately realized that there were cameras somewhere nearby, and that the president had seen everything with his own eyes. Hwa-yun was not interested in praise. He just needed to be told the location of the special gate, because the easiest way to find out was through the emergency response case. It turned out that the man had called him precisely for this reason. He was informed that a special gate had opened in Cheongwade. The guy was surprised that everything happened so quickly, except that this time he didn't even receive a notification. The special gate was created to restore the balance of power that our hero had disrupted. But he was still getting stronger, so he wondered why God didn't just kill him. He had a lot to think about, because every time the question arose in his mind whether there really was a God behind all these strange events who had created this game. He was distracted from these thoughts by Hela's voice, who said that she had received a notification. Her voice was clearly alarmed and tense. She said that the system had informed her that due to the excessive power of the player, Li Hwa-yun, a special gate had been opened. The guy was curious about where exactly they were, and he guessed it was somewhere in Kansogu. Nodding her head, the blonde asked him to take her with him, promising that she would not interfere and would do everything she could to help him complete the task. The girl also noticed that the guy was responding to her strangely, and she assumed that he had lost his memory after the regression. But she knew how to deal with this person, because they had fought together for a long time. The girl reminded him once again that she had come to Korea only for him. Shaking her head in annoyance, she said that she didn't want to listen to this World Association at all, because they were old-fashioned and very boring. Not understanding why she was acting this way, the young man reminded her that the World Association had ordered Haley to clear a special dungeon, which meant she had to follow these orders. These words outraged the blonde, and she firmly stated that she would decide for herself what she should do. After thinking for a moment, our hero said that he could take Halia with him, but in return she would have to tell him everything she learned. Mansu believed that getting information from the girl and using her powers was beneficial, but he didn't believe that she wouldn't want anything in return. She said she wanted to help whoever would kill the game, because after she disappeared, the players would rule the world. so she wanted to help bring peace to their feet. Halia also said that in the past, he had told everyone that they were destroying the gate to save the world. Looking at this smiling, pretty girl, the young man asked if he had turned her into a villain in the past. She smiled even wider and said that she just wanted to have the world at her feet. These words did not scare him away at all. On the contrary, the young man liked these ambitions, because he shared them himself. So now he was not at all opposed to this fair-haired girl coming with them, which was not the case with Mansu. Soon the whole group arrived at the place where the portal had been opened, which could accommodate 2 players. Halia decided to seize the opportunity and asked to go inside the dungeon with Hua-yun. There wasn't much time to think, because the gates to the special dungeon would close in 30 seconds, so the guy decided that the others should wait for him here, because it might be too dangerous in there. It was clear that Halia was very upset, while Mansu was rather unhappy that he was being left alone with this girl. But Hua-yun had no time to waste on these dramas, so he entered the dungeon and saw a goblin waiting for him at the entrance. The guy immediately told the creature that it was doing something shady behind his back, referring to its help with Hee-ryung. The goblin was clearly confused, so the young man took advantage of the opportunity and used the Eye of God. This monster's stats were very high, and its special ability was that it was the guide of this dungeon. A slight smile appeared on the young man's face because he thought he could vent some of his aggression on this creature. So he grabbed it by the head and lifted it off the ground, enjoying the goblin's screams and questions about why he was being tortured. The goblin tried to calm the young man down, saying that the purpose of this dungeon was to block the path of monsters. This surprised the young man a little, so he asked again how exactly he was supposed to block the path and who he would encounter in this dungeon. Then he noticed a huge crack in the ground that could easily be called an abyss. The monster advised him to pay attention to the ends of this crack, because he had to start with the nearest one and not let the monsters pass him by. Squeezing the goblin's skull harder, the young man asked what kind of monsters he would encounter, and the goblin began to scream that he had no idea. It was extremely difficult to believe that he was unaware, so the young man squeezed his hand even harder and said that the answer was wrong. Then the creature screamed even louder and finally admitted that gargoyles of the 220th level would be involved in this trial. Hearing the correct answer, the young man finally let go of the goblin, who looked at him with tears in his eyes. He decided to begin the test and advised the monster to sit still, or else he would be killed. After regaining consciousness, the monster inquired whether the player had entered alone, and our hero coldly confirmed his theory. Soon the system announced that the task was beginning. The guy had to hold back the monsters for 3 hours, and if even one monster got through, the player would die. It became clear that there was no time to waste, so our hero decided to jump down and get to work so he wouldn't die. Looking at the guy jumping down, the goblin grinned maliciously, then said that it was just great that the guy had come here alone. The joke that it would be much easier to kill him alone now greatly distressed our hero, who realized that he might face unexpected difficulties. And that was indeed the case. Only a few minutes had passed since he had descended, and already about a dozen gargoyles were circling above his head. They were all extremely aggressive and spewed scorching flames from their mouths that could burn everything around them to the ground. It was very difficult to avoid these fiery attacks, so the young man had a hard time. To improve his situation in some way, he decided to use his gravity control, paralysis, and petrification skills. This really helped to change the figures on the chessboard a little and take the initiative from his opponents. All these actions led to a powerful explosion accompanied by streams of fire. But now it was a little easier for our hero because he was confident that he could pass this test. When he got close enough to one of the gargoyles, he took his blade out of his inventory and decided to put it to use. The young man struck just before the enemy was about to fall with him, just like the gargoyle he had broken into last time. The creature tried to break free, but it was doomed, because now our hero acted professionally, having gained invaluable experience in past battles. He decided to follow the old plan, make a small incision, and then use his blood flow skill to release all the fluid. The strategy was very successful, because soon a notification came that the hero's level had been raised, which meant that the gargoyle was dead. Almost immediately, our hero switched to the second creature, which he also neutralized quite successfully. Then it was the turn of the third gargoyle, which was just as unlucky as its predecessors. The system couldn't keep up with sending notifications one after another, as the hero's level was rising too quickly. Looking around, the guy was surprised to find that all his enemies were dead. But it was too early to rejoice, because soon he saw a message that the second wave of attacks was beginning. This did not sadden him at all. On the contrary, it awakened a thrill within him. Only now did a question arise in his mind. How many waves of creatures would he have to overcome? He didn't have much time to think about the answer, because a whole horde of enemies was approaching him again. Somewhere above, he heard the disappointed voice of a goblin who was angry that the gargoyles had missed a great opportunity to kill the guy. For some reason, Huayan had a feeling that his order had been disobeyed and that Hylia had entered the dungeon. Looking up, he saw that he was right. The goblin was begging the girl to leave immediately because she couldn't die. But the blonde was adamant, saying that she would not go anywhere, especially since the dungeon was designed for 2 players. So, a moment later, she was next to Huayan, her face so calm that it seemed she was not at all afraid of facing his wrath for disobeying his order. When the guy sternly asked why she hadn't waited for him on the other side of the portal, the girl anxiously explained that she had a bad feeling and decided to follow him. According to her, Mansu had stayed to wait for them at the gate, and this was indeed the case. The boy was pacing nervously in front of the entrance because he also wanted to help, but no one else could enter the dungeon. It was surprising that this young girl was so sensitive to danger and understood when her help was needed. Without thinking twice, she activated her ability, and now the boy's mana flow was compressed and his attacking ability increased. Thanks to this, the difficulty of the dungeon was reduced, which seemed so amazing to the guy that he didn't even know what to say. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared around the monsters, and it seemed as if they were about to transform into something else. And so it happened. The gargoyles turned into goblins, all because the dungeon had become easier. Nervously laughing, our hero said that now he felt a slight injustice. But he decided to think about that later, because now he had to deal with an entire army of goblins. Directing a powerful stream of his energy at them, he watched with joy as the creatures were literally knocked off their feet with a single blow. A short time passed and all the green-skinned monsters were already lying dead. Our hero was consumed by thoughts that the game's author really wanted him to die. But besides him, there was also the creator of the special gate and the dungeon keeper. These thoughts arose for a reason. It seemed strange to the guy that when Hylia entered, the difficulty of the dungeon immediately decreased. The girl noticed that her companion was a little worried, so she asked what was wrong, but got no answer. She wanted to cheer the guy up somehow, so she smiled and suggested killing the goblin that was waiting for them upstairs. Huayan looked at the girl for the first time, and judging by her behavior, it could be said that she was indeed his ally in his past life. So he decided to take her up on her offer and go upstairs to deal with the dungeon guardian. He was in no mood for jokes because the decrease in the dungeon's level had seriously alarmed him, and he wanted to find out what was going on. The goblin wheezed and whined that he was just doing what he was told, so the guy asked who exactly was giving him orders. The creature tried to play on his pity, but our hero sternly replied that the fact that he was still alive was pity enough. So it soon became clear that the orders were being given by some god who was in charge of the so-called gaming channel. The young man began to ask clarifying questions because he understood absolutely nothing about the identity of the person who wanted to kill him. The frightened monster said that his master was watching everything that was happening here and that nothing escaped his attention. Hearing that he was being watched literally every second, our hero raised his hand and made an indecent gesture at the one who was watching. The goblin went on to say that all this happened because of a disruption in the balance, which was literally broken by Huayan's actions. So our hero learned that the goblin had been ordered to turn the dungeon's difficulty up to the maximum as soon as he entered the special gate. Squeezing the poor guy's head even harder, the young man asked how he could meet this god. But since the monster couldn't share that information, Huayan decided to send him to a better world, or wherever people went after death. Hylia joined the conversation and quietly informed the young man that he would be able to meet the god in the last dungeon. This news came as a surprise, and now the young man became genuinely interested in what had happened in his past life. Looking at her companion's confused face, the blonde added that he would indeed be able to see the creator of the game in the last dungeon. He received 3,000 extra points for clearing the special gate, but he wasn't interested in that. He wondered what to do with this god. Would they really have to fight him? Shrugging her shoulders, Hylia said that perhaps they really would have to fight the god, but she didn't know if he was human-like, because she hadn't had time to see him in her previous life. Frowning, the guy thoughtfully asked who had killed her then. She named Park Musung, and our hero immediately understood who she was talking about, because a statue of this man stood next to his. The young man's eyes flashed with anger, and it seemed that this feeling was caused by something from the past, but he couldn't figure out what it was yet. Looking straight into the girl's eyes, Hwa-yun asked her to stand still and not move so as not to disturb him. Using his reverse vision, he began to dig into her memories, and an image appeared before his eyes of this scoundrel who was convinced that Halia was incapable of anything without Hwa-yun. While the blonde tried to defend herself, he continued to say that Hwa-yun would be much easier to kill if she were gone. Then there were splashes of blood and a sarcastic grin from the man, who was clearly enjoying every second. He pierced her with his sword and said that she was not called a witch for nothing, because at one point she really managed to scare him. Without even bothering to wipe the dirty sword, the man said that he had to prepare for a long time to kill her. The next scene in the flashback showed Hwa-yun himself, who was already looking at the girl's dead body and asking who had done it. Before her death, Halia managed to reveal who the killer was, so our hero knew who his main enemy and next target was. Then the scene abruptly switched, seemingly projecting something from the distant past, as it showed a playground and 3 little boys playing ball. Realizing that he would not gain much from those memories, our hero paused the video. Hwa-yun was tormented by only one question. What else had Halia not had time to tell him about her killer? The stunned girl asked in a trembling voice if the young man could really see her memories. The guy nodded affirmatively, after which the blonde said that her killer had sword skills that could pierce Hwa-yun's armor, but she didn't know any details. These words seriously alarmed the hero, because until then, no one, not even the strongest monster, had been capable of doing such a thing. Soon, a notification came that all the monsters in the dungeon had been killed and the gates would close soon. After they left the dungeon, Halia looked at her stats and was literally stunned, because she did not expect to see anything like this. She felt like she was in some kind of dream, because she couldn't believe that they would really be given so many points for completing the task. Hwa-yun was more cold-hearted and took it calmly, immediately deciding to put everything into power. Unexpectedly, Mansu grabbed his head and said in a plaintive voice that he was feeling very unwell. The blonde felt something similar. She assumed that Hwa-yun's characteristics were so high that he was passively putting pressure on them. Our hero had no idea that such a thing was possible. He was completely unaware that he could be the cause of the discomfort of those around him. He decided to check how much stronger his abilities had become. So he activated his armor and saw that it was now much more powerful, not to mention how powerful his blows had become. Now the young man possessed such destructive force that no one could play games with him or plot behind his back. After all, just one blow from him could cause a powerful explosion. Our hero's companions were extremely surprised by what they saw. They knew how strong the guy was, but this was a completely different level. His armor skill had reached the 3rd level and was now capable of such wonders. The young man was eager to try it out, so he started pounding the asphalt with his fists. A new ability also appeared, which allowed him to absorb a blow more powerful than the armor's limits and reflect it, but it consumed 70% of his health. Hwa-yun wondered if anyone in this world could be stronger than his armor. When he got home, our hero checked the news, which reported that players were reaching thousands of points in their stats just a month after the game started, which meant that he had to completely forget about the past. This news brought a slight smile to our hero's face, because he thought that maybe now it would be even more interesting, since there would be stronger players. Due to the unexpected appearance of special gates, the average player's strength increased dramatically. But that wasn't the only thing players got from Hwa-yun. Those who gained power from the special dungeons began to form groups and fight monsters of level 2000 and above, after which they began to develop even faster. As a result, people began to quickly close special gates and hunt high-level monsters. Reading all this, our hero wondered if it would be better to focus on clearing dungeons now so as not to fall behind everyone else and drop out over time. While browsing the news feed, he decided that it was worth waiting a little longer for the others to level up, because if you monopolize the market, you need to give it room to grow. In turn, the faster the growth, the sooner he would be able to earn additional points. Moreover, he knew that in the end, he would still enter the last dungeon, and this would lead to him ruling the world. But still, there were moments that stressed our hero too much, and he couldn't stop thinking about them for a long time. All of Hwa-yun's thoughts were occupied by Park Mu-sung, the killer of Halia, and the man who desperately wanted to kill him. In our hero's dreams, there were only 2 encounters, one of which was with the god of this game. The second, no less interesting, was with a player named Park Mu-sung. His statue looked so majestic, but no one knew what a rotten personality lurked behind it. Staring at this man's features, Huayun tried to understand what exactly should indicate his rotten nature. He was distracted from these thoughts by a sharp laugh behind him. Turning his head, he noticed that a new statue had been placed in front of him, one that now perfectly reflected his inner world. The laughter belonged to He Rai, who found it all incredibly funny, precisely because it was so true. In addition, it was hard not to notice that Park Musun's statue was about half the size of Huayun's. However, no one had restored the bottom of his statue, so it was covered with all kinds of graffiti. This did not suit our hero very well, so he decided to call the president and tell him that he had a request regarding the statue in the square. One might think that the guy wanted to erase the graffiti, but he asked to have his statue removed altogether, because even in his wildest fantasies, he could not put himself on a par with Admiral Yi Sun-sin or Wang Xianzhong. But the president reminded him that he had literally saved the world, to which the guy replied that it had been done out of pure greed and that his conscience was tormenting him because of such a huge statue. The government official stood his ground, saying that the whole country had voted for its installation, but Huayun still asked for it to be removed or at least moved. In addition, he said that he thought he had already been given permission to demolish the statue of Park Musun. The alarmed president asked him to repeat the last sentence, and the young man clearly stated that he was demolishing the statue of this man right now. After that, he immediately got down to business, and the president heard a deafening crash on the phone, followed by destruction. The young man then said that there were definitely cameras in the square, which meant that the man had to immediately turn on the broadcast so that Park Musun could see everything with his own eyes. He wanted to completely destroy his authority. The president asked if this man had done something wrong, but the young man did not say anything, only ordering his statue to be dragged to Park Musun's house. Within a few hours, the news feeds were already full of photos of the destroyed statue and statements that Huayun had destroyed it. Both the media and the public were extremely curious as to why Park Musun had not reacted in any way despite everything that was happening. At one point, Halia reported that her killer had awakened much later than everyone else. She also said that he had become a player 5 years before the last dungeon was opened, which meant that he had reached the top during that time. There was no specific information on how to become a player, but there was a rumor that if you found a gate or encountered a monster from there, it could happen. Now it became clear that this man was not even a player yet and had no strength at all, but he was already being hunted, so it was no surprise that he was hiding. After thinking for a moment, Mansu asked if this wasn't good news for them. Smiling, our hero said that it really was the best outcome for them. It was unknown how things had happened in the previous life, but now this person would not be able to come out of nowhere and declare war on him. Since he had also regressed, he was most likely interacting with monsters now, trying to become a player as soon as possible. Only this time the monsters were stronger than before. It was clear that when the man returned, he would no longer have the reputation he could build on. After dialing the right number, the young man called the president again, informing him that he needed another article about the events of his past life. The most important thing was that this information included details about Park Musun, where he was portrayed as a defective creature hiding behind the mask of a hero. Meanwhile, very interesting events were taking place in the dungeons, which are very difficult to describe in a few words. One of the demons was literally forced to eat magical runes that were supposed to make him stronger. A red goblin watched closely to make sure the demon swallowed everything, enthusiastically feeding him new runes. The creature laughed maliciously and said that the runes of characteristics were of great value even to those like them. The winged demon's power grew at an incredible rate, and the monster next to him kept saying that soon his power would grow so much that he would be able to kill their main enemy. The goblin continued to take out runes and say that there would not even be a trace left of Huayun if he gave Keel, who was sitting next to him, about 200 such runes. He really regretted not being able to give that many stones to the monster, because then the world might end, and people hadn't fully repented for their sins yet. It was unclear whether he should give all the runes to the monster or keep some for himself. Having made his decision, he began to push the stones into the demon's mouth again, because all hope rested on him. While the demon was trying to survive, the green-skinned creature told him that he had to kill Huayun, because only then could he become the true leader of all monsters. The goblin was in such a good mood that he felt omnipotent, and he wanted to see the death of his main enemy as soon as possible. He ordered the demon to remain in the dungeon until Hua Yun arrived, and even after his death, he could not leave this place, because otherwise the earth could be destroyed. Previously, our hero had to clear all the gates himself, but now other players did it for him. They literally did all the work instead of him, without even suspecting it. Hua Yun could only watch as these foolish guys brought him closer to opening the 51st level dungeon with the assassin skill. But today was finally the day when our heroes could relax and just chill in the park, enjoying the cool shade of the trees. However, the news that the action would greatly change the future once again alarmed Hua Yun. It seemed they would never leave him alone. Helia noticed the change in her friend's behavior, so she immediately asked what was wrong. The guys said that another level 200 monster was about to appear very soon. This news should have made them happy, as a level increase awaited them. But everyone wanted to rest so much that they couldn't feel any joy. Suddenly, right in the middle of the clearing where they were sitting, a glowing funnel began to appear, which was the entrance to a new dungeon. It was called Silver Armor, and the dungeon was quite difficult, so only 3 players could enter it. Getting to her feet, Helia declared that they had no time to rest, that they had to go and fight the monsters again, words that did not please Mansu at all. Stopping right in front of the dungeon, our hero said firmly that they should all go in together. These words surprised his companions because he usually never took them with him. But now he himself was suggesting that they all go together. Mansu was shocked and delighted at the same time because he understood that in this battle he could gain invaluable experience by watching how a real professional works. When Helia began to enter the rift, she felt something strange, as if danger was rolling toward them in ominous waves. Only Hua Yun was happy with life, smiling joyfully and saying that it looked like he would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone today. A winged creature appeared before them, its wings so huge that they completely blocked the light that fell on our heroes. Looking at the strange black feathers that fell from its wings, the young man thought that perhaps today they would encounter some new kind of evil. There was something about this demon that inspired an all-consuming fear that was difficult to overcome. The creature was getting closer with every passing second, its legs moving incredibly fast, but with a strange grace. Everything about it suggested that behind its almost human appearance lay a terrifying power that could destroy everything around it. The first thing our hero decided to do was activate his armor skill to become virtually invulnerable to the enemy standing before him. After that, he jumped sharply at the demon, grabbed him by the throat with all his might, and began to squeeze so hard that the demon clenched his teeth from the strain. But Hua Yun did not expect that this creature would grab his arms and squeeze them so hard that it hurt him too. To understand what this creature was capable of, the young man decided to activate the Eye of God and check it out. It turned out that the creature called itself Kale. Its power exceeded 8,500 points, and its image was based on the power of the fallen angel Lucifer. Seeing such impressive characteristics, the young man was confused and cautiously asked his friends if monsters were supposed to have such high characteristics. Helia cautiously said that in total, they should not exceed more than 3,000 points. Mansu laughed awkwardly and asked the boss to finish off the creature as soon as possible. But the guy himself didn't understand how to do that, because the monster's total stats were over 20,000. When his companions heard this, they unconsciously backed away toward the portal exit, unable to believe that such a thing was possible. But looking at this demon, it wasn't hard to believe, because it really radiated some kind of unreal otherworldly power. Despite the fact that Hua Yun was a little scared, he gathered his strength in his fist, smiled, and said that he would emerge from this dungeon victorious as always. So the guy activated his energy and attacked the enemy again, putting in maximum effort. He hit with such force that feathers literally flew off the enemy like a plucked chicken. Then he stopped and let go of the enemy to examine him closely and assess his current condition. Noticing that the creature still had power inside it, our hero decided that he needed to petrify it. Almost immediately, it was noticeable that the creature's hand had literally frozen in midair. Petrification should stun the enemy for 5 seconds. But with this demon, things were a little different. Keela managed to keep it in this state for less than 3 seconds, which was extremely strange and very depressing for our hero, as it indicated that the petrification was weaker than the demon. Suddenly, fire engulfed the entire space where our heroes were, so they became incredibly frightened. Mansu knew that this skill definitely belonged to his boss, but he also knew that Hua Yun had not been so powerful before. And Halia noticed that the guy had become dozens of times stronger than in his previous life and was using an incredible amount of mana. It seemed that Huayan didn't care at all about his opponent's level of characteristics. He could defeat anyone. It happened exactly as he said, and he emerged from the battle as the absolute victor, holding the enemy's head in his hands. However, he noticed that even after that, the demon was not completely dead and could be revived. So he had to deliver one more final blow that would take his life once and for all. He succeeded, and soon he received several messages informing him that his level had been raised again. Standing over the body of the dead monster, our hero wondered if he had been injected with a serum that worked like doping and increased his strength. Mansu immediately dismissed this idea, reminding himself that they had entered the gate as soon as it opened, and before that there was not a single living soul inside who could have carried the serum. Shrugging his shoulders, the boy said that most likely the boss's power had increased significantly, and because of this, the monsters were becoming stronger. Halia didn't think this was normal. She reminded them that they had just encountered a level 230 Keel, whose total stats were over 20,000. And Huayan's power seemed very strange to her, so she suggested that he was indeed opening all the special gates. Looking closely at the girl, our hero said that her words were only half true, because technically, new rifts were opening because of him, but he wasn't the one doing it. But the blonde couldn't calm down. She tried to understand where the guy got such incredible power because she didn't know of a single skill that could fill him with such strength. In order to avoid answering these provocative questions, Huayan decided to dig inside the monster to find something useful inside it. He found something that surprised him, and he wanted to understand what it was. It was surprising that a huge number of runes began to fall out of Keel, which seemed to have gotten there by unnatural means. This sight surprised Healy, who stood there trying to understand how so many stones that increased power had gotten inside this creature. Mansu also couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed as if he had fallen into some strange dream, so he even decided to pinch himself to test this theory. For Huayan, it seemed like a real treasure, because he got so many runes with very little effort. So, without any disgust, he began to collect the stones directly from the body of his slain opponent. He wanted to check something, so he moved forward. His test resulted in a powerful explosion accompanied by a shockwave. Our hero managed to defeat another enemy, and to understand who exactly was in front of him, he decided to remove his protective helmet and look into his empty eyes. The system window indicated that this creature possessed the element of light, as well as the cursed armor of the Holy Knight. Now it was time to test the theory that was in Huayun's head, so he took one rune out of his inventory. He then brought it to the mouth of the nearly dead creature and forced it to eat, to see what would happen and whether it was possible to increase the level of monsters in this way. As soon as he did that, he immediately used the Eye of God to see if there was any change in its stats. Next, he decided to stab it directly in the heart with his blade and see what would happen to it with the rune inside. The guy's gaze was so intense that it seemed like he wanted to notice every detail, every change that could happen in the monster's body. And then he decided to look into the creature's past and find out why the runes ended up inside monsters. That's how he found out that it was all the fault of the ill-fated Red Goblin, who was always plotting against him. Meanwhile, the goblins were watching closely to see what was happening and did not understand why nothing worked against Huayun, but they were still confident that at some point they would finally come up with something that would cause the guy real problems. One of the chief goblins said that this place was ruled by a god, which meant that they could not do anything here. The guard of the special dungeon, who was on the 400th level, suffered the most. It seemed that he had greatly offended his fellow goblins. The others made the situation even worse, saying that if the god found out, the guilty goblin would be executed on the spot or fed to a monster with characteristic runes. The goblin was in a panic, asking his fellow goblins what he should do, but no one even tried to help him in any way. Huayun listened carefully to this conversation, and he was especially interested in the part where the monsters began to discuss what would happen if he entered the special dungeon. It was clear that just the thought of it made the goblin's whole body cringe with fear, and he wanted to disappear somewhere as quickly as possible. The rest of his fellow goblins advised the unfortunate creature to simply kill Huayun, but he just grabbed his head and screamed loudly because he didn't know how to do it. The chief goblin approached him and asked if his subordinate knew what the task would be in the new special gate, but he did not have such information. Pointing with his long claws at the god's necklace hanging around his neck, the goblin asked if his subordinate wanted to try to fight the guy with the help of this ornament. Of course he wanted to, because it added almost 1,000 points to all his stats and seemed to be the only thing that could help him. It was a gift from the god, which the chief goblin decided to lend to his subordinate, but with the clear understanding that he would return it. It was clear that the monster was still in doubt, because it seemed that nothing could surpass the characteristics possessed by Hua Yun. But his leader began to convince him that with this necklace, the enemy's abilities would be much less than his, so there was no need to hesitate to put this gift around his neck. Soon all the monsters saw a notification that the special gate had been opened, and their main goal was to battle the Guardian. Of course, the monster immediately felt uneasy, but despite this, he found the strength to put on the necklace and prepare himself internally for battle. His fellow monsters began to cheer him on and tell him that he must win. It seemed like just a few minutes ago, they were saying that he could be executed. He thanked them for their support and promised to return soon and bring back the necklace, without which they could all perish. Meanwhile, Hua Yun gave each of his friends a rune so that they too could improve their abilities. Smiling, our hero said that his generosity did not exempt the guys from work and they should not get cocky. Looking at the number of extra points, our hero decided that it was time to increase his dexterity level and invest them all in it. This prompted the system to send another notification that his actions had greatly affected the future. Soon, heavy footsteps could be heard behind the guy. Perhaps the very future he had so often changed had caught up with him. An entire army of knights in armor was advancing on him, and the young man understood that he needed to deal with them as quickly as possible, because one of them had a skill called Assassin. Dealing with these creatures was not that difficult, because their bodies consisted only of armor. Finally, he found what he was looking for: the Assassin. This skill plunged the area within a 100-meter radius around the user into darkness for 2 seconds. Absorbing the skill, our hero thought that it was very interesting and that the name suited it perfectly, because killing silently would be extremely convenient. So he immediately activated the magical power and decided to test this ability in practice. Within a few seconds, the guy plunged everything into darkness. The darkness was so immense that it seemed impossible to even see one's own hands in it. Leah and Mansu were extremely frightened, because they did not expect everything around them to be plunged into absolute darkness. When Hua Yun unexpectedly and completely unnoticed approached the already frightened Mansu, the boy screamed so loudly that everyone around him almost burst their eardrums. The poor boy was so scared that he lost his balance and fell to the floor, continuing to scream loudly. Just as suddenly as it had begun, the light returned, and now Mansu was confused and lost his forehead, which hurt after the fall. His defenseless appearance greatly amused Hua Yun, who proudly declared that his ability was working perfectly. Whether it was coincidence or fate, no one knew, but the next special gate opened in Korea. That was when Halia's connections with the association became apparent, and they began to dictate their rules to her again, but the girl did not give in and had no intention of obeying their orders. They continued to persuade her to make concessions, saying that it would be incredibly difficult for them if she continued to work with Hua Yun, especially since she was passing on important information to him. They pressured her, saying that this information was intended only for her and that the guy was literally stealing her achievement. But the blonde didn't listen to them. She had to pretend that she was going along with them. So they started saying that if she couldn't get rid of the guy, she shouldn't reveal all the information to him. The association representatives also reminded her that in the past, Hua Yun had refused their patronage and showed with her whole demeanor that she considered the whole world to be hers. Then the guy came closer and started listening to their conversation. Halia asked if he regretted his past actions, because she had been told that he had completely ignored the association before. Looking closely at the girl, the young man asked why he should listen to the bigwigs who sat in their luxurious offices every day, when he continued to make his own choices every day. This opinion was close to the girl's heart, so she didn't even argue with him. So she told the association representatives to stop telling her what to do, that all they could do was give her the information she needed, and if they refused, she would leave the association. Hua Yun almost laughed when he heard the grown men apologizing to this blonde girl and saying that she had been very cruel to them. Hylia understood perfectly well that these people were interfering with her friend, so if he asked her to get rid of them, she would gladly do so. But since they were useful in that they talked about the location of the new gate, the girl did not want to be too rude to them. Finally, she said that it was thanks to Hua Yun that her mana had reached 4,000, and then she immediately passed out. This call was not entirely useless, as it revealed that a new gate had opened on Jeju Island. Mansu was surprised when the boss said that he and Halia would fly together, and the boy immediately asked how Hua Yun would get there. With a sly smile, our hero said that this time he wanted to run a little to stretch his legs. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport, equally interesting events were unfolding. Employees were closely monitoring freight traffic through cameras that had been installed throughout the city. Some of the men were surprised by what they saw and did not fully understand what was going on. At first, it seemed that a fly had flown in front of the camera, so the chief said that they needed to pay special attention to whether monsters had appeared on the roads. But then it became clear that it was not a fly at all, but a guy who was rushing down the road at an incredible speed that was not at all characteristic of humans. All the employees wondered who this man was and why he was behaving so strangely. As soon as they became seriously alarmed, the guy disappeared from the camera lens, so now it seemed as if they had all dreamed it. Swallowing hard, one of the employees said that the players were indeed strong and fast, but not so much that they would run on the highways. But then something happened again that made the association employees freeze in place and stare intently at the screen. It became clear that it was indeed a player, and not just any player, but Li Huayan himself, about whom there were a whole bunch of contradictory rumors. No one knew what to do with this information, so they decided to pretend they hadn't seen anything. The new employee didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but a more experienced colleague told him that it was an order from the president, who had strictly instructed the departments not to interfere in this guy's affairs. So they had no choice but to watch the guy who ran as if he weren't human at all. One might have thought that the water would stop him, but no. Hua Yun began to swim across the pond without hesitation, ignoring the waves that threatened to drown him. His swimming created such strong waves that passing ships began to fear they would be swept away in order to drop anchor. The Korean Coast Guard was also confused, as they had heard rumors that someone had seen a monster and they assumed they were dealing with gargoyles. But then someone reported that there were rumors that this turbulent situation was the work of Hua Yun, so orders were given to recall all boats. Meanwhile, our hero was already halfway to the top of Halasan volcano, where a dungeon for 3 players had been opened. The guy just stood nearby and waited for his friends, who were clearly lagging behind his pace. After a while, they finally arrived and apologized for being so late. Rolling his eyes, Hua Yun called them slow and said that they should have gone inside the dungeon long ago. The guys didn't say anything because they couldn't even find the words, so they just silently followed their boss, trying to stay as close to him as possible. As soon as our hero entered the dungeon, he immediately activated his assassin skill to spread darkness everywhere and thus simplify his task. Finding himself in darkness, the goblin began to panic because he did not expect anything like this at all, and now it seemed to him that even the necklace of the god would not save him. While the enemy was disoriented, Hua Yun grabbed him by the throat and began to strangle him with all his might. After that, he decided to use the Eye of God to understand the enemy's level of abilities. And it turned out that all his stats exceeded 4,000. Hua Yun also did not hide his strength and immediately showed his opponent that his stats exceeded 9,000. Our hero smiled broadly as soon as he saw an interesting object around his opponent's neck, and he immediately realized that it must belong to him. Continuing to strangle the goblin, the young man asked what the purpose of this dungeon was. But the goblin was not going to say anything intelligible. The only thing he said was that he wished for death. After these words, other monsters began to appear around the young man, and now he became even more interested in what exactly was required of him to clear the dungeon. He assumed that everything was the same as in the very first dungeon he had cleared in his life, but now the monsters were stronger and much more aggressive. Activating his magical energy, the guy decided to use his 10-ton gravity control skill. Of course, none of the creatures could have imagined what awaited them, so they began to work together to develop a strategy and think about how to kill the guy. Hua Yun understood that his opponents were very strong. Despite their small size, their combined stats exceeded 60,000, which was much more than his. But there was a way to destroy them all at once, which was possible if he could find the main body, so the guy used the Eye of God. Thanks to this, he discovered that all the creatures had the same characteristics and names, all except one. So our hero managed to identify his target fairly quickly, and the goblin understood this from the look he gave him. Without hesitation, the young man rushed straight toward the dungeon keeper to finally finish him off. His blow was so powerful that you could hear the enemy's bones crack. The goblin was still twitching, but it was already absolutely clear that he would not live for more than a couple of minutes. So Huayan grabbed the chain hanging around his neck and began to pull to break the fastener and take it for himself. At that moment, the god's necklace began to disappear from the necks of every goblin that had come to this dungeon. Now they all began to panic and talk about how death was closer than ever, and it frightened them so much that they couldn't hold back their screams. The monsters understood that they had to fight, but fear paralyzed them so much that it was difficult to act. However, there were some brave ones among them who still went on the attack. The guy prepared for battle, and a message appeared in front of him saying that his actions would greatly affect the future, as always. The goblins began to attack, and their strength could indeed defeat a weak player, but our hero was not one of them. So he neutralized the goblin that attacked him with literally one blow, which was simply incredible. Unfortunately, the battle was not over yet, as another enemy attacked the guy, wanting to bite his throat, but this attack was also successfully repelled. All this was possible thanks to his incredible armor skill, which made his fist literally impenetrable. One goblin somehow managed to sneak up behind the guy and wanted to break his neck as soon as he could. After all, this was the only way to prevent the young man from killing him. There were no other options. The monster carefully took out a green stone, which he was going to use as a weapon to increase his strength. But Huayan snatched the rune of endurance from his hands in time, calling it a very nice parting gift. Now the goblin was scared to death, and under this pressure, he finally revealed that the main purpose of this dungeon was to kill him. Smiling broadly, our hero said ominously that in his experience, monsters had never asked to be killed, but he was almost 100% sure that it would happen very soon. After these words, he used the Eye of the Inside to find out what the goblin's memory held, and it turned out that it was this creature that had fed Kyle the runes of characteristics. In fact, it was so obvious that the young man wasn't even angry, because in reality, he had simply been given a huge number of runes inside a small problem in the form of Kyle. But now Huayan was interested in why all this had been arranged and who was behind it. Of course, the goblin was not going to just answer such a question. He stubbornly resisted in every way possible, but he would not be able to avoid answering anyway. But they all start talking when their bones are broken, so Huayan decided to use this old, proven method. Of course, this monster was no exception. He said he would tell everything, but the guy must not tell his fellow creatures about it. Huayan was surprised by this request, but his enemy insisted that he not tell the other guards. Our hero didn't mind making concessions, but asked what the creature would tell him in return. The creature desperately shouted that it would say anything. The first thing that interested the young man was why they were so desperate to kill him and what was wrong with the balance. The goblin began his story by saying that there were channels in space. The young man didn't understand and began to ask what that meant, whether there was something like television channels in space. To his surprise, this idea was confirmed. Huayan found the monster's answer suspicious, so he decided to teach him a lesson and deprive him of one of his limbs. He wanted details and specifics, so he demanded that the goblin explain everything from beginning to end. Frightened and exhausted from pain, the monster began to say strange things about there being more than one Earth in space. According to him, people couldn't see it, but there were several other lands that they called channels, and they were now on the second channel out of 9. Each planet was inhabited by people who were different versions of the same people, and these were the inhabitants of the different channels. The monster ominously said that the inhabitant who cleansed the last dungeon would have the right to rule their channel. These words greatly puzzled the young man, for he could not have imagined that this world was so complex and unpredictable. It turned out that the goblin meant that this person could become a real god, gaining power that mere mortals could not comprehend. In addition, this player could not only become equal to a deity, but also begin to cultivate players on his channel, all in order to defend himself from other gods. It was strange to hear that players needed to be raised like pets in order to be able to defend themselves later. It turned out that some incomprehensible god of channels could open a gate in him, but everything still remained too unclear. The guy was interested in whether that was the only thing the mysterious god could do, or if he had some other hidden abilities. Laughing, the goblin said that if all the players died, the god would disappear in an instant, as if he had never existed. The information again seemed incomplete to Huayan, so he decided to strike his stubborn enemy once more. He reminded the goblin that only useful information should come out of his mouth, not nonsense. So if he couldn't control himself, his tongue was in danger. Now the guy was interested in information about why the gods were afraid of each other. Was everything really done to raise the players' levels? The creature said that when the last dungeon on the channel was cleared, they would regain the bodies they had lost when they became gods and would once again be able to influence the world directly. By competing with other gods, it was possible to increase one's rank and become even stronger. But the most important thing was to outdo the other gods and clear the last dungeon in order to regain one's body. From this story, it became clear that whoever clears the last dungeon becomes a god, and when the last dungeon is cleared on their channel, they get their body back. It turned out that you couldn't interfere with other channels too uncontrollably, as there were restrictions on everything. These words surprised our hero because he thought that gods had no limits. But it turned out that this was not the case. The goblin asked him to imagine a situation in which the god of Channel 1 wanted to kill a strong player from Channel 2. He created a gate with a very strong monster on Channel 2, for example, with werewolves, which the guy had already fought before. However, it was just a bunch of monsters. But if we imagine that the god wanted to open these gates on his own, nothing would work and he would lose access to them. Power was limited by the number of open gates, and if the players didn't have enough dungeons, that could also be a huge problem. The guy asked if it was true that the first person to clear the last dungeon could become the god of that channel, and it was indeed the case. The obvious question was, who was the god of this channel, and what exactly did he want from him? After all, based on the story, it was clear that this god had also been a player before, and now apparently really wanted to get his body back. Before dying, the monster managed to say that this god was actually Park Masung. After these words, the goblin's life finally came to an end, and Hua Yun felt that he had just learned something that would completely change the course of the game. Mansu and Halia noticed the boy's strange state and asked anxiously what had happened and what they had been talking about with the goblin for so long. It seemed that the blonde girl had figured it all out because she had heard part of the conversation and was able to piece together the puzzle in her head. The system sent another notification that the future had changed, and for the first time, the guy clearly felt that this was indeed the case. Mansu asked if everything they had overheard by accident was true. The guy didn't answer them until he could believe what he had heard, and it was even harder to accept. After all, the rumors that whoever cleared the last dungeon would become the ruler of the world were completely true. It hadn't seemed far from the truth before, but it was still a little shocking. It was especially unpleasant to realize that his main enemy was now a god, so it was quite logical that he was being plotted against in the dungeons. Now, even the news that all the monsters in the dungeon had been killed and the reward had been credited did not cheer the guy up. The guys looked at the system window, which said that the dungeon would close in 3 minutes, and didn't even know what to say. Seeing that his companions were also shocked, the guy decided to take the initiative and said that they needed to get out of there immediately. They didn't say another word to each other, just followed the person who had brought them to this place. The guys learned everything they wanted to know from the guard, and Hua Yan set his main goal, which was to kill Park Min-soo and become the god of their channel. But in order to accomplish this task, they had to clear the last dungeon, which was over level 3000. For a while, the guys walked in complete silence, but then Min-soo decided to ask what gate would be next. He found the answer on the internet. According to him, their next goal was the gate of the 64th level. Sighing, our hero said that they needed to move a little faster, because there was still a lot of work ahead of them. Suddenly, Min-soo froze in place and told his boss that he had seen something that might interest them all. Hua Yun and Halia turned around at the same time and asked in unison what had happened. Stammering, the boy reported that the chat room was saying that the gate to the 181st level had already opened, which was simply impossible. Halia didn't believe him, so she snatched the phone from the boy's hands and started reading the information herself, wanting to make sure that he had understood everything correctly. Everything was exactly as Min-soo had said, so now the blonde's eyes widened in surprise and fear. They all thought it was complete nonsense, but you can't escape the truth. And now this was their reality, something that was difficult to even believe. Shrugging his shoulders, our hero said that in any case, they would still have to face the monsters, which they would simply have to kill. 5 gates had opened in a small area of Korea. The probability of this happening was negligible, but not impossible. However, so many high-level gates had opened on the small peninsula, and this contradicted the rules of the game. People were scared, there was complete chaos, and no one understood what was happening. The opening of these gates seemed absurd, because no one had ever been able to clear the 64th level rift before. But soon all voices fell silent, because people saw the one who could save them. Hua Yun was coming to meet them, the man who could defeat any monster. The guy headed for the portal without hesitation, seemingly absolutely certain that he could pass any test that fate had in store for him. Running his hand over the portal's energy field, our hero tried to understand how dangerous this adventure was. The system immediately notified him that his level was too low, meaning that entering the gate was impossible. The news was not very good, to say the least, but things got even worse when a monster began to emerge from the portal. Someone's feet appeared, looking exactly like human feet. And then the creature fully revealed its appearance. It was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. A winged angel called the Ice Priest. Hua Yun could not deny his influence on the distortion of the game, so he felt responsible for the appearance of the Gate of the Ice Priests in Korea. It became absolutely clear to everyone that if they did not hide right now, there could be a huge disaster that would cause numerous deaths. The young man himself did not know where this strange feeling came from, which prevented him from making sound decisions. But despite this, he clearly understood that if these gates were not cleared, the next ones would not open. To better understand the specifics of his opponent's power, the young man decided to activate the Eye of God. However, the system informed him that it was impossible to use this skill on a target that was higher than him in level. The power of the Ice Priestess filled the streets, making it very cold and slippery. The guy understood perfectly well that he needed to come up with a plan of action immediately, but no ideas came to mind. The only thing he could think of was to look at his stats and invest all his points in strength. After that, he activated his armor and struck so hard that he caused a powerful explosion. However, our hero did not take into account one thing that Halia had reminded him of. His enemy had wings, which gave him an advantage in the air. The girl suggested that the priests were gathering mana to activate their skills through their wings. Yes, it could indeed cause enormous damage, but it was difficult to resist something that you couldn't change. At one point, the monster stopped, and a second later it became clear that he had done so in order to activate his magical energy and attack his enemies. Cold ice magic pierced the space, and our hero covered his face with his hands to protect himself from the unreal cold wind. The creature, which resembled a beautiful angel but was in fact a terrible demon, did not stop its attacks. Therefore, our hero decided to take a blade from his inventory and fight evil, as he had always done. Gathering momentum, Hua Yun confidently ran straight towards the icy priest hovering in the air, who continued to freeze the streets. The young man was able to jump so high that he managed to reach his opponent's body on the first try and plunge his knife into his neck. The ice priest screamed loudly, clearly not expecting that an ordinary person could mortally wound him. Because of all these fluctuations in power, the ice that the priest had worked so hard to create began to fall and shatter on the asphalt. Our hero stood over the dead body of his defeated enemy and watched as his beautiful wings were smeared across the scorched earth. His friends were so impressed with the work he had done that they could not hide their delight. The blonde girl couldn't understand how it was possible to defeat such a powerful creature in such a short period of time. Mansu began to tease her, saying that she was stating the obvious, because everyone knew that ice priestesses were incredibly dangerous. Halia could barely contain her anger, because lately this boy had been teasing her all the time, and it annoyed her immensely. So this time, she couldn't take it anymore, and hit him hard on the shoulder, ordering him to shut up immediately and stop talking nonsense. Hua Yun was tired of listening to their arguments, so he asked the guys not to relax, because dangers and new monsters awaited them ahead, and they needed to be vigilant. It was only the beginning, because the ice priests intended to capture their city and turn it into an ice block, depriving all the inhabitants of their lives. These sinister, otherworldly creatures failed. So soon they were lying in a pool of their own blood, their dead eyes never to see the light again. It was even a little sad to see such beautiful creatures lying motionless on the dirty asphalt. It seemed wrong somehow. Our hero left one of the priests alive so that he could interrogate him and find answers to all the questions that interested him. When the guy looked at the creature's characteristics, he learned that its wings contained primordial magic that could cause an ice age on Earth. But what surprised him most was that the description indicated that it was a monster of the fourth channel, which once again confirmed the goblin's words. Our hero immediately understood that these words meant only one thing. The ice priest had been summoned by the god himself. From this, it could be concluded that the god of the fourth channel had openly shown hostility towards Hua Yun. The guy relaxed a little while familiarizing himself with the information, and it was a big mistake because his opponent decided to take advantage of the opportunity and attack again. The monster couldn't have known that our hero's body was covered in powerful armor that couldn't be bitten through. After this failed attack, Hua-yun quickly dealt with the creature and sent it to join his fellow monsters. Now he was much more interested in the god of the fourth channel, who for some reason disliked him and wanted to harm him. This supreme being did not skimp and spent his power to open the gates of the ice priest in the second channel because of Hua-yun. A logical question arose. Why was all this necessary, and for what purpose did the god want to kill him? When the monsters were finally defeated, our hero turned to his companions and said that they needed to move on. Soon, people stretched a net around the entrance to the dungeon, which prevented new monsters from entering and old ones from leaving their world, so that the creatures could be destroyed once and for all. The atmosphere was so cold that our hero felt like he had entered a real winter, which made him a little happy because he loved to look at the incredibly beautiful snowflakes. But Mansu was not very happy because he couldn't stand the cold, and here it seemed to him that he had been stuffed into a freezer. Looking at the captive priests in the ice, our hero thought, are they cold too, since these monsters were literally woven from ice? The guys turned their attention to the net that protected the entrance. Halia explained that it was made from gargoyle wings. She suggested that people had made similar nets to somehow restrain the priests, and the local population could only be praised for their resourcefulness. The girl was distracted from her stories by a phone call, which at first even frightened her a little. Seeing who was calling, the blonde frowned, clearly not wanting to talk to the person who wanted to hear from her right now. Sighing heavily, she gathered her courage and answered, asking what these people wanted. The association representative said that they had sent 1,000 players to Korea, which did not make the girl happy at all. They asked her to be understanding, as they believed that such high-level opportunities had only opened up in Korea because Hua-yun was there. The blonde gritted her teeth angrily when she heard that the association could not give all the awards to players from Korea. They all tried to look at the whole picture and put together a puzzle in their heads that could help solve the mystery of the special dungeons. Halia wondered if the World Players Association had a policy prohibiting the movement of more than 100 players at once. She recalled that the association had such a ban because sending many players on a mission was like releasing an uncontrollable beast into the wild, to which she received the answer that this policy had been abolished as of today. The girl cried out, saying that what was happening now was an abuse of power. In response, they laughed and said that if it really was an abuse of power, then the entire association would lose their positions. The representative told the girl that she had been a great help to them in the past, but now everything had changed, and then they said they had more news. It turned out that Haley had already been officially expelled from the World Players Association. She was reminded that she had been sent to Korea solely to restrain Hua-yun. This was because the guy could be compared to North Korea's nuclear weapons in terms of the level of threat he posed. When the girl was told that she had been assigned a very important role, her hands began to shake nervously. She heard that because she and Hua-yun had become friends, the association would build up its power on its own and would no longer pass information to her. Mansu looked at the blonde girl and was surprised at how calm and reserved she was, despite the unpleasant words she had heard. The call finally ended, and now the girl could sigh sadly, saying that she could not have imagined that something like this would happen to them. She was afraid that Hua-yun would be angry with her, but he just put his hand on her shoulder and said her name in a soothing voice. None of that mattered now, because they had to catch the monsters that were still on the loose. The blonde thought for a moment and asked what they should do at the gates. Our hero suggested setting a trap there. All this time, Hua-yun had been saving the world and opening special gates, unintentionally helping the World Players Association, while receiving practically nothing from them in return. Judging by the behavior of these people, they had forgotten what gratitude and moral principles were. Our hero decided that before punishing the god of Channel 4 for opening excessively powerful gates, he should deal with the association. The guy felt that the real fun was about to begin, so he gladly accepted the new reality. The ice priests were trapped and couldn't get out on their own. They were only caught thanks to a net that the locals had built to contain the monsters themselves. Holding that very net in his hands, Hua-yun enthusiastically declared that now they would have to go to New York.